This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Love Me, a Pleasant Valley novel. Written by Anna Brooks. Performed by Bunny Warren and J.F. Harding.
Chapter 1. Rain. The alarm beeps as I enter the restaurant, and after typing in the code, silence surrounds me. The faint smell of onion and garlic lingers in the air, nostalgia hitting me like it does every time I step foot inside this place. I pull open the blinds and let the sun shine through the windows, and then begin flipping down the chairs from the tables. The legs of the chairs screech when I slide them over the old wooden floor, each seat different from the next. The vintage furniture reflects so much of who I am. I can't help but smile at the memories I have here. Since we're only open from 11 to 3, I don't arrive until 9 to begin prep for the day. By the time I finish chopping veggies and have the soup simmering, Polly, my hostess and waitress, comes in. Her always-present smile shines. "Morning!" "Hey, how's it going?" "Fine. Another day, you know." She hangs her purse on a hook, and we walk out to the front while she twists her reddish-blonde hair up in a bun. "Sure do." Each day that passes is just that. Another 24 hours added to the days since he's been gone. As soon as we're finished setting the tables and brewing the coffee, I flip on the open sign, and the rush begins. Polly seats guests and takes orders, while I make their lunches. The lunchbox is known for its delicious homemade soups and sandwiches. That's the only thing on the menu. We serve fries or chips as well, but the small menu and quality ingredients make it a hit, especially with the locals. My parents started the restaurant together 20 years ago. I happily took over the responsibilities while they went on a much-deserved and needed 3.5-week cruise. They've been gone for a couple of days so far, and although I like to pretend to be in charge, I can't wait for them to come back. Running the restaurant by myself kind of sucks. Regulars pile in along with men wearing dirty tank tops and others in business suits. I rush back and forth from the kitchen to the tables. I do like being busy like this, and I love seeing people enjoy the food I've made, but doing the work of 3 people is tiring. A soft hand wraps around my wrist, and I quickly turn. "Hey, Ed." I pat the old man on the shoulder and top off his coffee.
"You look awfully pretty today, Ms. Rain. Your eyes look like the ocean with that blouse."
His faded blue eyes sparkle at me. "You're pretty handsome yourself, Mr. Casanova." He releases my wrist and motions for me to lean closer. I smile and put my ear next to his mouth.
"If I wasn't sitting with my wife, I'd ask you to marry me."
I chuckle and look over at Doris, who is shaking her head at her husband's antics. It warms my heart to see the 2 of them every week, to know that love can really last, that the bond 2 people share really can make it through the test of time. I had that at one point. "Well, that's very sweet of you, but I'm afraid I'd have to turn down your offer." I twist the ring on my necklace and stand up, then smile at Doris. "You're a lucky lady." Ed shakes his head.
"I'm the lucky one."
Biting back the emotion threatening to rise, I wiggle my fingers at them and head back to the kitchen to fill more orders. I get lost in it. I love cooking. It's in my blood. Polly comes back at 10 minutes to 3 and tosses her apron on the counter. "Everyone's gone." "No sense in staying for 10 minutes. You want to head out?" I ask her as I finish washing the dishes.
"Are you sure?"
I laugh. I wouldn't ask if I wasn't. She smiles and grabs her purse.
"Thanks, Rain. Have a good day."
"You too." Keeping my hands in dishwater during cleanup has pruned my fingers, but I'm used to it. I grab a towel to dry my hands up when the door chimes. "Hi," I say, walking through the swinging doors that separate the kitchen from the dining room. The door hits me on the ass since I'm cemented to the floor. My breath leaves me in a rush, and the man in front of me smirks. Longish brown hair, dark brown eyes, a jawline that could cut glass, and a black t-shirt that fits him like a glove. Make him the poster boy of sexiness. His jeans are so low on his hips, practically begging someone to tug them off. He runs his fingers through his hair, and the hem of his shirt reveals a flat stomach. Hey. Even his voice is sexy. Deep. Seductive. He chuckles, and I literally shake my head so I can focus. Can I help you? I was gonna grab a sandwich, but it looks like you're closing. Oh my God, he's got a bit of a southern accent. No, it's fine. I take a step forward. What would you like? His eyes unhurriedly trail down my body, and when he stops at my chest, I fight the urge to cross my arms. I clear my throat, and he smirks again and finally looks me in the face. I'm easy, darling. Whatever you can whip up real quick. Want a soda while you're waiting? Nah. He flips the chair around and straddles it, then takes his phone out of his pocket. I'm good. Thanks, though. Before I head to the back, I look at him again, then quickly push through the door to make him a club on rye. My hands are unsteady, so I take a deep breath and pull out the ring I wear on a silver chain, fingering the gold band. Its texture calms me. The memories soothe my nerves. I tuck the ring back under my shirt and finish making his food. When I get back to his table, I hand him the sandwich in a to-go bag. Here you go. He looks at the bag in my outstretched hand, licks his lips, and stands. Kicking me out? What? No. You seemed like you were in a hurry. I refuse to admit his presence unnerves me. Nobody, ever, has had this effect on me. Admittedly, I close myself off, but this is something else. He's attractive, that's all. I can look, right? I was. And now you're not? His long fingers wrap around mine, still holding the bag, and I inhale at the surprisingly sharp contact, which is a mistake, because his leather and warm spice smell slides in with the tension in the air and makes my knees unsteady. Now I'm not. He gently pries the bag from my fingers and sits. I begin to walk away, but he kicks out the chair next to him. Have a seat. Oh, thanks, but I have to sit, babe. Oh no, I'm not falling for his charm. Just because he's using an endearment he probably tries on every woman he wants to sleep with doesn't mean I'm going to be one of them. Don't call me that. His brows shoot up. What's your name? I cross my arms and hold my ground. I don't know who this guy thinks he is. He probably has women sitting, lying, or kneeling with just a flash of his perfectly straight teeth. Rain. Rain. My name rolls off his tongue. Beautiful. You? Vaughn. Vaughn? I repeat for reasons I don't even know. It's an unusual but sexy as hell name. He takes a bite of his club, and being the perpetual hostess that I am, I get him a glass of water. Thanks, he mutters between bites. This is really fucking good. Finally giving in, I plop down on the chair. Customer service and all that. I know, I shrug. We've won the Best Of award for sandwiches 7 years in a row. We're good at what we do. He licks his lips, ridding the special sauce from them. You're cute, Rain. And you're trouble. I know his kind. Cocky, player, man-whore. The kind of man every woman wants to change, including me. He doesn't disagree and continues to eat. After shoving the last bite into his mouth, he crumples up the paper and finishes his water. I follow him over to the garbage can and then to the door. Thanks. I was starved. You're welcome. A moment passes, and the air becomes thicker, the tension tighter. He looks like he wants to say something, but shakes his head and opens the door. See you later, darling. See ya. I close and lock the door behind him, then rest a hand on my heart. This can't happen. Something like this can never happen. I won't allow it. I refuse. I've kept my word the past 2 years, and now is not the time to begin wavering. When he called me darling, I let him. I liked it even. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Damn. Bustling around the restaurant, I wipe all the tables, flip the chairs up, and mop the floor. Once done, I close out the drawer, tucking the money in a zippered envelope, then grab my purse and head out. Since the building is kind of old, I have issues with the door and have to tug pretty hard to engage the lock. I pull hard and turn the key, satisfied when the lock clicks. When I turn around, I run into a wall of muscle and leather. Whoa. Vaughn's deep voice penetrates my head as he grips my arms to prevent me from falling. Sorry. I pull away and straighten myself out. I didn't see you. Again, the tension between the couple of feet separating us is almost electrical, and I nibble on the inside of my cheek to give myself something else to focus on. I forgot to pay you. He tries to hand me some cash, but I shake my head. It's fine. Fuck no, it's not. My eyes widen. Seriously, it's all good. Woman, take the money. I've already closed out the drawer anyway. I tuck the envelope farther under my arm. Normally, my parents walk out together with the deposit, especially since we were robbed years ago. I didn't consider when I let Polly go home early that I'd be walking out of here alone with a bunch of money. Hence, another reason I shouldn't be left in charge. He scoffs at me as if I'm a child. You walk out of here alone with all that cash? Yeah, I guess. Not smart, Rain. You're asking for some thug to try to mug you or fucking hurt you. I bristle at his comment because I'm stubborn like that and begin to push past him, but he grabs my arm. I attempt to shrug out of his grip, but his hold just tightens. Let me go. He releases me immediately and holds up his hands in surrender. Relax. I really don't want you walking out alone, okay? You ain't gotta worry about me hurting you. You don't even know me. Something I need to change. Instead of fighting him, I relent. I don't know what's going on in your huge head, but whatever you think is going to happen isn't. It will. He doesn't even hesitate. It won't. My resistance is beginning to waver. He might come off cocky, but something in his eyes tells me there's more. That it's an act. That behind the darkness is a light fighting to get through. Again. Something I need to change. I shrug. He knows nothing about me. If he did, he'd know nothing could happen between us. There's nothing to change. I don't even know you, nor do I want to. Which is why I've got some work to do. Why? Still trying to figure that one out, Rain. It surprises me when he shifts nervously on his feet for a second. Then he smiles, and his pearly white teeth shine. Let me walk you to your car. Whatever. He follows me, and when I get to my car, I click the key fob, and am surprised when he opens my door. Not that I ever thought chivalry was dead, but I just didn't expect him to entertain the practice. Thanks, I mumble as I sit down in the driver's seat. Can I see your phone? I peer up at him, his body shielding the sun blaring behind him. What? I want you to call me when you're about to leave. Vaughn, I don't need... I'll work next door to you. It's not a hardship. What? It's still empty. The place next to me has been vacant for 7 months. What used to be a cute antique shop had to close, and I was very sad to see the local business leave the strip mall. The little strip mall also has a bar, a vitamin store, a hair salon, and a mortgage company. Not anymore. You're renting it now? Yes. What do you do? Tattoos. As soon as he says it, I laugh. I can't help it. I even snort once, but unsuccessfully try to cover it with a cough. His eyebrows rise. That's funny to you? No. I shake my head. I mean, yes, but not what you're thinking. Care to fill me in? The melodic tune of his voice gets a little sharper. My waitress, Polly, and I placed bets on what kind of business would open up, and I was right. You guessed a tattoo shop? I nod and wipe under my eyes. But the best part is that I get to pick out her outfit when we go out to celebrate my victory. His face reflects his confusion, and I roll my eyes as I start my car. I'm amused by very little. I suppose that's par for the course, since I don't have much humor in my life as it is. Never mind. Thank you for walking me to my car.
Anytime. And I mean it. I want you to get me when you're carrying around a shit ton of cash.
I mumble something in agreement, even though I do not intend to do so. Vaughn closes my door, and I wave as I pull away. I stop at the bank, deposit the money, and then go home, where I pick up the phone and call him, leaving a message when his voicemail picks up.
Hey, it's Brian. I can't answer because I'm doing something awesome, so leave a message.
Hey, it's me. So, guess what? I won the bet between Polly and me. Some guy is renting the place next door, and he's a tattoo artist. How funny is that? I'm going to find her a totally obnoxious outfit. She doesn't know it yet, but I can't wait to tell her. I'm thinking we'll go walking around downtown for a bit first, so that way tons of people will see her. Man, she's gonna hate me. So, that's all that happened today. I smell like onions, so I'm going to take a shower. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Chapter 2. Rain. Years ago, my parents decided to close the restaurant on Saturdays. I thought it was a mistake, because that's a busy day, but it ends up working out somehow. That means on Friday night, I go out, dance, and forget about everything else. I love few things in life: my parents, cooking, dancing, and my boyfriend. So as I slip my cropped jacket on over my strapless dress, I get giddy with excitement, knowing what's to come for the evening. My friend Kenny's engagement party is tonight, too. When the chime on my phone alerts me that my Uber is out front, I grab the gift bag and then lock my door behind me. The club isn't very far from my house, but I'm not about to walk a mile in 4-inch heels. I tip the driver a walk to the front of the line, waving at the bouncer, Tiny, as I walk through the door to complexity. Techno music shakes the walls, and I squint through the dimly lit bar. Hints of every color of the rainbow flash as I walk through, the multicolored disco lights reflecting off the mirrored walls. I grip one of the black leather couches as I let a couple pass, and when I finally reach Kennedy, he squeals. Hey, girl! Oh yeah, he's on my list of things I love, too. And his fiancé, by default. I love them for standing by me and supporting me and being my rocks over the past couple of years. When I didn't think I could handle things anymore, they gave me hope. When my hope started to deplete, they filled me up with the love I was missing. When my love turned to anger, they made me laugh. Hey, congratulations again. I hand him the gift. You didn't have to. He kisses my cheek, opens the bag, and pulls out the gift. His eyes look over the picture in confusion, and then they light up when he realizes when I took it. You're so sweet. I didn't know you took this. I know, I'm sneaky like that. I wink. Brad! He screams across the bar. His boyfriend looks up from the guy he's talking to and walks over to us. His 6'3" muscled and tattooed frame is intimidating, but he's nothing but a big teddy bear to me. Look, from our Rainy girl. Brad hugs me and takes the picture in his hands. When I proposed, he states. Thank you, Rain. I smile at the happy couple in the picture, and am so thankful I thought to snap that moment on my iPhone. Kennedy has been my best friend since junior high, and when he met Brad our senior year, I knew they were going to end up married. They're the absolute perfect couple. Brad is several years older, but that never stopped them. When Brad proposed to him, he did it at the lunchbox, where they happened to meet. Brad had been coming in for a few months, and he was one of my best tippers. I remember telling Kenny about him, so I joke and take credit for their relationship, but in reality, I've never seen two people more right for each other. You're welcome. Brad notices something on the other side of the club and takes off.
Girl, let's get you a drink.
Kennedy smiles and takes my hand. I follow him through the throngs of people and wave at a few familiar faces. When we get to the bar, he positions me in front of him and orders a Long Island. Brad's nervous, he whispers while we're waiting for my drink. What? Why? He rolls his blue eyes and shakes his head, the blonde strands staying from the copious amounts of product in them. His brother. I roll my eyes now. He's such a dick.
I know. After Wyatt's threats since Brad came out, he's been on edge. I told him not to worry, but he still does. He hasn't had a drop of alcohol because he's preparing for Wyatt to sneak in and cause a scene.
Brad's brother, Wyatt, flipped out when Brad revealed he was gay and dating a man. Brad hid it from his family for years for fear of what the reaction would be. His parents were reluctant, but accepted it. When Kennedy and Brad announced their engagement 6 months later, Wyatt lost it. He physically attacked Kennedy, calling him vile names and spitting in his face. He accused him of turning his brother gay and threatened to ruin Kennedy's life, threatened to kill him. Wyatt hasn't seen or spoken to either man since, but Brad is protective of Kenny and doesn't let him out of his sight. Kenny isn't what I would call a wuss, but he's a lover and not a fighter. He's the one who always sees the good in people. He reminds me of who I used to be, and keeps me going by pushing me to move on without forcing me to forget. I take my drink as Kennedy nods at the bartender, and then I follow his lean frame back to the table. Since he works here and Brad owns the place, I never pay for my drink. It's also why we have our own private section, along with a few other people who are here for their party. I sip my drink, and after about a half an hour, Kennedy catches my eye.
Wanna?
Let's do it. I slam the rest of my glass and make my way to the dance floor. Kennedy and I dance. I wiggle my ass against him, and he smacks it, laughing. Brad shakes his finger at me, and I blow him a kiss, then let the beat dominate my senses. My body sways, and I throw my hands in the air. A natural rhythm takes over as the music consumes me. This is the only place I feel comfortable doing this, letting the real me shine. I'm safe here. Not only is it a gay bar, but Brad has also asked the bouncers to keep an eye out for me, and they do. I dance with men who want to dance and not get into my pants. Not that I'd let anyone in there anyway. Even though it's been way too long and I've been tempted, I keep my promise and remain faithful to Brian. As the night goes on, I only head back to the table once to get some water. Kennedy and I continue to dance until my back is drenched with sweat and my feet are sore. A hand wraps around my waist and a hard chest presses against me. One thing I love about this bar, the men know how to dance. And this man is no different. Our hips sway in time with each other, and his warm breath on my neck sends a chill down my spine. I open my eyes and connect with Kennedy, who's dancing by himself. He winks at me. I wrap my fingers around the man's wrists that are on my hips and grind into him. His hands flex on me, and he pulls me tighter, rocking himself against my back at the same time his lips press against the sensitive spot beneath my ear. Fear has me instinctively pulling away, but he doesn't let me go. "You smell so good," he whispers right before his lips close in on my neck, sucking gently. "Tastes good, too." I'm now disgusted and ready to rip into this asshole for being such a perv. I'd expect this shit at a regular bar, but not here. That's why I come here. My fingers rip his hands away and I turn, pushing myself off him. I gasp at the heated look on Vaughn's face and take a step away. Kennedy wraps an arm around my waist. "I told you to be nice," he jokingly chastises Vaughn. I'm so confused. How do you know him? I ask Kenny. Under the perusal of Vaughn's cocoa eyes, I begin to tremble. His jaw tenses, and he licks his lips.
Why didn't you introduce me to your friend sooner?
He finally asks Kennedy.
Because I knew this is how you'd act around someone as pretty as she is. This is my Rainy girl,
Kennedy says, slowly walking us away from the crowd. Vaughn follows, and I swallow nervously, not quite sure why he looks mad.
Brad told you to behave around her, Vaughn, Kennedy muses as he pulls out a chair for me.
I sit and cross my legs. Vaughn flips the chair across from me and straddles it, sitting closer to me than needed. He seems to have no problem being in my space. I scoot back, and he smirks.
I am behaving, he laughs. I was just saying hi since I already met her at that sandwich place yesterday.
That sandwich place?
Phenomenal, right?
Kennedy asks as he sits next to me. Vaughn's tongue darts out and wets his lips.
Delicious,
he replies, his voice taking on a deeper tone than before. Steering the subject away before I get defensive about my restaurant, I ask, You're related to Brad?
Distantly,
Vaughn says as he lifts a shot from the table and slams it.
He invited me to his party tonight. I thought I told you about him before.
No, I shake my head at Kennedy. I don't think so.
My bad. He moved back about 6 months ago. Let me formally introduce you two then. Vaughn, this is Rain. Rain, this is Brad's cousin, Vaughn, who moved back home a few months ago.
Vaughn reaches for my hand, and because I was raised with manners, I go to shake his hand, but he lifts it to his mouth and presses a kiss at the pulse point on my wrist.
Nice to meet you.
I hate that I love how his mouth feels on me. I quickly rip my hand away. Yup.
Kenny!
Brad hollers from across the room. Kennedy holds up a finger at Brad and turns so only I can see his face. He mouths, You okay? This is why he's my best friend. Sometimes he knows me better than I do. I nod. I am okay with Vaughn. I just don't like that he's making feelings surface I've been trying to suppress.
Gotta go. Be nice, Vaughn. She's not just anyone, okay?
Kenny kisses me on the top of the head and disappears toward his fiancée. I pretend to look around the bar and take a drink of water, but when I finally look at Vaughn, I find his eyes already on me. In fact, I don't think they've left me. Vaughn, look, I whisper.
I am, and I really like what I see.
I knew earlier that he was trouble, but now, with his hands on me, and the thoughts I'm having that I know I shouldn't be, I've got to squash this before anything starts. Listen, His hair moves freely as he shakes his head.
Don't blow me off. I know that's what you're about to do. Don't do it.
I'm a lesbian, I blurt out. I'm flattered, but sorry. I've rehearsed the line so many times I almost believe it myself. Wish I believed it sometimes. He laughs. It catches me so off guard that I find my jaw open, and I'm staring at the way laughter changes the hard angles of his face to soft ones that make him less intimidating and more beautiful. Why are you laughing? You're the one in a gay bar.
I'm here for Kenny and Brad. I'm not gay, darling, and if you think that, then I gotta step up my game.
I'm not interested in playing games. I cross my arms defensively. Besides, I didn't say that you were gay. I said I was a lesbian. He laughs again. Once he catches his breath, he takes another shot.
The way you were moving your hips, grinding on my cock, damn, baby, got me hard as a fucking rock. You're not a lesbian.
Yes, I am. This is what I tell people when I get hit on, because the truth is too hard to bear. Sometimes I just don't want the reminder that I won't have anything else.
You're not a lesbian.
Fine, I sigh. Caught me. I'm asexual. He huffs.
No, you're not.
Am too.
Are not.
Am too! I screech. He extends his arm and runs a finger around my knee and up to the hem of my very short dress.
I try to pretend he doesn't affect me, but my breath hitches in my throat and my cheeks heat up. When he traces just beneath the hemline, I shiver. Damn it. Asshole. No, you're not. He smirks and squeezes my thigh before letting go. Crossing both arms, he rests them on the back of the chair. I clear my throat. Listen, I really can't. Whatever you're thinking. What am I thinking? I don't know. Then why can't you? Stop twisting my words, I huff. I'm not. Whatever. I reach for my purse and stand. Take a hint, asshole. Wow. Vaughn whistles. Here I thought you were a sweetheart. Didn't realize you were such a little tease. My hand flies so fast across his face it surprises even me. His eyes widen, and I stand straight, noticing Kennedy rushing over to me. I don't get to see Vaughn's reaction because I head out the opposite way. Kennedy's voice echoes in my head, but I pick up my pace. Tears obstruct my vision as I make my way to the door on shaky legs. When I get outside, cold air whips me in the face, and I shiver for a completely different reason, pissed that I forgot my jacket at the table. Since it'll take me just as long to wait for an Uber, I start walking home. I cross my arms across my chest and speed walk. Rain! Wait! Kennedy catches up and wraps an arm around my shoulder. What the hell happened? I stop walking and let him wrap his blazer around me. He said something that pissed me off, and I overreacted. I'm sorry. I didn't think he'd make you uncomfortable. I shake my head and wave my hand through the air. He made me feel too fucking much is what he made me feel. He made me want to break my promise. He made me question my loyalty. It's fine. He didn't make me uncomfortable. He pissed me off. Kennedy chuckles. Not like that's hard to do. What the hell did he say? He called me a tease. It just pisses me off because that's the furthest thing from what I am. Right? Was I flirting with him? God, Kennedy. I shake my head and sniffle. I don't even know. I gotta go. I need to call him. His face morphs to one of sympathy, an expression I'm so sick of seeing from people, and I turn to walk home. Kenny's been in my corner, but he's also tried pushing me into the center of the ring when I'm not ready. When I still have faith. It wouldn't surprise me if he invited Vaughn just because he knew I'd be attracted to him. Once I get home, I sit on the end of my bed and make my daily phone call. Hey, it's Brian. I can't answer because I'm doing something awesome, so leave a message. Hi, honey. It's me. I just got home from the club. Kenny and Brad look so happy. I wish you were here to celebrate with us. Anyway, well, I didn't really do anything exciting other than dance, so I don't have anything exciting to tell you. I'm tired, though, so I'm going to bed. I'll call you tomorrow. Love you. Chapter 3. Rain. He asked for you again, Polly says as she grabs the roast beef sandwich I just finished making. Vaughn's been out in the dining room for the past 2 hours, bugging Polly about me every 15 minutes. I haven't told her anything, other than who he is and that I can't talk to him right now. I don't talk about my personal life. The only people aside from my parents who know me are Kennedy, and Brad by default, since Kennedy tells him everything. I'm busy. She looks over at the empty order board and crooks an eyebrow. Shut up. I smile to hide the nervousness I really feel. You're the boss, she mumbles. Gotta deliver these. I rip my hairnet off and lean against the wall next to the fan. As she steps out through the swinging door, I catch his eye, or he catches mine. Either way, I can't bring myself to look away. He appears different from Friday night. Softer. He mouths my name, and I finally look down, my hair forming a curtain. A shield. Just like I hid behind all day yesterday. I stayed home and hid from the world.
Vaughn confuses me. For the first time in years, I felt something other than sorrow and loneliness yesterday because of him. For a moment, I didn't feel bad about my situation, and saw a momentary out. I'm not sure how I feel about feeling. I like being angry and pissed off at the world. It's easier to be mad than it is to admit how sad and lonely I am. Just as I'm about to walk out the back exit and get some air, the door swings open again. But it's not Polly. I don't need to look up to know who it is. His footsteps are heavy, and the toes of his black boots are a stark contrast to my white tennies. "Would you look at me so I can apologize to you?" His voice screams sadness. I take a breath and lift my head. His lips tilt up in a soft smile, and I tuck some hair behind my ear, pushing my shield away. "I was a dick." "It's fine." "No, it's not." "Vaughn, really, I overreacted and..." "You didn't. I'm sorry, all right? I won't try to make excuses, but I can promise I'll never talk to you like that again, okay? Besides, Brad will break every bone in my body if I piss you off again, and I have no doubt he'd do it." His fingers are tapping rapidly against his leg, and as he bites his lip, I realize he's nervous. His dark brown eyes study my face, hopeful, waiting for a reaction. "Okay," I agree. And I mean it. If he's going to be around Kennedy and Brad, I'll be seeing him a lot. A small swoosh of air leaves his mouth, and he unexpectedly pulls me in for a hug. His leather jacket smells fabulous, and his arms around me are oddly comforting and strangely familiar. I awkwardly pat his back, and he pulls away. "Okay, good." I can't help the small bubble of laughter that escapes me at the relief that spreads through him. "Did you eat?" "No, I wasn't sure if you'd spit in my food." "I would never." A sheepish smile takes over the nervous features from before. The worry creases between his brows have vanished. "I am starving, though." "Let me feed you then. I love cooking." He stands next to me as I prepare him a sandwich. Even though it's not complicated, I still concentrate on what I'm doing and don't even notice him inching closer to me. When I finish and hand him the plate, his fingers brush mine. "Damn, girl. Looks great." "Damn, girl, this looks great. I'm going to miss your cooking when I'm gone." Instead of letting go, my hand clamps down harder. I can't move. My knees lock, my heart pounds, and sweat forms on the back of my neck. It's suddenly scorching in the kitchen, and fuzz circles me, engulfs me. It chokes me to the point where I gasp for air. "Rain?" I look up at Vaughn, but then squeeze my eyes shut. I can't remember what he looks like. "What's wrong?" Why can't I remember what he looks like? Beneath my lids, Brian's face slowly begins to form. Green eyes, light brown hair. His nose was a little crooked, and he had a dimple on his right cheek when he smiled. "Rain?" "Okay, I remember now. It's okay. Everything is okay. It's going to be okay." Vaughn takes the dish from me and sets it on the counter. He shakes me, the jolt causing me to hit the plate, and his sandwich falls into the dishwater. The door opens, and Polly enters with some dirty dishes. "You okay?" "Yes." I scramble out of Vaughn's strong hands and wring my fingers together nervously. "I was just making Vaughn something to eat." "Oh, okay." Her words come out slowly as she begins to back away. "There are customers waiting to be cashed out, and I'll go take care of it." Without another word, I brush past Polly and hightail it out of the kitchen to escape the embarrassing situation. That's never happened before. Nothing like that has ever happened to me. I've never completely forgotten Brian. Not what he looks like, or what his voice sounds like, or how his laughter lit up an entire room. His energy was almost too much sometimes, but it was who he was. He was the man who loved me so much he said it hurt him. It physically pained him to think about what he would feel like if we weren't together. Vaughn is the complete opposite. He's calm and quiet. When he walks into a room, people notice him, too. But not because he's loud. He has an air about him that screams confidence. Why am I even comparing them? Polly comes out of the back to bust some tables, and I finish cashing out a couple of customers, then check on a table before I head back to the kitchen to clean up. I've taken a few deep breaths and feel much better now. When I open the door, I'm surprised to see Vaughn cleaning out the sink. You don't have to do that.
No big deal.
Thank you. His mouth opens to say something at the same time his phone chimes. He pulls it out of his back pocket and glances at the screen before shoving it back in.
I've got to go. My appointment is here.
Okay.
I'll see you around, Rain.
He stops right before he passes me and smiles, then pushes through the doors. A few seconds later, I hear the chimes on the front door, and Polly comes back with a mischievous grin on her face. What? I ask.
Nothing. Just wondering why the hot guy from next door had his hands all over you is all.
I roll my eyes at her. He was just helping me out of the way. Shit! He didn't get to eat.
Relax. She pats my arm. I'm sure he wouldn't mind a delivery.
The front door chimes again, and we both head out front to take care of the rest of the customers. For the next 2 hours, my mind jumps back and forth between what I'm supposed to be doing and a man I shouldn't be thinking about. I rub the ring on my chain to refocus, then begin the closing duties. Before I put away all the ingredients, I make another sandwich for Vaughn and walk out with Polly. She waves her fingers at me before I turn and go to the door beside my restaurant. When I push through Vaughn's place, I'm shocked to see the inside already up and running what appears to be smoothly. Only a couple of weeks ago, I happened to peek through the window to find the inside was empty. A tattoo machine buzzes from the back, and rock music plays through the speakers. The black and red chairs blend in with the dark floor, and pictures of tattooed bodies cover the walls. I don't want to interrupt whatever he's doing, so I wander around and examine the artwork. Some of the pictures are beautiful, some gory, and others are so realistic I have to squint my eyes in order to find the small lines that give away the fact that it's a tattoo and not a photo. I wander around some more, and after about 10 minutes, I begin to walk toward the back. Hello? The buzzing stops, and right as I'm about to turn the corner, Vaughn walks around it and almost runs into me.
Whoa,
he laughs.
What are you doing here?
I take a step back and hold out a paper bag. You never got to eat.
Oh, thanks.
He takes the bag and looks at my other hand containing the deposit.
Is that the money from your drawer?
Yeah.
You were going to wait for me to finish up so I could walk you out, right?
He raises a dark brow.
Rain.
Ugh. It's killing me that just hearing my name roll off his tongue causes my belly to tighten. Yes?
Good.
He grabs my hand and pulls me with him down the hall.
I only have about a half an hour left, and then I can walk you out.
When we get into the room, I smile shyly at the man sitting shirtless on a black leather chair, lifted into the air a couple of feet.
Lenny, this is Rain. You okay if she sits here while I finish up? Sure, man.
Hi, I wave. He gives me a head nod as Vaughn pulls a chair away from the wall. I sit down, and Vaughn puts on a pair of black gloves, then continues to ink the design on Lenny's arm.
You have any tats?
Vaughn asks me. I clear my throat. No.
Want any?
When I was younger, I used to.
No.
He chuckles.
I'll change your mind.
He seems to think he can be persuasive on several things, but I'm going to prove him wrong, I think. No, you won't.
If Vaughn Morris offers to tattoo you, little lady, don't turn it down.
Lenny chimes in, his deep voice echoing in the small room. Why? Is he good or something?
There is no or something about it.
He nods at his arm.
He's the best.
Really? I cross my legs.
I'm not gonna force you to get a tat, but the offer's always open, darling. Vaughn cuts off Lenny and gives him a look, clearly telling him to shut up. Deciding to lighten the mood and the tension quickly filling in, I tell him, well, if I ever change my mind, you'll be the first to know. You'd better. Vaughn does something that pauses the buzzing and pins me with an expression that's either meant to melt my panties or warn me, or both. I don't want anyone else touching your skin but me. My lips part, and through the small breaths I'm trying to take, I manage to nod. Everything that comes out of this guy's mouth screams sex, and he makes me realize how much I miss it. God, I miss sex. And I hate him for that. Or maybe I like him for that. Hell, I don't know what to think around him. He resumes tattooing, and we all continue with idle chit-chat for about 40 minutes as he finishes. Lenny hands over a large wad of cash to Vaughn and says goodbye before leaving. I just need a few minutes to clean up. Why don't you wait up front, and I'll meet you there? Sure. I sit on one of the chairs and flip through a magazine for a minute until he appears, walking and eating his sandwich at the same time. Ready? He asks after he swallows. Yes, but sit down and finish eating. I'm not in a hurry. You sure? I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. He sits in the chair across from me and devours his food. You know how to make a fucking sandwich. Thanks. How long have you worked at the restaurant? A soft smile pulls my lips upward. The question is, when haven't I worked at the restaurant? My parents have owned it for 20 years, and I literally grew up there. He licks the tip of his finger. I'm glad I decided to move into this place. Best decision ever. I laugh, and we both get up to leave once he's finished. He follows me and tosses his bag in the trash, shuts off the lights and music, and then closes and locks the door behind us. 2 men linger at the end of the sidewalk smoking cigarettes, likely from the bar at the corner 2 doors down from me. Vaughn wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me tight against his side. Aside from Kennedy and Brad, who are like brothers to me, and the occasional gay man at the club, who don't count, nobody's had their hands on me since Brian. I haven't allowed it. I thought I'd never allow it. When I try to pull away a bit, Vaughn's grip only gets tighter. No way. I give in and let him have his way because, in all honesty, it does creep me out when I have to walk out here alone and people from the bar are standing outside. Usually I'm able to leave early enough that if someone is outside, they're not drunk yet. The other option is to walk out of the back of the restaurant, but since there's an alley and a dumpster, I refuse to be there by myself. Bad shit happens in alleys. As we pass the guys, I'm thankful for the man next to me, and for the first time in 2 years, I allow myself this moment of security. Kennedy and Brad comfort me in their own way, the way a best friend does when they see you hurting. But this is different with Vaughn. Unexpected. And it pisses me off that I like it. I hit the key fob on my keychain, and when the lights flash on my car, Vaughn reaches it before me and opens my door. I toss in my purse and the money, then lean against the door frame. I don't trust myself around him, so I need to push him away. I haven't broken my promise to Brian yet, and no way am I going to do it with a guy I barely know. So what's your deal? What? Might as well just get it out there. I'm not going to sleep with you. His laughter catches me off guard, and I cross my arms. I got that when you slapped me across the face. I said I was a dick, and I meant it. I'm not gonna lie. I'd love to get you under me. But if you don't want me taking you there, I ain't gonna beg, sweetheart. I'm not the one who begs in my bed. He shifts his feet, and I swallow loudly. Believe it or not, I actually think you're pretty cool, and I like being around you. Plus, if you're friends with Brad, I know you're good people. I only moved back a little while ago, and as much as I like Brad and Kenny, I'm never going back to a gay bar again. Just thought it might be cool for us to hang out sometime. I want to believe him, and a part of me wishes I could allow him in my life. Should I risk it? No, I can't. Vaughn is somehow fogging my mind already, and it needs to stop. Plus, for Brian, I can't take the chance. When he comes back, I don't want him to think I wasn't true to my words. I don't need any more friends, Vaughn. His eyes flash disappointment. Wow. Okay. He bites his lower lip. That's fine. When he begins to back away, a rock forms in my stomach. I reach for him, but he jerks his arm out of my grasp. I didn't mean to make him feel bad. Shit, I'm not good at this. I wasn't expecting him. I didn't prepare for him. Vaughn. Nah, don't worry about it. It'd probably be better if you stayed away. For your own good. What's that supposed to mean? He lights a cigarette and tucks the pack back in his pocket. It means whatever shit you're hiding from might actually surface if you admitted it. I narrow my eyes at him. If I admitted what? That there's something here. He motions between us. That you want me just as badly as I want you. Is he a mind reader or something? This is why I can't with him. I don't want you. Do too. No, I cross my arms. I don't. Okay, Rainy girl. Since we're not friends, I won't tell you to have a good night. He then turns and walks away and gets into a beat-up old pickup. Any denial that I'm attracted to this man vanishes when I watch him ride away, not once turning to look back at me. Shit. My fingers shake as I grab my phone and dial Brian. Hey, it's Brian. I can't answer because I'm doing something awesome, so leave a message. Hi. I was just calling early today. I wanted to remind you that I love you. That's all. Okay. Bye.
Chapter 4. Vaughn. I get home and toss my keys on the wobbly table just inside my door. I'm renting a studio apartment a few blocks from the tattoo shop. It's a decent place, kind of small, but it's got a small nook right by the window, and I use that for sketching. The natural light is a big bonus, so as soon as I saw that, I knew I wanted this place. As I go through the mail, the card I sent falls to the floor, and I reach down to pick it up. I wish the fact it's unopened surprised me, but this is what happens every single time I send a card to my mom. There are no tape marks on the envelope, like maybe the words inside wanted to be read. My own mother. She doesn't read my letters. The curiosity never gets the better of her. And this year for her birthday is no different. So I do what I've done every year since I was 15. I open up the card and dial her number. It rings 4 times before the answering machine picks up. You know the drill. I'm going to read what I wrote on your card. I clear my throat before reciting the words on the inside. Mom, happy birthday. I hope you have a great day. Are you doing okay? I worry about that all the time. If you ever change your mind, I'm always here. I'm sorry, Mom. So fucking sorry. I can't change things. I can't take them back. I wish for once you'd just sit down and talk to me about it. Just once, Mom. Please. I moved back to town, as you can tell from the return address. Don't worry, though, I won't stop by. I know how you feel about me visiting. I will always have this number if you want to get hold of me. I'll never change it. Take care of yourself. Love, me. Ever since I left my mom that voicemail yesterday, I've been in a shit mood. I'm a 26-year-old man who misses his mommy. How pathetic is that? It was probably stupid for me to move back here. I should go back to the South, but now that I've met Rain, I don't want to leave until I find out more about her. She's lying through her damn teeth, and as much as it stings that she said she doesn't want to even be friends, I'm willing to hold out for her, because something's there. My neck is stiff from working all day, and I'm almost done with a large flower pattern on a big-chested blonde. She asked, and I agreed to go grab a drink with her afterward. I know the only reason I did is to prove something to myself since Rain's rejection, and I also know I'm a damn idiot. Since I finally got my security system installed. When the front door beeps, I look up from the tattoo I'm wrapping up and see on the monitor Rain standing inside. A smile forms on my mouth. But then I remember our conversation and I forcefully flatten my lips. Once you get your shirt back on, you can meet me out front, all right? My client Tracy didn't need to take off her top. I could have easily done the side tat with it just pushed up. It's not the first time, though, and I'm sure it won't be the last. If I said I never took advantage of the offers I received after tattooing a woman, I'd be lying. She nods. Okay. The gloves slap against my skin as I pull them off, and when I walk around the corner, Rain smiles and quickly holds out a bag. Peace offering. I was a bitch. It takes seeing her again to question myself. She looks genuinely sad right now, and as much as I want to take her peace offering, I think it actually might be better if we just left it as we did last night. She might be cute, and she might have a body to die for. Hell, a part of me thought, just for a split second, that we could hang out. I felt like such an asshole for coming on to her at the club, and if I had known she was Kenny's best friend, I never would have touched her. But I did touch her. And fuck me, I loved it. Her body molded against mine, and it felt so damn good. She smelled delicious, and her skin tasted so sweet. She is the perfect remedy. I just want to be consumed by her. If that wasn't enough for me to want to get to know her, she got all sassy with me. I loved it. I love that she slapped me and that she doesn't just put out. Easy is good, but man, it's boring. And Rain is not boring at all. She's intriguing. I'm not the kind of man who wants a challenge in a woman. I want easy, I want fast, and she's none of those things. Hell, she's more than all of those things combined. My heart softened for a moment, and I actually thought, I don't know, I'm just missing the connections that have been severed for 11 years. A desperation I've been seeking clawed its way out of the corner it's been hidden in. Momentary stupidity, I guess. Yeah, you were. But that's okay. No hard feelings. When I don't take her sandwich, even though I want to because I'm starving, and I know it'll be amazing, she sets it on the counter, twirls what appears to be a class ring on her necklace, and looks at the floor before making eye contact with me again. I'm really sorry. It's okay. I don't want any friends either, Rain. It was my mistake. I just felt like a dick for the way I treated you, and because you're Kenny's best friend, I didn't want hard feelings. My tone leaves no room for argument, but I can't take the fucking hurt in her eyes. It's brief, it's subtle, but it's there. She's upset. Oh, well, Her voice trails off, and her eyes widen as a pair of heels clicks across the floor. Tracy links her arm through mine. Ready? Yeah. I'll just go and, see you later. Rain darts out and her long auburn hair sways across her back as she disappears outside, with the goddamned money bag under her arm. Fuck. Come on. Tracy tugs at my arm. A huge spiral of guilt bangs around in my chest. Fear, anxiety, fucking stupidity. I can't anymore. She purses her cherry red lips. What? Why not? You just said 2 seconds ago that you were ready to go. I forgot about an appointment. Oh, well, here. She leans over me, brushing her large tits against my arm. Grabbing a pen from the desk, she writes her number on a piece of paper. Call me. Yeah, sure. As soon as she's out the door, I toss her number in the trash. She hasn't known me long enough to care if I call her or not. She'll go out tonight and find another man to bring home, and I'll be long forgotten. I shut everything off and turn on the alarm and lock the door. It's almost 4, so I doubt Rain's still anywhere around, but I hope I can catch her. Unfortunately, her restaurant is locked up, and her car's gone, so I hop in my truck and head to Brad's house. I need to find her and make it right. I can't have this sweet woman turn sour because of me. Once again, I've managed to fuck everything up, but if there's anyone who will give me her address, it's him. No. Kenny, I'm not asking you. I grind my molars together and bang the back of my head against the wall. I need to talk to her. No, he he shouts. "She's my best friend, and if she doesn't want to talk to you, I'm not going to betray her trust and give you her address." Fuck. I squeeze my fist, and Brad smiles at me in sympathy from the couch across the room. "Just fucking tell me." "Vaughn," Brad warns. "Dude, you just met her. Why are you acting all weird about her?" Kennedy wraps an arm around Brad when he sits on the couch. Brad's not technically a member of my family because I really have no family, but still, he knew what happened and didn't judge me for it. He was the only one to actually talk to me about it. I appreciate him not blabbing my personal shit to his boyfriend. It's not something I talk about, not something I try to think about. "I'll give you her number," Brad says. "No, you won't." Kennedy looks at him like he's insane. "If she really doesn't want to talk to him, she can block his number. He's a good guy, Ken. I promise he won't hurt her. He's never hurt a woman, ever." Kennedy looks unconvinced but relents. "Look, man, I started off on the wrong foot with her and I just need to make it right. I have to make it right." "Fine." He stomps over to the kitchen while Brad texts me her number. My phone vibrates in my back pocket, indicating I received it, and I silently thank him, then begin to walk out. "Vaughn," Brad calls. "Yeah." I stop with my hand on the knob. "Just tread lightly." "Sure. Thanks." I drive fast to get home, and as soon as I get in my apartment, I sit on the couch and dial her number. After the second ring, she picks up. "Hello?" She sounds hopeful, excited. "Rain?" "Brian?" Who the fuck is Brian? No, it's Vaughn." She stays silent for a moment, and I let out a breath before continuing. "Listen, I need to apologize to you. I don't know what the hell is going on between us, but I don't want to ruin it by being a dick, okay?" Her sigh is one of irritation, not the same as when she answered. "We don't have to do this. There isn't anything between us to ruin, Vaughn." I want there to be, damn it. And I know there is, so I need to wait for her to realize it, then I will. There isn't? There can't be. Hesitation. I hear it. We can't even be friends? It'd be nice if the person who made my lunch every day didn't hate me. "I don't hate you," she whispers. Now's about the time I hand over my man card. "Can we just start over?" "Sure." She answers immediately. I'm surprised she gave in so easy. "Really?" "Yeah, really. I mean, we can be friends, right? We should be because we work next to each other and we have mutual friends. There's nothing wrong with two people becoming friends." The sexual tension is gonna suck, but I can control myself. She acts like her face doesn't flush when she looks at me, or like I don't see her eyes trailing down my body. If she were anyone else, I'd have already had her then disappeared out of her life. So for the first time in forever, I'm going to be just friends with a woman. I'm going to try, at least. But my hope is that we can eventually be more, because I've never wanted someone as much as I want her. Maybe it's because I know I can't have her. For whatever reason, though, I'm certain I want to be around her. She makes me fucking happy. Okay. Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Okay. Night. Night, Rain.
Chapter 5. Rain. I hang up the phone with a smile on my face, but when I realize what I'm doing, I press my lips together. It's okay for me to have a friend, right? Brian would be okay with that. I already have Kenny and Brad, so what's another male friend? I can do that. Some days it's hard for me to admit how lonely I am, but lately it's been getting worse. Kennedy and Brad have been harping on me to get out there and live my life, to stop letting the past consume me so much that I don't enjoy the present. They try to tell me I'm getting old, but I'm only 22 years old. I know they're just saying that to get under my skin, so that I'll give in and move on. It's unbelievably difficult to do, though, when your future is so bleak and the life you dreamed of, or at least thought it was what you wanted, gets ripped from you. When I take the last swallow of wine out of my glass, I get off the couch and make my way to the bathroom to take a shower. By the time I get out, the moon is risen. I leave my hair wet, put on a pair of pajamas, and climb into bed. My phone rings, and Kennedy's beaming smile illuminates the screen before I accept the call. "Hey!"
I'm sorry,
he squeaks. "For what?"
"Giving Vaughn your number. Well, I didn't, but Brad did, and I didn't stop him."
"It's okay." I stood up and walked to my window to look out at the small pond behind my house. "Are you alone?"
"Yeah, Rainy girl. I'm alone."
His sympathetic tone makes my eyes burn with unshed tears. I take a deep breath and tell him what I've been afraid to say out loud. I forgot what he looked like.
"Oh, honey, it's okay."
"No, it's not. I was talking to Vaughn and kind of got lost in his eyes for a second, and I forgot Brian's eyes, his face. I'm a horrible person."
"No, you're not.
You're a human being, Rain.
It's been 2 years. I understand that you loved him, but you can't stop living because he's not anymore."
"He could be," I yell. "They never found his body. He could still be out there somewhere, and I promised I'd wait for him."
"He's gone, Rainy. It's okay to move on."
"No, it's not. I promised him. I promised Kennedy. I never say something I don't mean. Never." Tears now flow freely from my eyes, and I grab a tissue from my nightstand to dry them.
"He wouldn't want this for you. God, Rain!" he shouts. "He wasn't serious. He'd want you to be happy. Do you really think he'd want this for you?"
Kenny doesn't know the real Brian. He doesn't know the things that went on between us. He doesn't know. Nobody knows. He didn't want me to be with anyone else.
"I want you to wait for me, Rain. I don't know how I'd survive if you weren't here for me. I couldn't live without you. I can't live without you. You're my whole life." "And you're thinking about being with Vaughn?"
"No," I gasp. "No,
You're attracted to him?"
"He's very attractive."
"He is."
A purr comes out of his throat, and I can picture him winking at me.
"Ew.
He's going to be your family. That's gross." I laugh. He chuckles too, but it quiets down after a second.
"It's really okay, Rain. I promise you that it's okay. Brian'd want you to be happy."
"I'm happy with the memories. I can live off those, right?"
"You know how much I love you. But, honey, you were only with him for 2 years before he disappeared. That's not enough memories to survive a lifetime on."
"I want it to be."
"It's not." He sighs.
Vaughn and I agreed to just be friends. I tell Kenny to convince him, and myself, that it's platonic.
"Can't wait to see how that works out."
I can picture him rolling his eyes. I shake my head even though he can't see me.
There will be nothing to see.
"Sure, Rainy girl."
He doesn't believe me any more than I do, but I need to try.
Kenny has been so busy with Brad, and I hate being the third wheel all the time.
I finally give in and tell him goodnight when I realize the conversation isn't going anywhere. It was nice to tell him about my fear from earlier today and have him assure me it's okay. Before I go to sleep, I have one more call to make.
"Hey, it's Brian. I can't answer because I'm doing something awesome, so leave a message."
I normally talk right away, afraid that my message will cut off if I talk too long. But right now, I don't really know what to say. "Hi. So I guess I'm just calling to say goodnight. I hope you had a good day. Please call me. I really need to talk to you." I hang up, and after leaving Brian a voicemail, I hold my phone against my chest and pray now more than ever that he calls me back. The lunch rush is crazy today, and as I'm clearing dishes off a table, the bell rings on the door. Before turning around to greet the customer, I close my eyes for a moment. I didn't sleep well last night, and the dream I had about Vaughn holding me in bed
Made me want to vomit when I woke up this morning. Hey there! I turn and find the exact set of eyes that haunted my dreams staring at me. He doesn't say anything, but looks around, then points at a table. Can I sit there? Why am I speechless? Why the hell can't I talk? Why do I lose my resolve when I'm in visual vicinity of him? I clear my throat. Yeah. Cool, thanks. I scramble to the back and set the dirty dishes down. Polly is taking a quick 5-minute break for a phone call, so I rush back out to the front, cash someone out, and then head over to Vaughn's table with a menu. Hey. Hi. He holds his hand out. I'm Vaughn. I own the tattoo shop next door. I smile when I realize what he's doing. Starting over. When I slide my hand into his, I pretend to ignore how good it feels. I'm Rain. Can I get you something to eat? Just give me the daily special with some water, please. Got it. I grab the menu off the table. Be back in a few. He winks at me.
Before I head to the back, I check on my other tables and then go make his sandwich.
When I set it on the table along with his water, I don't have any time to talk, and I proceed to run around like a mad woman. Without my mom and dad here, I'm doing the job of 3 people. The rush finally slows, and when I make my way out of the back, Vaughn's table is vacant. Polly catches me looking at it. He paid and left about 5 minutes ago. Oh, okay. It shouldn't upset me that he left without saying goodbye, but it does. When we've cleared all the tables and the day is done, I lock the door behind Polly and count the drawer. He wanted to start over, and I agreed. But at the same time, I don't. I just plain want him, and it hurts that I can't have him. It hurts that I have to hide who I really am around him. As I'm putting the money into the thick envelope, I grab my phone and shoot Vaughn a text. Me. I'm about to head out. Vaughn. Be there in 5. Me. Thanks. I scroll some stupid news site while I wait for him. He knocks on the door, and I grab my things and meet him on the sidewalk after locking up. He takes a step closer to me, like he's going to touch me, and then pauses and steps back. I was worried you would take the whole starting over thing too literally. I'm glad you called me. I didn't call. I texted. He huffs out of breath. Smart ass. Are you done for the day? No, I have a few more appointments. You the only one who works there? I unlock my car and get in. Yeah. He stands at the open door with a hand on top of my vehicle. I've had other people work with me before, but it never ends well. Why is that? He contemplates my question. I don't really know. It just never worked out. I guess I'm too much of a perfectionist to have my name attached to something I didn't do. Because if you work at my shop, then your tattoos represent me, you know? I can understand that. I thought you might. I don't want him to leave yet. Do you ever get to take a vacation? Why? Do you want to go somewhere with me? Full of yourself much? He shrugs. I can do whatever the hell I want. Perks of being the boss. I try to take off Sundays, but that's about as much of a vacation as I've taken. My engine purrs as I start it, but I can't think of anything else to say that doesn't make me sound desperate. Speaking of, I've got to get back to my client. Oh my God, you left someone in there? Yeah, no biggie. See you tomorrow. He shuts my door and waits for me to drive away before he walks back to his shop. I blare my music to avoid the thought running through my head on the way home. As I'm pulling into my driveway, my parents' ringtone blasts through my car. I click the Bluetooth button. Hello? Hi, honey. How are you? My mom yells over the wind. I'm fine. How are you? Are you guys having fun? Yes. I finally have reception, so I wanted to call you, but it's so windy I can barely hear you. It's okay. Everything here is good. What? Everything here is fine, I yell back. Good. Daddy says hi. Tell him I say hi back. I'm going to go. I'll call you when it's not so loud. Love you. Okay, bye. Love you too. I hang up and go inside, then order some Chinese. The night goes by uneventfully, and before I go to bed for the night, I call Brian.
Hey, it's Brian. I can't answer because I'm doing something awesome, so leave a message.
Hi. My parents just called. They're still on their cruise. I pause as I wait to think of something else to say. Well, I'm really tired. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Do you only do tattoos? I'm sitting on the leather couch up front while Vaughn is behind the desk eating the sandwich I brought over for him. This past week, he's come over daily for lunch, but when I didn't see him today, I freaked out a little bit. Seeing him every day makes me really happy. It's the damn highlight of my day, quickly replacing hearing Brian's voice every day. Vaughn answered my text right away and just said he was swamped. So since we didn't have any customers at 2, I sent Polly home and closed early for the day, and came here while he had a couple of free minutes.
Yeah, why? You want a piercing?
Psh, no way.
You thinking about getting a tattoo again?
I never said I wanted one in the first place. When I told him that I didn't want one, I was lying. There is one thing I would like to get, something I've wanted for years. But yeah, kind of, I admit when he rolls his eyes at me. Wrinkles appear on his forehead when he raises his brows.
Really?
Yes, I sigh.
What do you want?
A flower. He doesn't laugh like I thought he would, since it's so cliché.
Which flower?
Bird of paradise. I want something that means freedom. Something that reminds me it's okay to be free and stop carrying so much baggage on my shoulders.
Nice.
He tosses his garbage away.
Where do you want it?
I point at my hip. I want it to start here.
That'll look good. Can draw you something up if you want.
Oh, I'm not going to get it.
Why not? You afraid of how much it'll hurt?
Again, he surprises me because I'm expecting some smart-ass comment, but he doesn't deliver that at all.
It's going to hurt. I won't lie. But if it's something that means something to you, if it's something you want to look at every day in the mirror and have it remind you of whatever that art means to you, you'll push through the pain.
I wish he'd stop being so perfect. It's making it hard to stick to this whole friends-only thing. What about you?
What about me?
He comes and sits next to me on the couch, and I turn my body so I'm facing him. How come that arm doesn't have any, but the other arm is covered? The expression on his face changes, but I can't quite tell to what. It's almost as if he looks pained.
I have my reasons. Maybe I'll tell you someday.
Okay. He reaches out and grabs my hand, then tugs a little.
Come back here. Let me see how big you want this thing.
Oh, no, I'm not really going to do it. At least, not yet.
I'm not going to do it right now, but I'd love to draw something. You don't have to, though.
Okay, I suppose it won't hurt anything to see what it could look like. I follow him to the back room, and he points at the table.
Have a seat.
After hopping up, I remove my purse from across my body and set it next to me. He stands in front of me and makes it nearly impossible not to smell him, touch him.
Lie down and turn to the side a little.
I have to close my eyes for a moment, so I stop looking at him and hope he'll read my mind. When I don't twist enough, he uses his hands and rolls me over more until my side is facing up. So gentle, but I know if he put a little muscle into it, he could have me in any position he wants. Any position I want. On my stomach, on my knees.
How far down do you want it to go?
My throat tightens, and I swallow, hoping to wash down some of the lust that's risen. I'm not sure. Honestly, I haven't thought that much about it. What do you think? I turn my head to watch him looking at me. His eyes are trained on mine, and the lids become heavy, much like mine feel. His fingers toy with the bottom of my shirt.
Can I?
Yeah. He watches as he slides the fabric against my skin, and he raises it. Right before he reaches my bra, he stops. His finger glides down over my ribs, and the pressure increases the farther down he goes. Goosebumps erupt where he touches,
and I tremble under his inspection. He retraces the path back up and dips over, skimming the sensitive skin below my breasts. We both inhale sharply, as he uses just one finger to slide back and forth. He finally looks up at me instead of my bare skin.
Have you thought about going lower?
The slight southern accent in his words is more pronounced, and it causes another part of me to tremble. Lower?
Lower.
He draws an imaginary line from under my bra all the way down to the waist of my jeans, then continues over the denim until he reaches the top of my thigh. Even through the thick material, his touch warms me, sets me on fire.
The stem could begin down here. I could make it pulling, almost, away from the ground, like it's freeing itself. The bird of paradise is a symbol of freedom, so it'd be like a double meaning. But if I did that, I'd need to start lower, so I'd have more room.
He flexes his hand on my thigh and then steps back.
Plus, I think it'd just look kick-ass. But it's entirely up to you.
I sit up, so I'm facing him again. My mouth can't form words. My mind can't even comprehend what's swirling around it. I jump down and grab my purse with the intention of getting the hell out of here because it's too much. He's too much. I shouldn't get excited from another man's touch. It's inappropriate. It's so wrong. It's cheating. And I am not a cheater.
You okay?
I can't do this.
Get a tattoo? You don't have to. It's
you! I can't with you. You can't touch me. You can't make me feel things, Vaughn. I can't.
He holds his hands up. Sorry, Jesus.
After he angrily runs a hand through his hair, he continues talking.
I won't touch you, but you need to stop looking at me like you want me to.
I don't.
Rainey, baby, you do.
I step closer to him.
I do not.
I don't, do I?
If I didn't know any better, because you've made your distaste for me quite clear, I'd say you wrote the freaking book on teasing a man.
My head shakes and I huff. I am not a tease.
Okay.
He walks out of the room and I follow him, stomping. Hey! I don't tease you, Vaughn. We're supposed to be friends. When he stops short and turns around, I run into him. My purse falls from my hands, and I reach up and grab his arms to steady myself while he holds me around the waist. He takes a step forward, and I take one back. We move again the same way, almost dancing, until my back hits the wall. His chest rapidly rises and falls, while my breath locks in my throat. I'm the one to pull him closer, and the instant he feels the movement, he slams his mouth against mine. My fingers tighten on his arm, and he lifts me by my butt. My legs wrap around his waist, and we both let out a moan when his very hard dick grinds against me. He nips at my bottom lip, and I open my mouth. Our tongues crash together, and I move my hands from his arms to the thick head of hair. I've been secretly wondering if it was as smooth as it looks. I tug on the strands, and he growls, then presses into me harder. His hands knead my butt and thighs, and I lock my legs tighter around him, rubbing against him as I chase the orgasm that's been teasing me since the moment I saw this man. It's been so long for me that I can already feel my core tightening, and I whimper into his mouth. Using my hands to the advantage they have in his hair, I turn his head the other way to try to gain some control over our kiss. Not so easy to concede. I feel him smile against my mouth, and the door beep at the same time. We both freeze. He gently kisses my lips before he turns his head, blocking my face from view.
Hey, man, he says. I have an appointment at 5? Yeah. Give me a few.
Vaughn pats me on the thigh, and the weight of what I just did bears down on me so hard I almost fall to the ground. He steadies me, and without looking at him, I grab my purse and haul ass, making sure not to make eye contact with the guy sitting in the waiting room. The cool fall air hits me in the face and almost immediately dries the tears that fall impulsively. He calls my name,
but I ignore him and quicken my steps until I reach my car. Just as I'm grabbing my key fob out of my purse, he steps up behind me and traps me between him and my car.
Rain?
I'm sorry, I cry. He turns me around, but I can't bear to look at him. I'm a horrible person. The worst. He grabs my face and tilts my head up.
Why the hell are you crying?
The words are on the tip of my tongue, but I'm so scared to say them. He's going to think I'm awful, which I am. But I don't want him to. Or maybe I do. Either way, I need to be honest with him. If not for me, then for Brian. I hold my eyes shut for a second and finally summon the courage to look at him. I have a boyfriend.
Chapter 6. Vaughn. Faster than if she were on fire, I drop my hands and step back. This is not happening. This is why she's been holding out. She already has a man? You're fucking with me, right? No. I'm sorry, God, Rain. What the hell? I might not be the most moral person in the world, but I'd never put my hands on someone else's woman. He's not... I don't give a fuck. I start backing away from her. You need to get your shit together, babe, because the next guy you pull this on might not be as nice as I am. She wipes away the wetness from her face. I didn't pull anything. I didn't mean to. To what? Tell me what you didn't mean to do. I stop a few feet away from her and grab a cigarette out of the pack in my back pocket and light it. Tell me. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. I've lived my entire adult life being certain I was going to get something before I went after it. At heart, I'm a pessimist because if something could go wrong with me, it always did. So when I finally decide I want something, I make sure I won't leave disappointed. And I want her. I thought she was just playing hard to get. Thought she was just scared. The attraction between us is so intense it even startled me at first. That was why I was willing to hold out. But this is fucked up. Vaughn. Whatever, Rain. My ego bruised like a motherfucker, and it pisses me off that she managed to actually hurt me. Nobody's ever done that before except my mother. And after learning the bitter lesson she taught me, I made damn sure not to let it happen again. I'll see you around. She doesn't protest or say anything else, and I don't look back as I walk to the shop. I toss my smoke on the ground and stomp it out before heading inside to work on my next client. I managed to get through the appointment and avoid a lot of small talk, blaming it on the fact I need to focus on the intricate details of the portrait I'm putting on his chest. I cancel the rest of my clients for the night because I can't concentrate anymore. When I make my way outside, I look over at the bar and contemplate drowning my sorrows in a bottle, but decide against it and head for my truck. Alcohol was never a vice of mine. The ride home is usually one of my favorite things, but as I roll the window down, the wind that normally makes me feel free is like one big slap in the face. I back into my parking space, and when I get to my apartment, I toss my keys on the counter and grab a beer from the fridge. I sit on my chair by the window and turn on the overhead light, then open my sketchbook to an empty page and begin drawing a bird of paradise. As soon as the colors blend with the page, everything else fades away. The stress of the day vanishes, and I've forgotten the girl who marked herself on me, at least temporarily. After 5.5 hours, I can barely keep my eyes open, so I shut off the light, take my clothes off, and fall into bed. Vaughn? I recognize the girl from next door, but I don't know her name. Yeah, sorry. I never got your name. It's Polly. She holds out a paper bag. This is from Rain. She said... Listen, I'm sorry she put you in the middle of this, but I don't want it. I don't want her food or anything else from her. You can either throw it in the garbage yourself or leave it here, and I'll do it after you leave. I go back to the butterfly I'm designing and don't look up until the door beeps again. This is the first day we've been working at the same time since she rubbed her little body against mine and made me experience more than just a hard-on. She's closed on Saturday, and I was closed on Sunday. This definitely isn't the way I wanted to start off the week, especially since I spent all of yesterday drawing and in denial about how much it sucks that I can't have the only person I've ever really wanted. I'm adding a little shading to the wings when the door chimes again. Rain walks in and throws the bag at me. I don't attempt to catch it, and it falls to the floor. Take the damn sandwich. I love that she's such a mouthy little thing. Don't want it. Vaughn, eat the sandwich. I pick up the bag, then lean over the counter and drop it into the garbage can. She tosses her hands in the air. Oh my God, seriously? My head is down, and I'm pretending to ignore her when that's the furthest thing from what I want. I want more than anything for her to tell me she was lying, to say it was a joke or something. But in my gut, I know that's not the truth. I don't know anything about her man, and I don't give a shit. I'll be damned if I'm going to be played. Will you please let me explain? I can hear the sadness in her voice, and I squeeze my pencil so hard it snaps, but I continue to ignore her. It's better for both of us. She's taken, and I'm a fool for allowing myself in this position. When I don't answer, I hear her feet shuffle and the door slam shut. Certain she's gone, I finally look up and release the breath that was pushing against my chest and cutting off the oxygen supply to my brain. I managed to get through most of the day without thinking about her too much, focusing instead on my work. Drawing is what saved me before. It's what got me through a lifetime of abuse and betrayal, and is the only thing that's been consistently loyal to me. When the alarm I set on my phone goes off at 3:30, I finish wiping down the table I was cleaning for the 5th time, and then go outside. Between 3 and 4, I scheduled to be between clients. For this. For her. I knock on the door to the lunchbox, and she comes over and unlocks it. It pains me to look at her. To know I can't have her, to know how damn good it would be, but to have to deny myself the satisfaction of being with her. Before she says anything, I talk. You're still not walking out of here by yourself. You ready? She quickly blinks a couple of times and clears her throat. In like 2 minutes. I'll wait out here. I turn away and lean on the building, then light a smoke as I wait for her. Sure enough, when 2 minutes pass, she comes out. She follows me when I start walking to her car and doesn't try to strike up a conversation. We get to her vehicle, I stop and flick the rest of my cigarette, then wait for her to get in. Thank you, she says. I nod and walk back to the shop and continue my day, with a damn knife in my heart. Fuck. I'm almost done with the flower I'm sketching for Rain. I have no clue why I'm even still doing it, when my phone rings. I pick it up and wait for Brad to yell at me. You can't even let her explain. Nope. She's got a man. Not much more to explain. There is, Vaughn. If you'd quit being so stubborn and let the poor girl talk, maybe... She's not a little girl, Brad. She's a grown-ass adult who knows damn well what happens when you test a man. I was giving her time. I was waiting. But I can only be pushed so far. He sighs. If you would just listen, I did listen when she had the opportunity to talk. Now, I'm done listening. You're going to regret it. When you finally pull your head from your ass and give her 2 fucking minutes to talk, I promise you, you'll regret it. Nothing to regret. Stop being so headstrong. I have to be, I yell, because when I'm not, you know what happens. You know what fucking happened. I'm the only one who gives a shit about me, Brad. If I don't look out for myself, nobody else will. She's not your mother, Vaughn. Damn it. I really need to stop comparing everything that happens in my life to my mother, thinking every relationship will end up like shit because of her. You're right. But Rain is someone who can and has already disappointed me. I hang up before he has a chance to try to change my mind. As I sit on my bed alone, I'm hit with a sudden reminder of my childhood. I spent so many nights alone in my room, but not alone in the house. The sounds of my mother crying would keep me awake. Or my stepdad yelling. Glass breaking. I toss myself back on the bed and throw an arm over my eyes, as if it'll help shield the memories from penetrating. When the flashbacks become too real, I get up, grab a beer from the fridge and sit at my table, stretching my back before I begin to draw. Same as when I was a kid. It immediately pushes the dark shit away, and nothing but color fills my eyes. I had a cancellation this afternoon, so I'm doing nothing but waiting for my alarm to go off so I can walk Rain to her car. As I'm tapping my foot on the ground, the door opens, And I look up to see none other than the woman I want so badly to be mad at, that I want to be able to push away, but I know will end up just coming back. "Can I make an appointment?" she asks before I can even say anything. My pride is telling me to say no, but my heart, the bastard, is telling me to stop being so stubborn. I shouldn't, but I can't say no. I'm booked pretty far out. "That's okay. I can wait." She steps closer to the counter. I flip the pages of my appointment book and create an opening. I usually book around 4 months out, but I'll switch some stuff around for her in a few weeks. "Want to come in on the 23rd? "Yes." My eyebrow raises. "You didn't even check to see if you could." "I'll make it work." Scribbling her name, I try to hide a smile. "Okay. I've got you down for 6. "Okay. Thanks, Vaughn." "Yep." I toss the pencil down and look up to see her walking out. Shit. I hurry out the door to catch up with her. "You don't need to walk me to my car, Vaughn. I know you don't like me, and I get that. I deserve it. So please, stop acting like you have some obligation to me." I grab her arm and step in front of her. "You think I don't like you, Rain? Really?" She shrugs her shoulders and wets her lips with her tongue. I watch the movement and remember what her mouth felt like against mine. "I like you too fucking much, okay?" I admit. "I like you too," she whispers. Christ. I run my fingers through my hair and take a breath. Am I really willing to see this through with her even though she has another man in her life? "You're with someone else?" Her eyes become damp and she nods. "You really think your man would be cool with you hanging out with a guy you threw yourself at?" She pushes up on her toes. "I didn't throw myself at you." "You didn't say no." "You're right," she sighs. "I didn't." We stand in the middle of the sidewalk, and as she searches my face, I do the same to her, not exactly sure what we're looking for in each other, but almost certain the other person could be the one to provide it. "What do you want from me?" I break the silence. "A friend. I could really use a friend right now." My shoulder muscles tense when I look up at the sky. I feel like the universe is playing a joke on me or something. When I wanted friends as a child, I wasn't allowed to have any and had to sneak around when I played with them. As a teenager, I only had guys who had my back if I had theirs. No real friendships. And now, as an adult, the woman who I want to be more than a friend wants me to push those feelings aside and be just her friend. But I already know she's worth it. I can't promise you anything, Rain. I don't know if I can be that, and deep down, I know this is going to end badly. You know it too. It doesn't have to. She's unbelievable in every sense of the word. I need to walk the fuck away from her. I know I do, but I don't understand why I can't. What are you going to tell your boyfriend? What's his name? Brian. What are you going to tell Brian? I already did. I told him I kissed someone else, and I apologized, and... A kiss? I grunt. You think that was just a fucking kiss? No. I start walking toward the parking lot. I can't. I won't be a fucking pawn in whatever relationship shit you're dealing with. She hurries to catch up with me. You're not a pawn. God, can't you see? I cut her off and stop a few feet from her car. Can't you see that you're asking me to do the impossible? You're asking me to pretend to be happy with what, Rain? Friendship? When you and I both know it's more than that. We're already past friends. Yes, I think. Maybe before, baby. Maybe before I had you in my arms and felt your legs quiver around my waist as you were about to come against my cock. Maybe before then. I swallowed and have to take a breath. But since you were moaning into my mouth and pulling my hair? No. Hell no. 'Cause there's no way I can be around you and not want more. And there's no damn way I can be around you and not be pissed at you for taunting me with... I didn't mean to. She stomps her foot. I didn't mean to. Do you think I wanted to feel this way about someone else? I have to end this conversation because it's not going anywhere. You want a tattoo? I'll do it. Only because I don't want someone else fucking it up and because I spent 11 hours drawing the damn thing. You drew the flower? Yes, I drew the flower. A nod at her car. Go home. I'll see you tomorrow. She waits for a second, but then opens the door and sits in the driver's seat. I begin to walk back when she calls my name. I'm the one who hesitates this time, but give in and turn around. There are exceptions to everything, Vaughn. Even love.
Chapter 7. Rain. I'm going to run this down to Vaughn, I tell Polly, holding up a bag with a sandwich in it. You sure? Last time we tried that, he threw it in the garbage. Yeah, I'm sure. Be right back. I'm lying to myself if I say I have a clue about what I'm doing. Yesterday, I thought for sure he was going to tell me that no way in hell he would tattoo me, but when he agreed, I jumped at the chance. Before I open the door, I take in some air and then slowly let it out. This is my way of moving on, or at least taking the steps. Having my skin permanently marked by another man isn't just about the tattoo. It's about the guy I'm trusting to do it. About the promise to myself to make it up to him for being so unsure, when I know deep down I'm more sure about him than I have been about anything else in my life. I step inside and am met with silence. Vaughn! I holler. Still getting no answer, I walk to the back and peek around, only to come up short. Figuring maybe he ran an errand or something, I go back up front and sit at the desk to write him a note. Just as I'm putting pen to paper, the door whips open. Hey! A man with large gauges in his ears and tattoos up to his chin walks in and shuts the door behind him. Hi. I nervously look behind me, hoping to see Vaughn, but he's still nowhere to be found. Vaughn around? I don't know where he is, actually. He looks at his watch and plops down on the couch. I'll just wait. Do you have an appointment? Yeah. He's finishing my chess piece. Hopefully this'll be the last session. I come around the desk and lean on the counter. How many times have you had to come? 5. This will be the 6th. Holy shit. He laughs. Yeah, but I had to wait 5 months to get in with him for a piece this big, so I don't really care how long it takes. Almost half a year? That other man said he was good too, but I had no idea his wait list was that long. Yup. As soon as word spread that he was back, he booked up immediately. What are you having done? He stands and pulls his shirt over his chest, and I step closer to him. It's a little bit of everything. I see that. Tribal designs, a small portrait, a name, a skull. So much. But it doesn't look clustered or sloppy or anything. Somehow everything flows beautifully. I'm compelled to touch the pinup girl because she looks so real. It's amazing. What's up, Rain? Vaughn's voice scares the crap out of me, and I whip my head up so fast I hit this guy on his nose. He curses and covers his face as blood trickles down to his chin. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I turn to Vaughn. Do you have any paper towels? He just stands there, looking pissed off. I've never seen him look this angry. His arms are crossed, and his jaw is clenching. He finally goes to grab some paper towels. Sit. I grab the guy's arm and pull him to the couch. Tilt your head up. It's okay. Tilt your head up. It's supposed to help the bleeding. He laughs. It actually doesn't. How do you know? My dad is a doctor, and I'm a skateboarder. He leans forward and pinches the bridge of his nose, holding his shirt against it. I've broken my nose more than once. I broke it? I shriek. Not quite. I'm so sorry. Chip, he answers. I'm sorry, Chip. Here you go, man. Vaughn tosses a roll of paper towels at Chip, and I have to reach out and grab it since he's trying to stop the bleeding. Chip takes it from me and rips off a few pieces. Why don't you go clean up, then I'll meet you back there, Vaughn asks, but the demanding tone doesn't leave him a choice. Chip gets up, and I follow. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about it. Chip tries to smile, but between his bloody shirt and the paper towel, he ends up looking like a freak, and I can't help the giggle that escapes.
Vaughn and I both watch him walk around the corner. Then he turns back to me.
Why are you here?
I shrink into myself a little at his angry tone. Is everything okay? You look really upset.
Why are you here?
I brought you lunch. Such a lie. He shakes his head and then crowds me into the countertop. I try not to melt into a puddle from him being this close.
What did I say yesterday, darling?
He's so close, but not touching me. His arms cage me in, and his t-shirt barely brushes against me when he inhales.
Didn't I tell you that I couldn't be around you and not want more?
My pulse throbs so hard I can feel it in my neck. Yes?
So then, why are you here?
I tilt my head back so I can look into his eyes, so I can see him. I don't know. He scoots closer, so his hard body is against my trembling one.
What do you want?
His lips are practically begging me to kiss them, and his eyes are reflecting the same damn thing I'm feeling. Lust, confusion, pain. What the hell is wrong with me? How can I stand here and pretend that I only wanted to bring him a sandwich? I wanted to see him. I wanted to talk to him. And, shamefully, I wanted him to touch me. My head falls forward and lands on his chest. He sees right through me. He knows I want what I can't have. He damn well knows I want him. We stand like this for a minute before he kisses the top of my head and backs up.
Go back to work, Rain.
I listen to him walk away, and finally raise my head and leave, completely and utterly defeated. Work goes by painfully slow. Polly asks me if I'm okay 12 times. Scrubbing the floor takes out some of my frustration after all the customers have left. Some of my hair falls out of my ponytail, and sweat drips down my back. A familiar knock sounds on the door, and I reluctantly get up to answer it. Vaughn stands there with an expectant look on his face. I unlock the deadbolt and walk back to my scrub brush without opening the door. As I'm dipping my hand into the bucket again, his boots come into view. I'm cleaning the floor.
I see that.
You can leave. I'll be here for a while.
Call me when you're walking out.
As soon as I hear the door close, I get up to lock it, then sit down on a chair and call him. I don't even hear his voicemail message, but the beep is loud in my ear. Hey, we really need to talk, Brian. Shit. I don't know how to say this, but I think I'm falling for someone else. And I don't know what to do. Tears roll down my cheeks, and I wipe my nose with my sweatshirt. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, Brian. You need to tell me. I need you to tell me what to do. I hold the phone away from me while I take a few deep breaths. Please, I beg into the phone. Please tell me what I'm supposed to do. I hang up, wipe my nose with my sweatshirt, and decide I'm done scrubbing floors for the day. Without cleaning up any of my mess, I grab my purse, shut off the lights, and then get the hell out of this place. When I start to drive away, I make a last-second decision not to go home. So at the intersection where I normally turn right, I turn left. Parking across the street, I use my key to let myself into Kenny and Brad's place, but be sure to announce myself. I've walked in on a few things I wish I could unsee. Kennedy? I close and lock the door behind me. In the kitchen! I turn the corner, and the moment he sees me, he sets the spatula down and opens his arms. I willingly fall into them and let him do what he does best. What can I do to help you? He rubs my back and runs his fingers through my hair. I hate seeing you like this. I don't know. I pull back and dry my eyes with the napkin he handed me. I don't know what to do. He pats my arm and then grabs 2 shot glasses. I smile and open the freezer to take out the bottle of mint schnapps and then the chocolate syrup from the fridge. After he pours, he hands me my glass, and I hand him the chocolate syrup.
After the deliciously cool and tasty liquid slides down my throat, I open my mouth, and he squirts some syrup into it. "So good," I mumbled, wiping the corner of my lips. He hands me the bottle, and I do the same to him. I can't remember where we began taking these shots, but it tastes like a cookie, a delicious chocolatey treat. I'm not a big drinker normally, but tonight it tastes better than it probably should. "Let me finish this chicken. Did you eat dinner?" he asks. "No, I'll go find a movie. Is Brad working at the bar all night?"
"Yup, he's been having some issues with complexity. Lots of undesirable people filtering in, so he's spending a lot more time there lately. It'll just be us."
"Really? I missed going to dance last Friday, but for what I can remember of the last time, it was the same type of crowd."
"Yeah, I guess word is spreading through the college that single girls go to have a good time, so a bunch of douchebags are coming in and hitting on the girls. Meanwhile, the gay men are getting pissed because they feel like the straight guys are trying to take over the place. It's a mess."
Damn, that really sucks.
"Yeah, it does, but he's dealing." He points at the living room. "Go find a movie, I'll be right there."
I grab our shot glasses and the schnapps and syrup, and make myself comfy on his couch. I find a funny movie and cue it up, then wait for him to join me. He comes in carrying 2 plates.
"Hope you're hungry."
"Not really, but I know I need to eat." I take my plate and press play for the movie. Since we've both seen it about 5 times, he starts talking right away.
"What happened?"
No need to sugarcoat anything. "I went to bring him a sandwich, and he called me on it."
"On what?"
I hold up a finger as I swallow.
"That I wasn't really there to bring him lunch."
"What were you there for?" "That's where my answers end, Kennedy. I don't know. I just know I wanted to see him. How is that possible? I mean, it's not like I'm in love with the guy. Although I did tell Brian I thought I was falling for someone else." I try to process my thoughts and feelings out loud. "You just answered your own question, Rainy girl." "What do you mean?" I scoop a pile of mashed potatoes in my mouth.
"You're totally in love with him."
"Who, Brian? Of course I am."
"No."
He puts a hand on my knee.
"Vaughn."
I set my fork down and lean back on the couch. I hardly know him.
"So what? I fell in love with Brad without even talking to him. The second he came into the lunchbox and sat at the table next to me, I knew instantly. Not every love story has to have a huge beginning. Some of them can be love at first sight. It's totally a thing."
He squeezes my leg, then pours us each another shot. I take our dirty dishes to the kitchen, and we finish watching the movie. But not until after we've had 3 more shots and a popcorn fight. "It was bleeding so bad, Kenny," I laugh. "And it's not funny, but it was." He laughs right along with me and wipes his eyes. Like the bend and snap." "Yes!" I scream. Kenny falls off the couch and hits his elbow. "Shit! Oh, my word." He rocks back and forth holding it, and I laugh even harder. Are you okay?" "No, ow. Why do they call it the funny bone? It should," he burps and giggles. "It should be called the hurt bone or boner." My jaw hurts from laughing so hard, and I lean down to help pull Kennedy to his feet, but end up losing my grip and fall on top of him. We're one big pile of mess when a frantic Brad calls Kenny's name. We both look up, meeting the angry eyes of Brad and Vaughn. Oops, I forgot to call him when I left the restaurant. They stare at us, and I try not to laugh, but fail miserably. I point at Kennedy. He said boner. I collapse on top of him and erupt into a pile of giggles. Without warning, I'm being picked up, and I grab onto whoever it is. When my fingers wrap around Vaughn's leather jacket, I whip my head to his very unamused face. The movement makes my brain spin, resulting in vomit spewing out of my mouth before I have a chance to warn him.
Chapter 8. Vaughn. I close my eyes for a second as her puke slides down my jacket, frustrations quickly replacing the unease I've been feeling. She mumbles, "Sorry," as her head falls backward. I adjust her in my arms to support her neck, then look behind me at Brad. "Where do you want her?" He's trying to hide his laughter and coughs, but it ends up squeaking, which makes him laugh harder. "Follow me." When I reach for the room he leads me to, I deposit a nearly passed-out Rain onto the top of the bed. She moans, which I'm sure is a direct result of feeling like absolute shit now. I shut the light off, and Brad meets me in the hallway, handing me a hoodie. "Thanks. Are you going to stay?" My plans when we came here were unclear, but seeing as how she completely ditched me shows me she really doesn't give a shit. No. After I had gone to see if she was ready the first time, I waited for a couple of hours before I went to check on her since I hadn't heard from her. But when she wasn't there, and her car was gone, I tried to call her. She didn't answer. I knew she was upset, and I hate that I'm part of the reason for it. So Brad gave me her address since he could tell how worried I was when I called him. I drove to her place only to find it dark and empty through the windows. I tend to care too much, and I couldn't leave without knowing she was okay, so I stopped by the bar, thinking maybe she ended up there. Brad couldn't get a hold of her or Kennedy, so we came here right away. I know Kenny is gay, but seeing her lying on top of him and laughing made me want to punch him in his pretty boy face. Instead of doing that, I didn't even think before I yanked her off him, even though I wasn't sure what the objective was. Following Brad, I step into the kitchen and toss my jacket and t-shirt into a garbage bag he holds out for me, before putting on the hoodie. "Thanks, man." "No problem." Nothing more needs to be said at this point. She's obviously played me, and more than it pisses me off, it brings up so much shit from the past that I'm just barely containing my rage. "She needs you." Just as I reach the door to leave, Kennedy's slurred voice stops me. I turn and cross my arms. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Rainy girl. She needs you." He stands, and on unsteady feet walks closer to me. "She'll never admit it to you, but since he—" "That's enough, Kennedy. Stay out of it." Brad interrupts him. "No. Tell me." I raise my voice. "Fucking tell me what she won't, because I'm not playing these fucking games anymore." "He's never come—" "Kennedy." Brad puts his hand over Kennedy's mouth. "Stop. It's not your place." Kenny struggles to get out of Brad's grip, then grips his arm so he doesn't fall. "He deserves to know. And I know you. You know it. I mean—" Brad rolls his eyes, and Kennedy storms off as well as a drunk person can, then slams the door to their bedroom. "What is he talking about?" I ask him, hoping he'll understand my frustration. "Nobody tells me anything, and I'm walking a really thin line with her, Brad." He sighs and tucks his hands in his back pockets. "Do you want me telling everyone about your personal shit?" "I'm not asking you to tell everyone. I'm just asking you to tell me, the man who she's playing like a goddamn puppet." "She's not playing you, Vaughn. She's confused." "Why the fuck are you picking her side? Is it because of the rope?" "It has nothing to do with the past. She's a sweet girl, Vaughn." "Damn it! Just tell me!" He crosses his arms. "It's not my place. I'm done with this shit." I walk out, but his voice stops me. "You'd be okay with me telling her about your mom and stepdad?" "You can't compare the two. What happened with them doesn't have any effect on my relationship with her." He nods. "I get it. I do. The only thing I can say is to give it time. I promise you, she'll be worth the wait." "So I'm just supposed to wait, huh? For a girl who is not only unavailable, but who also puts another man in front of me? Sound familiar?" "Never again, Brad." I do my best not to stomp away as I leave. I crank up the radio in my truck, wishing this whole thing was just fucking easier. By the time I make it home, I'm actually exhausted. I hop in the shower before I get in bed, and the second my head hits the pillow, I fall asleep. I'm sitting at the desk when she walks in. Her hair is up in a messy bun, and she's wearing sunglasses so I can't see her eyes, and it pisses me off. "Here." She holds out a dry cleaning bag with my jacket that I forgot at Brad and Kennedy's when I left the other night. Thanks.
I'm sorry I puked on you.
It's okay. When she turns to walk away, I hesitate to go after her. I shouldn't. So I don't. When 4 o'clock rolls around, I walk over to the restaurant, wait for her outside the door, and then walk her to her car. I ignore the tension, the anger, the desire, the fucking disappointment. She simply thanks me before shutting her car door. Those 2 words coming from her soft voice are the highlight of my day. Weeks go by with no new revelations. Weeks of me asking why I'm doing this to myself again. Why I'm wasting my time on someone who clearly doesn't give a shit about me. Why I'm still walking her to her car, protecting a woman who puts another man before me. Einstein said the definition of doing something over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. Guess that makes me insane, then. I want to ask where he is. What the fuck he's doing allowing his girl to have another guy making sure she's safe? What kind of man does that? Where the fuck has he been? Her parents got back last week, and since then, I haven't bothered to walk her to her car since I saw them all walking out together. The perfect little family. The kind of parents I always wanted. I've been dreading, but looking forward to tattooing her forever, it seems. When she comes in for her appointment, I hand her a release waiver, have her sign it, and then motion for her to follow me. I'll need you to stand while I apply the outline first.
Okay.
Lift up your shirt and push your waistband down. I wait for her to bare her side to me, and when the pants aren't low enough, I slide them down farther. The only reason I'm able to hold myself back from doing what I really want to do is because I'm a professional. I take my job very seriously and refuse to make her an exception. I carefully apply the stencil and rub it a little longer than necessary, because even through the paper she feels so damn good. After slowly peeling it away, I slide my stool back and examine it. Perfect. I nod at the mirror. Check it out. Let me know what you think. I don't want bullshit about how you love it when you really want to change something. Be honest, because once it's there, it ain't coming off. She angles her body toward the mirror, and I watch her face in the reflection. After taking a quick glance, she turns back to me.
Looks great.
You didn't even look at it.
I did. Please, just start.
The only reason I even continue is because I know it'll look amazing. I don't do shitty work, ever. Fine. Hop up and lie on your side. It's hard to avoid talking to her when I want to ask her so many things. I want to see if she's as miserable as I am. I want to know why she's torturing me. I want to know if she's ever going to let me in. But it's for the best. She's taken, and I refuse to be the second choice in any woman's life ever again. She jumps when the machine buzzes. Tell me if you need a break, okay?
Okay.
The first press of the needle makes her suck in a breath. Good?
Yeah.
With as gentle of a touch as I can manage, I trace the outline. When small drops of blood form under the needle, it hits me square in the chest. I have to stop and pretend to be adjusting my machine to compose myself. I hate that I'm making her bleed. That's the last thing I want to see. She doesn't flinch when I press the pedal this time, and I manage to continue even though it's killing me that I'm causing her pain right now. An hour goes by, then 2. I asked if she needs a break multiple times, but she always says no. When I'm on hour 3, the outline is complete, and I've even gotten a good start on the color. My back is killing me, but being able to touch her, even through the latex, makes the pain worth it. I'm about to switch needles when she finally speaks.
Are you done?
I can if you want me to be.
No, it's fine. I just want you to finish it.
You want a break? Grab some water or something?
No.
I don't know her well enough to diagnose her feelings based on one word, but if I had to guess, I'd say she's hurt. And that hurt has turned to anger. Whatever. If she thinks she can take it, then I'll finish. I lose myself once again, and an hour and a half later, I wipe away the excess one last time. All done.
Can I get up?
Yeah, but be careful. She doesn't listen and hops off the table. Her body sways and she reaches out to steady herself on the table. Shit. Told ya. I grab a bottled water from my mini-fridge and hand it to her. Here.
Thanks. She slams half of it and then turns to look in the mirror.
Again, I watch her eyes. This time, they fill with tears, and she covers her mouth.
Holy shit.
Like it?
Vaughn, it's amazing.
She touches it, then pulls her hand away super fast.
Shit, it's sore.
Yeah, it will be for a couple of days. Here, let me cover it up. I slide my stool over and apply ointment, then some saran wrap. I take off my gloves and rip a piece of tape. I never do that, but because it's her and because I've been literally itching to feel her bare skin against my own, I do it. When my fingers touch her skin, I almost lose my shit. She's so damn soft and smooth. All done. She puts her clothes back in place and tries to discreetly rub her eyes.
How much do I owe you?
I begin cleaning up. Don't worry about it.
Hell no. I'm paying you. How much?
I turn and cross my arms. How many fucking sandwiches have you given me and not taken my money?
Not enough to cover a tattoo.
I don't want your money. I want you.
I saw that man give you a wad of cash for something way smaller than this. How much did you charge him?
$1.50 an hour. Her mouth drops and I raise an eyebrow, and that was a discount. Just keep giving me food and we're good. She grabs her purse and flinches when it rubs against her side.
I owe you sandwiches for life, then.
I'm good with that. For the first time since she's been here, she smiles at me.
Well, I guess I'll see you around.
Yeah, I guess so. Before she leaves, I turn to grab an instruction sheet. She takes it and walks away. I watch her on the monitor, and when she's finally off the screen, I grab the first thing I see, which happens to be a metal replica of my truck, and throw it across the room, hitting a framed picture of the first magazine article featuring my work. When the glass crumbles down to the ground, I do the same.
Chapter 9. Rain. I shift in the seat to try to keep the seatbelt from rubbing against my freshly tattooed skin. The short ride home seems to take forever, but when I finally walk in the door, a tidal wave of emotions break the dam. My purse falls from my arm, and I scream into the empty room. I don't even cry because there's no point. Crying won't bring him back, and crying won't give me answers. I'm way past being sad. I'm even over being confused. Now, I'm just fucking pissed. I'm pissed at Brian for making me promise to stay faithful when he knew damn well there was a chance he wouldn't come back. I'm pissed at the man who promised we'd have a life together and then fucking left me. I'm pissed at Vaughn for being so fucking perfect. I'm pissed that I'm questioning myself for holding on to something I should have let go of a long time ago. It's time. Time to let him go. With a jerky arm and angry steps, I get my phone from my bag and go to the couch. The past few weeks, I've been slowly realizing how miserable I am without Vaughn in my life. I feel even lonelier without seeing him every day as I'd gotten accustomed to. Wanting Vaughn has nothing to do with Brian. What I feel for Vaughn it's more than I ever thought possible. It's all-consuming, and it's what I've always wanted. Sliding my finger across the screen to unlock it, I take a deep breath, then dial Brian's number. It's time to end it with him. We're sorry, but the person you are calling cannot be reached at this time. Please hang up and try again later. What the hell? I mumble to myself, and then dial again. We're sorry, but the person you are calling— No. I stand, tripping on my feet before regaining my balance. No, this isn't happening. I physically type in each individual number, stabbing my screen. We're sorry, but I have to make 3 attempts before I end the call. Please, no. Not now. I grab my purse and run to my car. On the way to my destination, I continue dialing his number, only to get the same result. No, no, no.
I park crookedly in their driveway and run to the house, banging on the door. It's pretty late, but I don't care. Kristen! Aaron! Open up! Are you home? The door whips open as I'm pounding, and I almost fall into their house. Rain, what's the matter? Brian's mom puts an arm around my shoulder and ushers me inside. His phone doesn't work anymore. It says he's not available. Brian's dad, Aaron, walks into the room. Why isn't his phone working anymore? What happened? I ask him. He glances over at Kristen, and they share a look. Guilt. What happened? Did they find him? My hopeful and naive self asks the question I'm smart enough to know will never result in the answer I want, or used to want.
They didn't find him, Rain. He's dead, just like he's been dead for years.
Aaron, Kristen chastises.
No, she needs to hear this. Again.
Aaron sits directly in front of me and grasps my hands.
Rain, Brian is dead. He's not coming home. He's never coming back, and he would want you to move on with your life.
All the fortitude I'd mustered up over the last few weeks is immediately gone, vanished into thin air, just like my boyfriend. That's not true.
What part?
All of it. They never found his body. He could still be alive.
Really? Where would he be? Aaron sits back and crosses his arm. Living in a fucking cave?
Maybe some people took him or something?
Rain, he didn't go to a foreign country where rebels are going to capture someone. There are no pirates. He's dead.
I shake my head. No.
I can't do this, Christy. I'm sorry, but I can't deal with her anymore.
He stands and runs angry hands down his face.
I've been paying for his cell phone bill for years, Rain. I've been erasing your voicemails so there was room for you to leave more, but it's been too long. Did you really think you could leave voicemails for 2 years? Damn it. I need to move on. You need to move on.
He walks away, and Kristen sniffles next to me. He's right, she says with a shaky smile. It's time to let him go, Rain. I thought I was going to. I was going to leave him a message and tell him. I was going to let him know how sorry I was for breaking my promise. My throat burns and my chest tightens. But how am I supposed to tell him goodbye when I can't hear his voice one last time? And I can't say the words out loud to him? It wouldn't matter anyway. He never heard your messages. He did. He didn't, Rain. He never did. Aaron and I kept it up for you to give you peace of mind, but it's just been too much for us. We can't continue to pretend that our son is still alive. He died doing what he loved, and he's never coming back. You need to move on. But he made me promise him. I pull out my rings and finger them on the chain. He made me promise to wait for him to come back. She shakes her head. He wasn't serious. I was. I stand and walk to the door in sheer disbelief. I was. And I can't believe I was willing to go back on it so easily. A weird state of numbness rushes through my mind, then hits me and flows through my veins. I slowly walk to my car in a trance. Kristen follows and tries to talk to me, but I only hear a muffled noise. After getting in my car, I go home on autopilot. The darkness of the night is worse when my eyes blur. When I make it inside, I drop my keys and purse on the floor, then go straight to my bed. The pain from my tattoo is like a punishment for thinking I could be free. It's my repercussion. I pull the covers over my head and shut the world out.
She's in here. I'll text you in a few.
The covers are ripped from me, and the bright light burns my eyes, even though my lids are closed. Rainy girl, what the hell are you doing to yourself? Kennedy lifts me up by my arms and makes me sit up, which forces my eyes to open. I stare at him, but can't form a word to answer. I have never been more confused about anything in my life, and I don't have the answers. Are you okay? Your mom called when you didn't show up at work. Thought you were sick or something.
Again, no answer.
Rain, talk to me. He grips my face and forces me to look at him. What happened?
My body goes limp under his hand, and I fall back on the mattress. He takes the hint and stops pressing me, but I hear the click of a text message being sent. His face hovers over mine, and he offers a sympathetic smile.
I won't push you, but I need you to tell me if you're hurt at all. Physically.
I shake my head.
Do you need anything?
I answer the same way again.
Okay. I'm going to go in the other room, but I'll be checking on you later.
He closes the door behind him, and I turn over to my side opposite my tattoo. The light behind my curtains begins to get darker as the hours go on, and my bladder is shouting at me to empty it. I haven't moved since I came home last night, not because I didn't want to, but because my body wouldn't let me. It takes some effort, but I finally get up and drag my feet down the hall to the bathroom. When I'm pulling up my pants, I forget that Kenny is here, so when he gasps, it scares the shit out of me.
What in the hell is that? He shrieks.
A tattoo?
Oh, Rain. Have you been taking care of it?
Amongst all the things assaulting my brain, taking care of my tattoo wasn't one of them.
Shit,
I mutter. I peel the plastic off and cringe at the once bright and colorful tattoo whose colors seemed blurred. Did I fuck it up?
I don't know. I've never had a tattoo.
He leans closer to it.
It looks mushy. Fuck. Since you're talking again, why don't you tell me what the fuck is up with you?
I disregard his question because I'm not ready to answer.
Am I supposed to wash it? I don't know. Fuck it. I'm sure I already ruined it, just like everything else in my life.
He sighs.
What happened?
Kenny's been my shoulder, my rock, my sounding board, and I need him now more than ever. I'm just afraid that he's going to think I'm rotten.
I was going to leave him a message.
I look down at my feet.
I was going to tell him that I was moving on with my life.
I dialed his number and had the words on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't because Brian's parents shut off his phone. With burning eyes, I grab a tissue.
I went to their house, and it was just awful. Aaron yelled at me that he was dead, and I needed to move on, and Kristen agreed with him, and I laugh. The irony of this is that I was going to tell him. But now that I can't do that, I'm disappointed in myself for even thinking about going back on my word.
A long stretch of silence fills my small bathroom before he speaks.
His parents are right.
I bristle at his comment.
No, they're not. He could still be alive somewhere, and I'm not. You're delusional. You're ruining your life over a guy who is dead, Rain. He's dead, and he's not coming back.
Don't say that, I cry.
It's the truth. I'm sick of walking on eggshells around you. I'm sorry, so sorry, but he's dead. And you need to move on before you kill yourself from a broken damn heart from a guy who didn't ever fucking deserve you.
My already fragile heart shatters a little more at the insulting words from my best friend.
Get out of my face, Kennedy. No! Jesus Christ, Rain. How long are you going to live in denial about this?
I'm not. He loved me.
Okay, maybe he loved you, but he's not coming back. And it'd be a shame to waste all the love you have to give on a man who can no longer receive it.
When I swallow, it hurts my scratchy throat. Something about what Kenny just said resonates. I think that's what, under all my feelings, is at the root of it all. I loved being someone's everything. I loved loving. And although things went on behind closed doors that nobody knows about, I don't want to feel like I'm giving up on Brian. He needed me more than anyone knows, more than I'd ever admit. But he's gone.
You're right. His eyes widen. I know I am. It's not your responsibility to make someone else happy. You need to worry about you.
It clicks. Like a missing piece to a puzzle,
The edges align and snap together. Except this is my life. It's not a game. It's not about me waiting for Brian. It never was. It's the fact that I'm holding on to a feeling I was afraid I'd never find again. Brian needed me in a way that nobody else knew about, and I was so scared to fail at being what he needed. Exactly. The boulder that was pushing logic away in my brain for 2 years rolls down my spine and pushes against my lungs. I need some time alone. You sure? Yes. Okay, then. He hugs me, even though I don't reciprocate, and leaves me alone. As soon as the door closes, I lean against it and sag to the floor, letting the weight of his revelation pull me.
Damn, baby. What did you do?
Vaughn's voice stirs me, and when his arms slide beneath me, I grip his jacket. A satisfaction I haven't felt in such a long time makes me feel weightless in his arms. He deposits me on the bed and lifts my shirt, his gentle fingers skating around my side. Even through all the messed up emotions, he manages to make my belly flutter. I hear him suck in a breath. Is it ruined? Kennedy asks.
Let me clean it off. Can you get me some warm water, a washcloth, and a dry towel?
Kennedy doesn't reply, but his footsteps fade, and Vaughn's hands pull my yoga pants down a little.
I need you to lift up on the other side so I can get these down farther and clean you up.
I roll over to my back and lift a little. He grabs the waistband and tugs until the entire tattoo is visible. When his fingers graze my skin again, my gaze shoots up to him. His eyes are like cocoa, so warm and inviting. He tempts me to curl up with him and let him take away the coldness I've been feeling. But I doubt he'd even be willing to anymore. Not after how I treated him. Here you go. Kenny's voice snaps me out of my haze. Do you need anything else?
Nah, man. This should be good.
I wish I could stay, but I've got to get to work. Kenny kisses me on the forehead and grasps Vaughn's shoulder. Let me know if you need anything. I can swing by later.
Sure, man.
We both watch as he walks away, and when the door shuts, Vaughn gets to work peeling the rest of the gross plastic wrap off and cleaning the area with the washcloth. Willing him to look at me, I don't take my gaze away from his face. His brows furrow, and his jaw clenches every once in a while, and I try not to wince from the pain when he touches the sensitive skin. I don't know what to say to him. Do I apologize? Do I tell him about Brian? Did I ruin it? I blurt, desperate to talk to him, even if it's not what I really want to say.
It should be okay. We've got to get some air to it and let it scab over. But I think it'll be all right.
He stands and tosses the dirty towels into the hamper, then deposits the garbage into the can.
Do you need anything else?
I need more. I need you. Why are you so nice to me?
I don't know.
He runs a hand through his hair.
I wish I had a reason other than the fact that...
The words die on his tongue, and he just shakes his head.
I don't know.
With a heavy sigh, he heads for the door. As his hand reaches for the knob, the fear of losing him, too, makes the explanation just roll off my tongue. They say he's dead. His spine straightens, and Vaughn turns around, but I look past him at the door. I don't want to see the pity on his face. I only want him looking at me with love and desire. I realize at this moment, in the 3 seconds it took for me to say those words to him, that I really can't keep living like this. I can't let a wonderful man, who has been more than patient with me, walk out of my life. I don't care if it's fast. It's right. It feels right. And that's all that matters. He deserves an explanation. He deserves more than I'm capable of giving, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try with everything I have to stop loving an illusion and start loving the real live man in front of me. My boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend, I guess. They say he's dead, and I didn't want to believe them.
I grab the necklace and twirl the rings on it. He went missing 2 years ago. Vaughn walks over to the bed and sits beside me. Immediately, the warmth from his body, even though he's not touching me, calms my shaky nerves. He was an adrenaline junkie. If it was dangerous, he did it. He went on a road trip to do all sorts of stuff. Surf, scuba dive, hang glide, hike, ski, base jump. He called me in the morning and told me he was going to check out Cape Disappointment. I smile as I reminisce about our last conversation.
I've seen some of the most beautiful things out here, but nothing compares to you, Rain.
I miss you.
Wait for me. You know I need you when I get back.
That was the last time anyone ever heard from him. Nobody knows how long he was missing, or if he was hanging on a rock waiting for someone to save him and his fingers gave out and he fell into the ocean. It wasn't until the next day that I finally called his parents. They didn't seem worried, but I knew something was wrong. He always called me. I managed to get a hold of the Coast Guard station there and reported him missing. I'll never forget how nice the guy who I talked to was, how he calmed me down when I was so frantic. Even though they didn't have anything to report, Declan called me to give me as many updates as he could, even after they called off the search. They found his car in a parking lot, but that was it. Vaughn's listening, but hasn't said anything. I understand, because if he was the one telling me this, I wouldn't know what to say either. And I swore to him that I'd wait for him to come back. But then you happened, and as much as I want to be angry with myself for betraying him, I finally realize I'm not restricted on what my heart wants anymore.
How have you betrayed him?
I fell in love with another man.
Chapter 10. Vaughn. Her confession rocks me to my core. You what?
I betrayed him because I fell in love with you.
Her chin quivers, but she still tries to smile. Nobody has ever spoken those words to me. I normally have a reason for everything I feel. Every action has an explainable reaction, but not this. And all the time I've been fighting for her, I didn't prepare myself for her to actually love me. No woman has ever loved me. Rainey,
You don't have to say anything back. I know I haven't given you any reason to feel the same, and I've been a horrible person, but I'm so confused.
She tugs her pants up a bit and sits in the bed, twirling the turquoise tassels on a pillow.
I'm so confused, Vaughn, because I've been fighting this for a while, but at the same time, it seems so fast. And I know I don't deserve a second chance, but I'm hoping you'll give me one.
A second chance for what?
Everything.
My neck cracks when I look down, and when I stand, I fight back the emptiness I already feel without her being close. I take off my jacket and toss it on the floor of her vanity, then reach down and untie my boots, kicking them off. Her eyes follow me as I round her bed and sit next to her. I wrap my arm around her shoulder, and I pull her close. I might not be willing to accept that I'm worthy of her love, but I'm definitely crazy in love with her, just as I have been since I first saw her. I never gave up on you a first time, so you don't need a second chance. I knew she was worth waiting for. An immediate sob tears through her as she releases what I assume are pent-up tears. I hold her tight and wait for her to have her moment. I can't deny the pull between us, and now that she's finally told me about Brian, everything makes sense. This is all I wanted. I needed a reason.
I'm so sorry,
she says against my shirt, her voice muffled through the tightness in her throat. It's okay. I shush her. It's going to be okay. She doesn't reply, but as the minutes go by, she becomes more lax in my arms until she's fallen asleep. I adjust our position, so we're lying down, and when she snuggles further into my chest, I finally release the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding since the moment I first laid eyes on her.
What in the hell?
I'm woken by a male voice, and I sit up with a hand on Rain, ready to pull her behind me. Who are you? An older man questions me. And why the hell are you in my daughter's bed? And when the hell did you get a tattoo, Rain Marie? Rain bolts upright as her father's voice rises.
What are you doing in here?
She shrieks.
Get out!
Not until you tell me.
Ron, give the girl a minute.
A lady who looks like an older version of Rain comes in and grabs his hand, tugging it.
She wasn't expecting us.
He backs out, and the mom reaches past him to close the door. As soon as it latches into place, Rain groans.
Oh my God.
Your parents? I raise a brow and she nods.
Yes, this is awful.
What's awful?
They just caught us in bed together. She frantically stands up, and I didn't tell him I was getting a tattoo.
I get up and wrap my arms around her from behind. Okay, listen. First, nobody caught us doing anything. We're both grown-ups, and I'll be damned if I'm going to worry about what your parents just saw. And second, you don't need permission from them to get a tattoo. I kiss the top of her head before backing up. I see the strength in her build, her shoulders squaring, and she pauses.
You're right. It's just... this is all kind of new, I guess.
That's an understatement. I laugh. Rain! Her dad bellows from the other room. Shit. She hurriedly grabs my hands and pulls.
Come on.
I follow her out of her room, completely unaffected that her parents are out there. I couldn't care less what they think. I'm more concerned that Rain told me she loves me, and I didn't say it back. My fear is more that I'm allowing myself to be in a position where another man was first, and I can easily be tossed away. These foreign yet familiar emotions are pissing me off. An introduction would be nice, her dad snaps, and out of respect for Rain, I keep my mouth shut. This once. She pulls me down onto her couch and clutches my hand.
This is Vaughn. He owns the tattoo shop next to the lunchbox. This is my mom, Margaret, and my dad, Ron.
I lean over the coffee table and shake both of their hands. Nice to meet you, I say to them while trying to avoid eye contact. I'm only doing these unnecessary introductions because I know Rain is close to her parents. Her mom says the same, but her dad doesn't reciprocate. He shoots daggers at me, and for a second he squints his brows, like he recognizes me, then looks at Rain. What is going on with you? You don't show up for work, and now you have a tattoo?
I'm sorry. I had a bad night, and Vaughn...
I don't care how bad your night was. Unless you're dead, you pick up the phone and call me. Not only do we rely on you for work, but you're my daughter, and I worry about you. She looks down and squeezes my hand harder.
I'm sorry, Dad.
He clears his throat, and I'm about 10 seconds from punching him there for being so accusatory toward her. But because I just officially met the guy, I'll refrain.
Oh, honey, I'm just glad you're okay. Kenny called us and said you were sick. What happened?
Her mom finally chimes in. At least she seems to care. That's much more than I can say for her dad, since he's just staring at me like he wants to choke me.
Well, I decided that getting the tattoo was my first step in moving on.
From what?
From the guilt, the fear. Brian, she whispers,
finally looking up at her father. His face reddens. Are you sure that's what you want? What the fuck?
Yes. I need to move on, Dad. I need to live a life with a real future and not the unrealistic one I've been holding on to for years.
Her mom smiles, but the dad stands and looks at me. My leather bracelet, my ripped jeans, my arm sleeve. Because of him? Rain stifles a cry and looks away from him. If he thinks his statement offends me or that his obvious distaste for me is a deterrent, he's underestimated me. A fuck of a lot.
Ron,
Margaret chastises. I don't know what our daughter is thinking. He doesn't get to say another word because I interrupt him. Let's start these introductions over. I stand and meet him face to face, not afraid he'll really see who I am this time. He's just as tall as I am, so our eyes align perfectly. I'm Vaughn, the man who won't allow anybody to talk to my woman like that. Your woman? My woman. I say it with confidence that I hope isn't fabricated. We haven't had a discussion about where we are in our relationship right now, but if she says she loves me, then I'm taking it at face value. She's going to have a hell of a time pushing me away now. She's my daughter. He narrows his eyes and lowers his voice. You'd better watch yourself, young man. And you'd better watch yourself. She may be your daughter, but she's Stop it! Rain yells and stands between us, pushing us apart.
I'm not anybody's, okay? I don't belong to either of you, so both of you stop it. Dad.
She turns to face him.
I know how much of a shock this is, but I can't continue living as I have been.
His frame stiffens, but he doesn't acknowledge what she just said.
And Vaughn is the one who helped me to see that.
She steps next to me and wraps her arm, the non-tattooed side, around my waist.
He's been nothing but patient, and I deserve it for myself, to try to have a relationship with someone who truly cares about me. Because he does.
She looks up at me, and I'm compelled to kiss her. So I do. Soft, but firm. She smiles against my lips and pulls back. We'll talk later. He turns to his wife, but Rain grabs his arm.
No, we won't. Not about this. Vaughn isn't going anywhere, and I'm finally doing what I should have done a long time ago.
She drops her arm and wipes a tear from her eye.
I love you, Dad, but you have to accept it.
He relaxes his shoulders and nods. Will you be at work tomorrow?
Yes.
I'll see you then. He walks out, and Margaret hugs Rain, then follows him out. When the door clicks shut, she walks to the kitchen and grabs a couple of bottles of water. Coming back to the living room, she sits next to me on the couch. I take a bottle she holds out for me. You all right?
Please don't take offense to my dad. He really loved Brian, and since I'm his only daughter, he tends to be overbearing sometimes.
I'm not offended in the least. I shrug. My relationship with people of authority, especially parents, is non-existent. She lets out a stream of air and falls back on the couch.
It's just, I hate that you guys met under these circumstances. He's normally really nice.
I need to know something. I take a sip of my water and then pick at the label on the bottle.
What?
Where are we?
In my living room on the couch,
she teases. I laugh at her and set the bottle down. I get it, Rain. I can respect the fact you've been through something very difficult, but I need to know you're with me, that what's between us really means something to you, because it does to me.
I can't promise a magical thing just happened to make me forget everything and have no emotion about.
I'm not asking you to be emotionless about him. It guts me to think she thinks about someone else, that I'm second. But I have to give her a chance to prove to me she's willing to try, because on the flip side, I need to overcome my instincts to remain detached. She scoots over to me, and I open my arms for her as she cuddles in close. We watch TV for a while before she dozes off. When she falls asleep, I carefully slide my arm out from beneath her and cover her with a blanket before locking the door behind me and leaving. There's a still in the night air, very consistent with an impending snowfall. My truck warms up quickly as I drive down into the valley. The ghetto, the trashy part of town, the other side of the tracks. Whatever you want to call it, as long as it's derogatory, it's true. This part of town is a cesspool of crime and drugs. Sometimes I wonder how I even survived. I circle the block of my childhood home before I stop and park across the street from it. At the corner are some young kids, too young to be out this late, kind of like me at that age. On the opposite corner is a house that burned down when their meth lab exploded when I was 12. Nobody ever fixed it up, and it's remained vacant for over a decade. Sometimes I would hide there when I was little, even though the smell was wretched. It was safer than being home. I direct my attention back to the place that was supposed to be my home. Half of the bricks are falling out, and the front of the house that used to be grass is nothing but overgrown weeds. Only one room has a light on, and a sheet with holes in it covers its window. Her shadow passes across the window, and I sit up straighter. I haven't seen my mother in years. Upon my release from juvie at 18, she locked me out of the house with nothing, literally nothing more than the clothes on my back. I had no money, no shelter, no food. I ended up going south with Brad. He was literally a lifesaver, and working construction for his uncle before I branched out and started tattooing. If I was going to live my life, if I was fortunate enough to survive what I went through, then I certainly wasn't going to do it with a hammer and nails. I was going to do it pursuing my only passion. So, after being gone for over a decade, I showed up on her porch step when I first came back to Pleasant Valley. The little boy in me wanted my mom to love me. I wanted her to forgive me. But when she looked through the window and saw me, her eyes were the same empty and soulless ones I grew up with. I wasn't surprised when she just turned around and walked away. My entire life has been fucked up because of her and her choices. I've held the hurt and embarrassment that my own mother hates me as a standard for myself. That she just allowed some fucking druggie off the street into our home and gave him her attention while I starved, both literally and figuratively, for a crumb from her. The good news is I haven't given anyone a chance to screw me over again. But the bad is I've pigeonholed myself into being so fucking lonely that sometimes my chest actually hurts. Fuck it. I'm done. I don't need her. She doesn't want me, and I'm sick of wasting my life chasing something that will never fucking happen with the woman who gave birth to me. As of this moment, she's dead to me. Just like I've been dead to her since the minute I came into the world. I know what I want, and I want Rain. With her, it's not a matter of playing chase anymore. It's a matter of my damn heart.
Chapter 11. Rain. I wake up with a smile on my face and a clarity I forgot even existed. The faint smell of Vaughn lingers on my pillow, and I want to stick my face in it and inhale, but that would be weird, so I don't. I check my phone to see if he sent any more texts. The last text I got was at midnight, when he said leaving me alone was one of the hardest things he's ever had to do. He's so damn sweet. My first impression that he was a player was so wrong. If I were really looking hard enough, I would have seen that it was a facade. He and I are alike. Something made him so much of a jerk in the beginning, just like I had reason to be such a bitch to him. He knows my reason, and I'm hoping he'll trust me enough to share his with me soon. I hop in the shower and make sure to shave in all the places. There are so many things I forgot I loved. I miss being in a relationship. The excitement and the promise of it. The security and the sex. I miss sex. Vaughn doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's used to waiting for it, and I'm hoping he stays that way. Just thinking about it makes my thighs quiver. When I'm finished, I get ready for the day with a hopeful smile. I love my job, and normally am excited to go there, but today, as I drive to the lunchbox, I can barely contain myself, knowing I'll get to see Vaughn in a little while. Not surprisingly, my parents are already there. "Hey guys!" I holler as I hip-check the door to close it all the way before locking it. I hang my purse up on the hook and grab a hairnet before washing my hands. It's been nice having my parents back, and as much as I loved being in charge for a few weeks, I'm not ready to do that permanently. My dad hasn't looked up from the onion he's chopping, but he knows I'm here because when I stand next to him, he hands me one. "Are you not talking to me or something?" I ask.
"I don't know what to say. I'm ashamed at the way I acted, and I'm afraid you won't forgive me."
"Dad," I bump my shoulder into his. "I can never stay mad at you. But I hope you understand I'm not changing my mind."
"I don't want you to. I was just surprised to walk in on my baby girl in bed with a man who looks so much older and just not what I expected. I'm truly sorry."
The opposite of Brian is what he's really thinking. It's okay. I understand that my sudden change of heart was a shock to him, especially since I was with Vaughn when he discovered it. Dad wasn't here when I initially started the doubt months ago, so he hasn't seen the course of my struggle. Then again, I didn't tell my parents anything when they got back from vacation.
"Brian was a good man, and it's going to be hard for me to accept someone else in your life. I've hated seeing you so sad over him, but I also held out hope because I knew he made you so happy. I just want you to be happy, and I hope to God this tattoo guy does that for you."
Dad doesn't know anything either. Brian begged me not to tell him. If he only knew that Vaughn makes me 100 times happier than Brian ever did. Vaughn. His name is Vaughn. And he is a good man too, Dad. He really is. And he makes me really, really happy.
I can't wait to see that for myself.
You will. We continue prepping, and my mom flits in and out, setting the table and filling the salt and pepper shakers. We go about the day as normal, and when Vaughn walks in at the 11:45, I can feel the smile on my face stretching my skin. Hey!
Hi.
He leans down and kisses the top of my head. I don't want to make too much of a scene since I am at work, so I take a step back. Are you hungry?
I'm actually running late, so I can't eat. But I wanted to say hi before my appointment.
Hi. I lean against the counter, so I don't fall since he makes me all jellified.
Want to grab dinner with me? I can pick you up around 7:30.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Okay, I'll see you later.
'Kay. He looks over my shoulder and nods, then kisses my cheek. I watch him walk away and then turn to go back into the kitchen when I run into my dad. He offers a wobbly smile, and I'm not sure if it's happy or sad, but either way, I know he's giving me his approval.
Well, I haven't seen a smile that big on your face for far too long.
I haven't been this happy in far too long. He squeezes my shoulder, and I continue walking to the kitchen. Between orders, I make a sandwich for Vaughn, and as soon as we close for the day, I rush it over to him. I wave at the camera inside, and a second later, he comes from around the corner. I hold out the bag. I brought you some food.
Thanks, baby.
He gives me a hug as he takes the bag. You're welcome.
I wish I could hang out for a bit, but I have a hot date tonight, and I've got to keep on schedule if I don't want to be late.
I playfully roll my eyes and wave over my shoulder as I walk out. A short ride later, I'm at my place, and so excited to get ready for tonight. He didn't say if we were going somewhere fancy, but I'm taking a wild guess that it won't be anywhere he has to wear a suit. I'm brushing my wet hair free of knots when the bristles catch on my necklace. I set down the brush and look at my reflection in the mirror. My fingers twirl the ring, and I hold it up to my mouth and kiss it, before reaching behind me and undoing the clasp. My eyes automatically snap shut as I remove the necklace. In order to see where I set it, I open them again and gently place the silver chain in my drawer on the bottom of my vanity. I feel more naked with it gone. Not just my skin, but also my entire body, inside and out, feels vulnerable right now. It's the right thing to do. I know it is. It's well past time. Kennedy's voice booms through my apartment as he tries to find me. In the bathroom! Are you decent? Yes? I laugh. He leans on the doorframe but doesn't say anything and just watches me. You're creeping me out.
You're happy.
I really am. I love the change, Rainey. I twirl my brush in my hand and once again say out loud what I've been afraid to answer myself. Kennedy has always brought that out in me. He makes me speak my thoughts out loud, where they're much easier to process. Is it too sudden? Honestly? He crosses his arms, and the tight white t-shirt he's wearing stretches over his muscled arms. Yeah, hit me with it. Tell me if I'm doing this too fast. I mean, I was just at Kristen and Aaron's house, not even 2 full days ago, finding out they deleted my messages to their son, who I was putting my life on hold for, waiting to return. And now I'm getting ready for a date with a man who makes me feel everything. I think you were waiting for some kind of permission, and by you finding out about the phone, I think that was the push you needed. And this thing with Vaughn's been brewing for quite a while. I'm proud of you for doing what I've been encouraging you to do. Go out and live your life. The words sink in, and everything he says makes sense. But still, I ask him again. So it's not too soon? No. I think you've known for a while, but was in denial about it. I don't think it was denial. More like holding out hope. Being overly optimistic. He laughs. Okay.
Whatever you need to tell yourself. Shut up. What are you doing with your hair? I turned to look at him instead of his reflection in the mirror. I don't know yet. Where is he taking you? He didn't say, but either way, I want to look nice. You always look nice, Rainy girl. Kennedy rubs his hands together and steps into the bathroom. Do something fancy. My arms get sore from holding the curling iron, but the result is worth it. I've pinned the large curls and given myself a pin-up kind of feel. The red lipstick just adds to it. I usually wear my hair down straight or in a bun. I can't remember the last time I curled it. Hell, I can't remember the last time I was this excited for anything. Looks great. Kenny inspects at the back of my hair and gives me a thumbs up. Really pretty. I'm sure he's going to love it. Now, what are you going to wear? I usher him out of the bathroom and he follows me to my bedroom, where I grab a white dress from the closet and hold it up. I know it's after Labor Day, but I've wanted to wear this forever. Without saying a word, he motions for me to put it on. Once he turns around, I drop my robe and slide the silky material up my body. The bright white shell of the dress stops at mid-thigh, and the neck is strapless, with a sweetheart neckline. What caught my eye was the off-white lace that covers the top half from my waist all the way up to my chin. It's so different, and I couldn't not buy it. But since it's not really club material, I couldn't wear it out yet. I was saving it for something, and this seems to be the perfect reason. Okay, zip me, please. I turn around, and Kennedy's soft hands pull the material together as he zips it closed. When he reaches my neck, he pauses, then continues until it stops. Turn, let me see. I spin around on the ball of my foot. Yes, no? I chew on my lip, waiting for his answer. It's a definite yes. I love it. You look even more beautiful than you normally do. Yay! I do a little happy dance. Shoes. I was going to do red, but strap or no strap? I put one on each foot and look in my full-length mirror as Kenny checks them out too. No strap, we say at the same time, causing us both to laugh. Kicking off the shoe with a strap, I grab his arm to steady myself and then slide the other non-strap shoe on. He opens his mouth to say something, but a knock on the door interrupts him. Oh my God. My nails dig into his arm, and the weight of what I'm about to do hits me so fast I almost miss it. I don't know if I can do this. Kenny, what the hell? Why am I freaking out all of a sudden? I rapidly suck in breaths through my nose and fan my face that's suddenly burning up. Relax. Just breathe deeper and relax. The knock sounds again, and Kenny yells, 1 minute, Vaughn! She'll be right there! I'm going on a date. You are. With Vaughn. Yes, you're going to go and have a great time. He crouches down a little and frames my face with his hands. Wow, that hit me out of nowhere. I don't like it. I don't want to be the girl I've been for years. I don't want to be hung up on a guy who is dead. I mean, what kind of a person does that? I've done a lot of thinking lately. Hell, since I met Vaughn, I've been thinking. And I realize now how desperate I must have seemed to everyone else. You okay? I grab his wrists. Yeah, thanks. I'm really nervous. Don't be. He drops his hands and begins to back up. I'll let him in on my way out. Okay. He closes the door behind him, and I look in the mirror one more time. Twisting and turning, I give myself a minute before I have to see him. Kennedy didn't mention anything, but I know he noticed when he was zipping up my dress. I'm not wearing Brian's ring on my silver chain, for the first time since my senior year of high school. You all right in there? Vaughn's harmonious voice filters into my bedroom, and I take it as my cue. I twist the knob on the door, and don't expect it to fly open, which results in me jolting forward right along with it. Shit. Vaughn grabs my arms. Holy shit. Being braver than I feel right now, I look up at him and meet a pair of lustful eyes. The same eyes that were on me right before he slammed me against the wall and had me rubbing on his damn leg like a slut. Hi.
Damn, Rain. You look stunning. He releases me and shamelessly devours me with those damn eyes. I wasn't sure what we were doing. I can change if you're not changing. He links his fingers through mine and draws me so close I can feel his heart beating through his shirt. His arms wrap around me tightly, and I do the same, weaving my fingers together at his lower back. I'm such a bastard. That has me pulling my head back to see him. What? Why would you say that? Because I didn't even think about this being like a date. Oh, I sigh. No, not like that. Like the fact I didn't even go change after work, or that I didn't bring you flowers, or that I didn't make a reservation at a classy restaurant. I literally just thought I'd pick you up and we'd grab some food at a bar or something. Fuck. He runs his tongue along the top row of his sparkly white teeth and shakes his head. Hey, it's okay. We don't have to go somewhere fancy at all. I just have this dress and haven't worn it. I can go toss on a pair of jeans and we can hit up— No, we're not doing that. You deserve an actual date, and I'm taking you on one. Really, Vaughn, I'm fine. He raises an eyebrow, and the glint in his eye comes back as he takes a half step closer to me. You are fine, baby, and I can't wait to show you just how much.
Chapter 12. Vaughn. Her breath hitches in her throat, and I cover her mouth with mine. I have honestly never seen anyone as beautiful as she is. She's always so damn pretty, but dressed up like this, with a tight-ass dress and heels that I want digging into my back. She's downright stunning. She doesn't hesitate, and when her tongue slides against mine, I grip the outside of her thighs. My fingers are so close to her perfect ass, but I'm not allowing myself to go there yet, because if I do, we'll never leave this apartment, and I'm taking her out on a damn date. Her hands tug at my coat, and her tight little body presses against me. If I could continue to devour her with my mouth, I'd spend all night on her. I'd kiss every single inch of her skin and touch her in a way I never have before. I'd be soft and slow, give her gentle, and leave her wanting more. That's what she deserves, not a quickie in her hallway. With that thought, I reluctantly pull back, but not before kissing her bottom lip, then her top. My lips linger on her forehead before I finally put a little distance between us. If her flushed cheeks and her shaky hands didn't give away her desire right now, the way she's pressing her thighs together certainly does. And damn, that does something to me. Having a needy woman in front of me and walking away is not something I'm used to. But she's not what I'm used to either. She's greater than anything I've had before, and I need to show her that somehow. We need to leave before we take this too far. My balls are turning blue as I say the unfortunate truth. Yeah, sure. She tries to tug her skimpy little dress down as she walks along the hallway toward the kitchen, which does absolutely nothing. I follow and wait by the door for her while she puts her coat on and grabs a little purse. Do you leave the lights on or off when you're gone? On. Waiting for her to lock the door, I try to quickly come up with an idea of where I could take her. She reaches for my hand, and I gladly hold it as we make our way to my truck. I press the unlock button on the key fob and open her door, then help her up before getting in my side. Do you like seafood? I ask. No, I hate it. Even the smell makes me gag. She makes the sound, and I swear I don't imagine my dick down her throat. I don't. Okay, good. Me either. Oh, thank God. Brian always took me to fish fries, and I got stuck sitting there eating coleslaw and smelling like a deep fryer. Just the damn mention of his name tests the patience I've built up for this woman. It's all I can reply. A new song comes on the radio, and she leans forward to turn up the volume. I love this song. This band, Reason to Ruin, is my favorite. I've always wanted to go to a concert, but getting tickets is near impossible. Brian called when they went on sale once, and they were sold out in less than 5 minutes. Her singing is pretty damn good, and the irritation itching at me has faded as I listen to her sing. Luckily, she doesn't ask where we're going, because I have no clue. I thought about a famous steak place down in the valley, but with that dress and the kind of trash who hangs around there, I decide against it. I'm not in the mood to deal with assholes tonight, even if they have a cop at the door. The main strip of restaurants and stores will surely be the right place to go. I may have left home for a while, but nothing in this town changed. As I drive down the street, I pull into the parking lot of an Italian restaurant. Are they closed? I mutter to myself, but she answers.
Looks like it. There's a board on the window. I wonder if something happened. Damn.
Okay. I steer us back onto the road. Let's see what else we can find. Do you know of anything I might not?
Huh?
I don't know. I thought you might know other restaurants or something since you're in the biz. She giggles.
Yeah, we have a secret meeting every month and discuss which restaurant we'll work on hiding from customers.
I reach over and tickle her ribcage. Smartass.
Stop.
She laughs and pushes my hand away.
I'm super ticklish, and I swear to you, I'm just really ticklish.
You will what?
Nothing. What about the Chinese place?
I store the subject change in the back of my mind. They close for the month. I tried to order takeout the other day and it said on the voicemail.
Damn. Okay.
I point at a well-known chain restaurant. What about there?
Gross. No. Brian and I used to go there, and every time the service was either really shitty or the food was horrible. Or both. Hey, how about the hibachi place?
My jaw unhinges just enough to answer her. Sure. I put my blinker on and turn around at the next stoplight. The restaurant is only a couple of blocks away, so we get there in no time. When I walk around the car, snowflakes begin to fall from the sky. It's starting early this year. I wrap my arm around her shoulder to try to help ward off some of the chill from the air. Her jacket is a flimsy thing. Surely she's going to be freezing, especially since her legs are bare. The restaurant is busy, but we're able to get seats right away at a large table with a family celebrating a birthday. We sit at the end, and after placing our orders, I turn my back to everyone else so I can focus on the gorgeous woman sitting next to me. Not more than a few minutes go by before the man wheels his cart up to the hot surface. He confirms everyone's order, and Rain has a glass of sake while we watch him cook.
I can never do that,
she says, nodding at the chef chopping food. I bet you could.
No, my knife skills are not good.
She finishes her drink and turns toward me, so my legs are caging hers in.
My dad is an amazing chef. He can do some crazy stuff with knives, but I didn't get that skill from him. Other than the basics, I'm terrible. I've had to get stitches in my fingers like 6 times over the years.
Her slender fingers wiggle in front of my face, and I grab her wrist. I notice a very faint scar on her thumb and lean down to kiss it before letting her go.
I cut that one Christmas Eve. Brian had to take me to the ER.
Motherfucker. I'm sure you're better than I am.
Doubt it. I can cook, yes, but I swear I'm not good with a knife. My mom, she's very fast, but not as good as my dad. But he sucks at baking, and my mother she's such a good baker. Although Brian was even worse than I am, so I didn't feel as bad about myself when we were in the kitchen together.
My neck involuntarily twitches, and I pretend not to have just heard that. Why don't you guys sell some of your mom's baked goods at the lunchbox? She starts to answer me when a piece of zucchini hits her in the forehead. My immediate reaction is to kick someone's ass for throwing food at her, but then I remember where we are. I laugh at her as her face reddens and I'm nailed on the cheek. She points and laughs. The rest of the table laughs, and the chef laughs too, amused at his own antics. We shelve the rest of the conversation and give him our attention while he finishes cooking and finally plating our meals. I scarf mine down, and Rain only eats half of hers. I pay the bill and wait in the hallway for her to get out of the bathroom. Pushing the door open, I'm met with a little resistance. Damn, it snowed.
Of course it did,
she sighs. I get the door open all the way and then reach for Rain. She comes closer, and I scoop her up. I love her giggle, and I want to hear it all the time. Forever. Her arm loops around my neck, and when I reach my truck, I have to balance her on my leg while I grab the key. By the time I get into my seat, she's buckled up and ready to go.
What did your parents do?
Her question comes out of nowhere, and it takes me completely off guard. I'm ashamed of where I came from, but more importantly, I'm ashamed that I still try to maintain contact with a mother who abandoned me without a second glance. No, I used to. I'm not trying anymore. I haven't had many people in my life that have gotten close enough to me to even ask about my childhood, so I'm not prepared to answer it. the truth-ish, I guess. My stepdad was on disability, and Mom didn't work. Before she has the chance to delve deeper into it, I steer the topic to something else. I'm really sorry this wasn't what you were expecting. I'm honestly just not used to this, Rainey.
To driving?
I take my line of sight off the road for a brief second to see the smirk on her face. You're just full of one-liners tonight, aren't you?
I used to be like this. Funny, happy. But then Brian disappeared, and along with that, so did a part of me. I'm just glad to have it back now. Thank you for giving it back to me.
My hands squeak when they grip the steering wheel tighter. That guy's name is like nails on a chalkboard. She continues talking, and thank the Lord she doesn't bring him up again, because my self-restraint is being tested something insane right now. The drive back to her place takes a little longer because of the slick roads. When we get there, I carry her to her door and place a gentle kiss on her soft lips, because I'd be an idiot not to taste her once more, even if it's only short and sweet. When she steps inside, I back up. She looks at me, confused.
You don't want to come in?
Hell yes, I want to. I want to rip that damn dress off and see what she's wearing beneath it. I know she doesn't have a bra on because her nipples have been poking at the fabric all night. I wonder if she's even wearing underwear. If she is, it's definitely a thong. Probably white, maybe with a little lace on it, too. But what, half a dozen times tonight, she brought him up. If I don't walk away now, I'm going to either say something I regret or do something to her I regret, like hiking her dress up to her waist and bending her over the couch to fuck my frustration out. It's what I've done before, what's familiar, pretty much all I know. So me walking away is a revelation. I really should get going before the weather picks up.
The weather?
She crosses her arms and taps her foot. Yep, I really am sorry I fucked up and didn't plan better.
You're seriously leaving because of the weather?
Pissed off Rain is even hotter when she's horny. I'll see you tomorrow, darling. I walk out without a backward glance, and by the time I get home, my disappointment in the evening has reached the peak. I rip my jacket off and throw it across the room, my boots closely behind. I just want a fucking do-over. I want a night when I'm not a moron and think to actually plan something nice. And I want a fucking night where she doesn't bring up her ex. My mattress cushions my fall, and I stare at the ceiling. The pieces of the cheap-ass popcorn ceiling morph into a bunch of fingers shaking at me, taunting me, scolding me for being such a miserable prick. When I was finally privy to the information about Rain's past, I thought my feelings for her could outweigh my abandonment issues. But man, hearing her continually bring him up brought back the same self-hatred from my childhood, the same torment and the same fucking insecurity I had to teach myself to overcome. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't drink so much. It's your fault he hit you. You're nothing but a pain in the ass. You're the biggest mistake of my life. He's better than you'll ever be. The constant stream of verbal abuse and demoralization I lived with until I was 15 runs on a loop through my mind while I sleep. Just like last night, and the night before that, and every other night since I can remember.
Chapter 13. Rain. The entire night I toss and turn, and when I wake up my head is killing me. Probably doesn't help that after Vaughn had ditched me, I finished a bottle of wine sitting in the back of my fridge. I text my parents that I'm going to be a little late today, perk of my job, and stop at Kennedy's work on my way. He's a music teacher, the JV tennis coach, and a student favorite at one of Pleasant Valley's high schools. Wherever we go, kids always come up to him and show him nothing but admiration and respect. I really lucked out getting him as a best friend. I know it's his planning period, so when the bell rings, I fight my way through the kids filtering out to enter his classroom. "Hey," I call to him. He looks up from his seat and waves me over.
"What are you doing here?"
He stands and hugs me, then leans a hip on the lip of his scratched-up excuse for a desk.
"How was your date?"
"Awful." I move a music stand out of my way and sit on a plastic chair.
"What? Why?"
I relive the night and try to remember the details of everything that happened. just as I've done for the past 12 hours. I keep trying to think of what I did wrong. Was it the dress? It couldn't have been. He told me how badly he wanted to show me how fine he thought I was. Kenny laughs.
He said fine, like, "Girl, you so fine." He raises his voice and snaps his fingers. I roll my eyes. He was being funny because I'd said something about me being fine, as in fine with whatever for dinner. And even then, he was a total gentleman. Honestly, more gentlemanly than I thought he'd be. Which I both loved and hated at the same time, because as much as I want him to treat me like a lady, I want him to ravish me like a desired woman. Kenny lifts himself up so he's sitting on his desk and crosses his arms. "Where did you say you went to eat?" I don't want Kenny to think Vaughn was being cheap or anything. Seriously, like I said, I didn't care that he didn't plan anything. I actually like it. That's the kind of guy he is, and I really like that. It didn't once have that uncomfortable first date feel, you know? Yeah, that's how it was with Brad. So why did you end up at the hibachi place? Well, the Italian place was closed for some reason, and neither of us liked seafood, especially the nasty fish fries we drove by that Brian would take me to, and I told him we always had bad service at the other place. Okay, and when you got to the hibachi place, you said everything was fine. What did you guys talk about? Well, not too much. We talked about my lack of knife skills, and he kissed the scar. I hold up my index finger on my right hand. Do you remember when I got it? Christmas Eve. Ah, that was a long time ago. Yep, Brian had to take me to the ER. He raises a brow. Did you tell Vaughn that? What? That Brian took you to the ER? Yes. Oh, Rain. Kenny comes over and sits in the chair next to me. How many times did you bring up Brian last night? I scrunch my nose as I go through the night. A couple, I think. The concert, the fish fry, the scar. Shit, I murmur. The restaurant. Oh my God. I jump out of the chair and almost knock the music stand over. What is wrong with me? Relax. He grabs my hands. It's going to be fine. You need to figure out how you're going to stop doing that, and he's going to have to accept this part of your life. I'm trying to remember his facial expressions and if he gave me any indication he was upset with me, and I come up with nothing. Again, he was a perfect gentleman, and I was a moron. I need to talk to him. I have to apologize. Without giving Kenny a chance to respond, I rip out of his hands and rush to my car. I dial Vaughn, and he answers on the second ring. Where are you? Home? Why? His sleepy voice is so damn sexy. I need to talk to you. Is everything okay? No. What's wrong? Where are you? God, even after I continually brought up my ex on our official first date, his concern is the last thing I expected. I just need to see you. Where do you live? You know where the art gallery is? Yes? I'm in the studio above that. Come in on the 6th Street side. Okay. I hang up and whip my car around to make a U-turn, nearly getting T-boned. Shit, sorry. I wave at the old lady, flipping me off. Sorry. Thankfully, it stopped snowing, so the roads are clear, and I get to his place rather quickly. I park and knock on the door, then turn the knob. He doesn't answer, so I push it open and head up the stairwell to where I'm hoping his place is. The same happens there, and when I open that door, I immediately know this is his apartment. Pictures hang by thumbtacks on the wall, and the minimal furniture and decor coincide with the fact that a guy resides here. Vaughn? Be right there. I stop at the little nook where he has a shit ton of different pencils and pads of paper. I'm amazed at the different moods of his pictures. Some are beautiful flowers, and some are scary dragons. The portraits are unbelievably realistic. A stack of envelopes sits in the corner, and the one on top has a return to sender stamp on it. I lean over and see Vaughn's name in the upper left corner.
The envelope is addressed to Rose Morris.
Hey.
Vaughn's voice comes from behind me. Did you draw these? I turn to look at him while pointing at the huge array of artwork. My hand falls, seeing him in a pair of black basketball shorts and a gray tank top. I've never seen him in less than jeans and a t-shirt, and his body is amazing, much like the man under the clothes.
Yes.
Wow. These are all so good, Vaughn.
Thanks. So, what's up?
I didn't have much time to contemplate how this conversation would play out. Hesitation kicks in a moment before I just go for it. I'm so sorry. I totally ruined last night, and I didn't even realize it until Kenny pointed it out. I can't believe I was such a moron.
You're not a moron.
I am. My lip quivers, and I blink back tears. I'm sorry. He removes his hands from his pockets and has them wrapped around me in a split second.
Why are you crying?
Because I feel horrible. I can't believe I kept bringing Brian up. It was so stupid of me, and
You're not stupid, Rain. It was a part of your life, and I need to accept that. I do accept that. I'll admit it took me by surprise yesterday, and instead of saying anything, I thought it was best just to leave so I could have some time to think. And I did after I got home. A lot. I get it. I understand, really, because there's a woman in my life who still has her fucking claws in me. And as much as I try, I can't rip them out.
He leads me to his couch, and we sit down next to each other.
We're still learning about each other, right?
Yes, I agree, wanting to know if the woman he's talking about is the one whose name is on those letters. He looks past me and licks his lips before refocusing on me.
I haven't allowed anyone to get close enough to me for it to matter who was involved in their past. I'm not saying this to be a dick, but any woman I've been with has been nothing more than a nameless, faceless means to an end.
I can't help the disgust I feel when thinking about him with someone else.
With you, I knew I wanted you immediately. It was instant with you. And in the beginning, I tried my usual shit that's never failed me before. And you know how I knew you were different? Special? You're the first woman who's ever turned me down.
He smirks.
But all it did was make me want you that much more, even if it meant I had to wait.
I don't know how he's managed to turn my apology into this, but I suppose it's one of the reasons I'm so attracted to him.
But I knew. I absolutely knew something was there. Something here.
He holds our joined hands to his chest.
I don't know how the fuck to give you the life you should have. Being the kind of man that a woman can be proud of is something I've never had the desire to be before. I don't do fancy dates. I don't even know where to begin with all the romance shit women like.
I don't want any of that, Vaughn. I just don't want you to give up on me. He drops our hands and stands up, then walks to the window.
You know what my biggest fault is?
None. He's perfect. No.
I'm too loyal. Way too fucking loyal. My mother picked my stepfather over me my entire life. Since before I could even remember, she let her disgust of my presence be known. And you know what the fucked up thing is?
The continuation of his thoughts tells me he doesn't really want an answer. He seems like he's realizing these things as he speaks them.
I'm still so starved for her attention that I continue to allow her to destroy me. She's the reason I'm such a closed-off prick. And because I went through so much shit with her, because it's all I fucking know, I've always rejected anyone else who could be in a position to do any more fucking damage to my already fucked up existence.
I can't bear to hear the agony in his voice, so I get up and wrap my arms around him from behind. You're not fucked up, Vaughn. You're such a good man, and I'm an idiot for holding on to the past when all I want for the future is right in front of me. I'm trying to let go of a delusion I've been clinging to, and you're trying to move on from your past as well. You made me realize that all I was holding on to was a freaking fantasy I had built up in my mind. I already forget what it feels like to be sad, because you make me happier than I've ever been. He turns in my arms and lifts me up. I give a little squeal and grab his shoulders as I wrap my legs around his waist. His determined strides bring us to his bedroom, and my heart rate accelerates. Finally, he lays me down, and without releasing me, kisses me. I keep my limbs where they are, only squeezing tighter. I've wanted this and needed to do this with him for way too damn long. He pulls back from me, and I whimper at the loss of him. His forehead rests against mine, and he struggles to get out what he's trying to say, but finally gets it out.
Anywhere else, baby. He's allowed anywhere else, but not in this bed. Not when I have my hands on you and my mouth on you. Not when I'm trying to show you how I really feel, because words will never adequately describe what you mean to me.
I press my lips together, and a single tear rolls out of my eye and onto his pillow. He wipes it away with his thumb, and I turn my head to kiss his hand. My agreement with what he just said is wordless, but he must understand because his lips ghost over mine before he begins working his way down my body. His mouth feels magical, and I'm somehow taken away to a place where I have no worries. I have no past creeping up on me, and no resentment for what I've lost. Right now, it's just him and me. His hands slide up my belly underneath my shirt, and when his thumb rubs my nipple, it shoots straight to my core. He slides the material all the way up and over my head, then tosses it on the floor. The wide expanse of his hands covers my entire belly when he slides his hands down, stopping to trace parts of my tattoo.
Your skin is so soft,
he whispers, right before his mouth descends to the valley between my breasts. The sparks igniting with every touch from him begin to burn brighter, and I press myself up against him to get more.
Patience, darling.
I really don't have any.
You'll learn.
He sucks on a nipple through my cream lace bra, and I arch even higher. Fuck this waiting stuff. I reach behind me to take my bra completely off, and before I even realize what happened, I'm flipped over to my stomach, and he's blanketing me. His left arm slides down mine, and he locks our fingers together.
Not today, Rain. I've been dreaming about this for months.
Let's just do it real fast and get out all the pent-up frustration, and then we can do it slow next time. I sound like a whore, but when he presses his hard length against my lower back, I know he's just as desperate as I am. Please, Vaughn. I just want you inside me. He sits up and takes his shirt off, then moves down my body, taking my pants with him. He kisses my calves on the way up, and then his tongue glides with him until he's at the very back of my thigh. He nips at my cheeks, then grips my hips to pull me higher. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting in anticipation for him, and when his wet, hot tongue slides inside me, I scream. Holy shit! He works me between my legs, sucking and nipping, licking and kissing me until I can't even see straight. Magical powers, I'm convinced.
You ready to come, baby?
Oh my God, yes. He slides his thumb into me from behind and rubs his fingers against my clit in firm, confident circles. I fall onto my head and barely have enough strength to hold myself up anymore as I clench and shake, letting the feelings just take over.
Do I need a condom?
No, just you. I murmur as the crest begins to fade away. I lose the skilled hand that brought me the best damn orgasm of my life, and whine from feeling empty without him. But in one stroke, he bottoms out inside me, and his balls slap against my already pulsing clit, prolonging the sensations. You feel so good. The words spin in my head, but I say them out loud, too.
Who feels so good?
I look over my shoulder so he can see me when I say it. You do.
Tell me you know who's fucking you, Rain. Who's making you feel good? Say my name.
You, Vaughn. Only you. His lips part and he grunts and wraps his hands around my hips.
That's right, only me. So damn tight, Rain. Absolutely perfect.
He pulls out and slides back in.
Fuck. He does it again and again, each time a little harder and a little faster, causing my head to fall forward again.
You ready for me to take out my pent-up frustration?
Yes, I pant before he even moves. Just the dirty words that come out of his mouth turn me on more than I ever have been. I feel like since he's touched me, I've been having one big-ass ongoing orgasm. I need to come again.
Wait for me.
He grabs the back of my neck, and just as his fingers tighten, he fucks me like we both need. He drives into me with a beautifully brutal force, each slap of his skin against mine an echo of the pounding of my heart. I can't wait anymore. I feel the peak about to hit, and as much as I try, I can't hold it off. Oh my God! I shout against the pillow.
God damn, he growls. I can feel how fucking wet you just got. Shit, baby.
He pumps into me 4 times in rapid succession before he stills and collapses on top of me.
Chapter 14. Vaughn. I walk Rain to her car and lean in to give her a kiss before she drives away. I'd be lying to myself if I said this woman hasn't already changed me more than I ever thought I would or could change. When I get back to my apartment, I head straight to my room and put on clean clothes. The rumpled sheets make my cock twitch when I think about her hands clutching the material. When she called me, I didn't know what to expect when she arrived. I had no clue what she wanted to say. I didn't have any expectations at all, actually. The battle of allowing a woman into my life who's still hung up on another man weighs heavy. Last night, as I couldn't sleep, I thought about how things would have been different if my mother had given a shit, even a little bit. I don't know who my dad is, and I never met him. For all I know, he could be dead. He is to me, anyway, so it doesn't matter. Part of the reason I always tried to seek my mom's attention was because I watched her give it all to someone else. Listen to her blame me for any and everything. If she had tossed me a goddamned sliver of a bone, things would have been different. I realized we're not so different, Rain and me. The past still hangs on to us, making it hard to move sometimes because it's so crippling. But in the bad, there's good. There has to be good at the end of it all. And she's my good. She's everything I want, and now that I have her, nothing and nobody will take her away from me. I'm willing to accept the tragedies of her past, and I know she's willing to accept me for who I am now. The real question is, will I ever decide to tell her who I truly was back then? And when she finds out, will she still want to be with the man responsible for his stepfather's death? Since I was running late because of a certain brunette, when I arrive at my shop, my client is waiting outside the front door. Sorry. I apologize as I unlock the door and shut the alarm off. Have a seat. I'll be ready for you in about 5 minutes. No problem, man. I rush to the back, get everything set up, and then head back up to grab him. After he fills out the paperwork, I prep his arm and begin work on the tribal design he picked out. I'm finished in almost 2 hours, and then my next client comes in, and I knock out the butterfly she wants on her lower back. My day passes by in a blur, and I only realize how late it is when Rain texts me. Rain, I know you said you're busy today, so I didn't want to bother you. I'm leaving now to run errands. Do you want to come over for dinner? Me. You're never a bother. That sounds good. 7? Rain. Perfect. Heart emoji. Because I don't have a vagina, I leave out an emoji when I reply. Me. Cool. See you later. I've just finished the outline of a portrait on the chest of a guy who lost his father recently. Whenever I do a portrait, it always hits me in the gut, because I don't have anybody in my life whose face I'd want on my skin. Not until Rain, that is. The alarm beeps, and I look up into the monitor to see Rain's dad. Shit, I say under my breath. Hey, man, you okay to take a break for a minute? Yeah, I'll just go burn one real fast. Cool. I point at the door outside my room. That takes you to the back. I'll unlock it. Okay. Thanks, I'll meet you back here. On the way to the front of my shop, I flick the deadbolt so my client can go in the alley. Ron. I greet Rain's father. He stands from the chair and hesitates before holding his hand out for me to take. After we shake hands, I lean on the counter and cross my arms. waiting for him to say whatever he came to say.
Let me first apologize for what I said the other day. I don't know you, and it wasn't fair of me to project my hostility toward you.
Appreciate it. He nods and looks around.
Nice place.
Thanks.
Rain is my only daughter.
His mouth turns down, and he redirects his attention to me.
When she was with Brian, she was a happy girl. He disappeared, and I questioned if she was even going to survive without him.
Not really liking hearing how happy my girl was with another guy, I grunt but wait for him to continue. Never having been one to go home and meet Daddy, I assume this is like a rite of passage. He continues his lecture, and I continue to pretend to give a shit.
Her hope that maybe he was coming home one day was the only time she'd smile. She was depressed and barely even functioned. Then one day I made an offhanded comment out of frustration about how excited I was for the day he would come back so I could have my daughter back.
He drops his head and shuffles his feet before looking at me again.
That was the first time I saw the light come back to her eyes. From that point on, I did what I thought was the right thing. I said shit just to see that light continue to brighten. I kept the facade going that he was maybe still alive. I kept the hope going because it was the only thing I could do to make her halfway normal again.
For the first time in my life, I'm watching a grown man's eyes fill with tears. It's surreal. This is what love looks like. What it is to feel compassion for your child.
If I'm being honest, when Margaret and I came back from the cruise, I could tell something had changed with Rain. She was different. The sadness that always floated around her was gone, but in its place was frustration. The two are very different things, and when she gets frustrated, well, let's just say she's a spitfire.
I laugh at that, being on the receiving end myself. Yeah, can't argue with you there.
It was good to see again. But then she didn't show up for work. I thought she was just sick, so when we went to her apartment and found you two, I reacted on pure instinct. And when she was sitting with you on the couch and I saw my little girl truly happy, I mean really fucking happy, for the first time in 2 years, and I wasn't the one to do that, I said some mean things. It's a shitty excuse, but I wasn't prepared and I acted poorly.
I'm back, Vaughn, my client says, and I turn around to acknowledge him. Be there in a minute. Look, I give Ron my attention again. I appreciate you coming here, and I get it. I'm sorry if it took you off guard, but that's as much of an apology as you're going to get from me, because what's going on between Rain and me is our business.
Fair enough.
He begins to back away.
But Vaughn?
Yeah?
It doesn't matter that she's already been shattered. She can still break.
Your daughter hasn't been shattered, sir. She wasn't waiting for him to come back. She was waiting for me to show up. And now that I'm here, no way in hell am I going to allow anything bad to get close enough to even breathe the same air as her. With those parting words, I head back without a second glance and finish my tattoo. My schedule goes as planned for the rest of the day, and before I go to her place, I stop by the grocery store to grab some flowers. I have no clue where else to go for flowers. I only know every time I come here, I walk past them. There are so many, I don't know which ones to choose. Am I supposed to get one color, or is a bunch of different colors better? The same flower, or a variety? Fuck it. I really gotta stop talking to myself out loud. I grab 4 different packages of flowers and head to the checkout. I'm not one to get nervous, but as I'm walking to her door, my palms are sweaty. I balance the bundles of flowers in one hand and knock with the other. A second later, I hear multiple voices, and a man I've never seen before opens the door.
Hi. You must be Vaughn.
Who are you? Fuck pleasantries.
Come in, and I'll explain.
I look past him, and when I get inside, I drop the flowers on her kitchen table. Rain. I say her name when I see her on the couch sitting next to a woman who I've also never seen before. She looks up, and before she even says anything, I figure out who these people are. I just don't know why they're here. There are some possibilities brewing, but I really fucking hope I'm wrong. I stop at the end of the couch and squat down in front of her. You okay? Her eyes tell a story her mouth won't say, and as much as I don't want to, I know I have to let her know I'm here, no matter what. I know this is what she needs. It's okay. You can tell me.
They found him,
she cries. Her shoulders shake, and tears flow out of her eyes like an overflowing river. The woman who I'm assuming is Brian's mother pulls Rain into her arms. My gut sinks, and I find it hard to stand, but somehow gather up the strength to do just that. I can't very well walk out of here with my head held high if I'm crawling. She doesn't even notice me leave, and Brian's dad claps me on the shoulder as I reach the door. I shrug it off. Don't touch me. I'm sorry, son, I'm not your fucking son. I slam the door behind me and almost trip over my own feet reaching my vehicle. I don't want to go home. That's where I'll see the sheets I left crumpled on the bed from her being on them today, where I'll still smell her sweet scent. Fuck. Before I realize where I'm going, I end up down in the valley in front of my childhood home again. This time, the blinds are still open, and a man walks by. My mom is right behind him, and just before they go out of view, he turns and kisses her. Figures. She replaced my stepdad, but can't even speak to her own son. I don't know why the fuck I came down here. I told myself she was dead to me, but this solidifies it. She has her life, shitty as it may be, and I need to move on with mine, just like I thought I was already doing. If I wasn't so pissed off right now, I'd laugh at the irony. But nothing's funny about this. Nothing's funny about any of this.
Chapter 15. Rain. So, it's finally over then, isn't it? I ask Kristen. Yes, sweetie, it is. As I let the words sink in, I begin to regain some clarity. I pull back from her, wipe my eyes, and look over to where Vaughn just was. Where did he go?
He left.
Aaron answers my question. My brain works at getting caught up with reality. Shit, I need to go talk to him. I start to get up, but Kristen grabs my arm. Why don't you calm down for a few minutes before you think about leaving? You're upset, and I don't want you driving like this. Aaron hands me a new box of Kleenex.
She's right. I know.
I take the tissue from the box and ball it in my hand. Can you write down your plans for the memorial service? I know you told me, but I forgot already. Of course, Kristen answers.
I'll do it.
Aaron walks to the kitchen and shuffles through my junk drawer. Feeling like I need to offer to help, I tell Kristen, let me know if you need anything from me. Pictures, help setting up, or whatever. You know I will. I would really like it if you could maybe find some photos, and maybe make a platter of food for afterward. Okay, sure. Let me know if you have enough pictures that you'd like on your own board. Okay. She squeezes my knee before she stands. It's difficult, but this is the closure we all needed, Rain. I know it is. I walk them both to the door, and as soon as it closes, I head to the bathroom and crank the water on. Stripping my clothes off, I let them land haphazardly and step into the stream before it's warm. Now that I'm alone, I can really cry. My breath hitches, and an almost howl comes from my heart and out of my mouth as I release the agony I've been holding on to for 2 years. Like a pressure cooker, the lid pops off and the steam releases. Except with me, it's all the guilt and the sadness and the loss. Any of the tears I've cried before are nothing compared to this. I'm sick of crying, though. Sick of living like this. But this time, it's different. It's a damn sob fest of relief. When I emerge with a wet head and dry eyes 20 minutes later, I quickly dress and grab my purse. I have to go see Vaughn. I need to see him. As I'm walking through the kitchen, I see a bunch of flowers and immediately feel like shit even more for tonight, because I was supposed to cook dinner for him. We were supposed to have some time alone, getting to know each other. After putting the flowers in water, I head out and drive to his place. When I knock on the door, he doesn't answer, but I hear him shuffling around in there. "Vaughn!" I knock again, and this time a chair screeches. The lock clicks and the door opens, but before I can say anything to him, his back is to me. His normally strong shoulders are slouched, and the confident steps he usually takes are more like a shuffle. I take the open door as an invitation and follow him over to the table where he's working on something. Unsure of what to say, I just stand there for a second and wait, watching his hands fly across the paper. His drawing is disturbing. The shadow of a little boy with blood at his feet and shadowed hands choking him from behind. A complete contrast from the beautiful flower he drew for me.
You don't have to say anything, Rain.
Yes, I do. I should have called so you didn't come over and walk into that mess. His hand freezes on the paper.
You don't owe me anything.
He turns so his haunted eyes are looking at me, and it rattles me how upset he is right now.
I understood that at any time this could happen. Hurts me, babe. I'm not gonna lie about that. But I knew it could happen.
What could happen?
He comes back and I get gone.
Oh my God. He's not back, Vaughn. His brow is pulled together in disbelief.
You said they found him.
You thought they found him and he was coming back and that I'd just toss you aside like you don't fucking matter to me? He shrugs.
Yeah.
Wow. I huff in disbelief. They found his body. I think he tries to say something, but his lips don't move. An off-duty police detective was walking along an old abandoned beach and found what he knew to be a human skull. They identified him by dental records, Vaughn.
Shit,
he breathes. Running his fingers through his hair, he gets a little charcoal on his forehead. I move closer and reach over to brush it off and cup his face. How can you think I'd do that to you?
I don't know any different.
When he stands, I'm forced to back up.
Christ, what was I supposed to think?
That I wouldn't just dump you.
Answer me this, Rain. If they did find him alive, what would you have done? If you walked through that door right now, what would you do?
I stuttered to answer because I've asked myself this before. It's the biggest thing I've struggled with since meeting Vaughn, and the one thing that makes me feel the absolute worst of all. Vaughn means more to me than Brian did. Vaughn loves me more than Brian did. He might not have said the words, but I can feel it.
You can't even answer because you know you wouldn't stay with me.
At his assumption, I point my finger at him. Yes, I would. Why do you doubt me? Jesus, Vaughn. I drop my hand in defeat. Not only did I just find out about Brian, but now this? I'm not sure how much more I can deal with right now.
I don't doubt you. I'm being realistic.
Realistic? That's what's realistic to you? Someone who loves you just abandons you? His face pales at my words.
Yes.
Don't you know how much you mean to me? I realize it's been all messed up, and so far it's been a damn bumpy ride, but I'm not ready to get off. I don't want to get off, even if the road is full of twists and turns for a little while longer. Why would you think I would? He licks his lips and loops his thumbs through the belt loop on his jeans.
Because nobody ever has before.
Nobody has what?
I've never had anybody, Rain. Not even my own mom. Nobody has ever...
What, Vaughn? Nobody has ever what? He's confusing the hell out of me, and quite frankly, by the wetness in his eyes and the way his voice is shaking, he's scaring me.
I've never had anybody care about me that much.
He puts his hands into fists and holds them at his sides. I'm not sure what the backstory is, and I don't care. All I know is the man in front of me, the man I absolutely love, is falling apart in a way I never thought he would. I begin to walk to him, but he backs up.
Don't feel sorry for me. I don't need pity. I'm just explaining it to you so you know why I'm so fucked up.
His words don't make me stop my progression, and I reach him and grab his face in my hands. I love you, Vaughn.
Don't.
He shakes his head.
Please don't say things you don't mean.
But I do. I love you so much, and I should have said it sooner. But I was too afraid. He swallows.
What were you afraid of?
So much. You scared and excited me at the same time. I wanted to push you away and pull you closer, and laugh with you and cry with you. You made me want to hit you and hold you, and it scared the shit out of me how much I wanted you to love me. I catch my breath after spewing all of that out. I was afraid of what it meant to fall in love again. But mostly, I was afraid of loving you and losing you. He wraps his hands around my wrists and pulls me even closer.
You can't lose me.
The cynical and bitter part of me challenges him. You can't guarantee that.
Yes, I can.
How?
Because when you found your other half who makes you whole, when your soul finally meets its counterpart, absolutely nothing in the world can break it, take it away, or divide it. It's infinite. And you're that person for me, Rain. You're it. So yes, I can promise you will never lose me, because what I feel for you is indestructible.
I step up on the tips of my toes and kiss his full lips. He releases my wrists, and I wrap my arms around his waist. My head rests on his chest, and I bask in the comfort he provides.
I'm sorry, baby.
He kisses the top of my head, then brings a hand up and runs his fingers through my hair.
I know this has got to be a really difficult thing to deal with, and you don't need my shit on top of it. It's just, the thought of not having you in my life when I finally had you tore me the hell apart.
I won't even think about what it would feel like not to have you. I can't let myself. Just being with you makes everything else so much easier. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'm going to really need you right now more than ever.
Then I'll be here.
He takes hold of my hand, and we walk the few feet to his kitchen. He then lifts me by my waist and sets me on the countertop.
I need some water. Do you need anything?
Water's good. I wait for him to grab me a bottle from his fridge. He unscrews the cap and hands it to me. Thanks. Immediately after taking a sip, my parched throat feels better. As he watches me swallow, he studies me for a moment.
How are you feeling?
I shrug. I don't really know how to feel.
I don't care how you think you're supposed to react to the news. I want to know how it makes you feel.
No matter what's happened between us so far, one thing that's remained consistent has been the fact I can be myself with him. Except for when I was lying to myself, that is. So I tell him. Relief. That's what I feel. I'm relieved.
It's okay, you know?
Is it? Is it really okay to feel nothing except relief when your ex-boyfriend's parents tell you they found his remains washed up on a beach somewhere in Washington? I take another drink, then set the bottle down. I only cried because I was so overwhelmed with relief that I couldn't even process what was going on around me. I kept thinking about how I could finally breathe without a weight on my chest. And I cried tears of fucking joy, Vaughn. I cried tears of joy that it was finally over.
There's nothing wrong with letting go of the misplaced guilt you've been carrying around and giving yourself the permission to feel that relief.
How does he do it? I honestly think he holds some kind of superpowers because he continually makes things easy for me. He absolutely knows me better than I realized. I saw the flowers. He looks sheepish when he smiles.
I wasn't sure what kind you liked.
They're all really beautiful.
You're the first girl I've ever bought flowers for.
He's not the first to have given them to me, but he's the only one who actually put thought into it, and that means more to me than anything.
I'm sorry I ruined our date.
Guess we're even now, huh?
Guess so.
He leans against the refrigerator, and the electricity that always sparks between us ignites with just a look. The mood shifts in the room, and his eyes go from my own, down to my mouth, then back up to lock his gaze on mine. For all the things I want from him, I want to feel his skin against mine again, and I want the connection we share to get even stronger, but it's so not the right time. No matter what happened in the past or what will happen between Vaughn and me, I loved Brian, and out of respect for him, I need to leave before I do something I know I'll regret. I need to go.
You do,
he agrees. I hop off the counter and walk straight to the door before I have a chance to think about it. I have it open about 2 inches before he comes up behind me and cages me in. His large palms slam the door closed before his lips brush against my cheek.
I'll be here when you're ready, but don't stay away from me for too long.
I won't. His fingers curl against the wood, and my toes mimic the movement inside my shoes. The warmth of his body saturates me and makes it physically impossible for me to leave. I lose the strength in my neck, and my forehead lands beneath his hand on the door. He gives me the strength I wasn't even aware I had lost. The power to torment me and soothe the ache with just a touch. He makes me weaker than I care to admit, and stronger than I thought I could be.
I don't want you to walk out of here without me telling you, but I also don't want to be a selfish bastard and push my shit on you.
You're the least selfish man I know. I can't take not looking at him anymore, so I turn around. Say it. He crushes me to him and buries his face in my hair, then pushes it aside so his lips touch my skin. The uneven breaths coming from his mouth warm up and then cool my neck, causing chills to slide down my back. He places a soft kiss under my jaw, then right next to my ear.
I love you, Rain. So much that it makes me vulnerable enough for you to exploit me, crush my heart, and destroy any belief I had that I'm worthy of someone's love.
His fingertips slide up my sides until they reach my shoulders, then he gently pushes me, so my back is against the door.
But you're worth the risk. You're worth every goddamn thing to me.
Chapter 16. Vaughn. I'm sitting on the end of my bed with my hands steepled and my chin resting on the tips of my fingers. I cannot believe what just went down with Rain. I can't believe I turned into a whiny, insecure little boy in front of her. The words just flew out, and I felt like I needed to say them before she walked out that door. She may say that she loves me, but I'm still too skeptical to think that things will go the way I want them to. I don't know what I need to feel that security, but words definitely aren't enough. Not expecting her to say she loved me for sure was a shock, and I'm still processing it. Hell, I thought a few hours ago that I'd completely lost her only to discover she was truly mine. I can't continue to sit here, otherwise I'll become more of a pussy than I already feel like right now. The one thing that always gave me peace is calling to me, so I grab my keys and head for my truck. I park in the fire lane in front of my shop, and when I get inside I shut off the alarm, but leave the lights off. Once I reach my room, I flick that light on and begin prepping my station. I clean off my arm and pull out the transfer paper that's been hidden from view for my own sanity. A neighbor I had while growing up drew the 4 symbols special for me. She was a kind old lady who would leave food outside my window sometimes. She left a piece of paper along with a bag of cookies once, and I cherished it. I held the crumpled paper in my hand while I slept, and traced the lines when locked in my room for days at a time. I had no idea what they meant, but I imagined it was her telling me to be strong. A reminder that someone in the world knew I was alive. My stepdad caught me one night and burned the paper right in front of me. He took his cigarette out of his mouth and touched the hot ember to the corner. I tried not to, but I couldn't help crying. He told me to shut up and quit being a whiny brat, then gave me something to cry about. It wasn't the first time he'd hit me, but it was the first time I realized how much I despised him. I had to redo the symbols from memory. I'd spend nights trying to replicate them and get the angles perfect, but nothing I did ever matched the original. It was also another first for me. I realized that drawing calmed me and took me away from the bad things in my life. And I was really good at it. I press the pedal, and the buzz of my machine shoots an immediate calm through me. It's a little more difficult to tattoo myself, but since I'm right-handed and I'm doing my left arm, it's not bad at all. The desire to do this has been heavy on my mind for quite some time now. My way of taking back control, I guess. Giving myself back something he took. More times than I can count, I've had to try to cover scars for people. Usually I end up incorporating it into the design because the tissue is too sensitive to hold the ink and have any lasting effects. But they want it covered up, They want the ugly reminder turned into something beautiful. I've done it for others, and now I'm finally doing it for myself. While some scars left behind are physical, the worst ones can't be seen. They hurt just as much, if not more. I'd have taken the beatings over the verbal lashings any day. But right now, I want to feel the pain to remind myself that I am, in fact, a grown-ass man who can move the fuck on. A tough one, who doesn't crumble because of a woman. Not anymore. That's what I did when I was younger, and I eventually hardened myself not to care. But with Rain, hell, she changes everything. She reminds me of what I've been fighting so hard to forget, and how one woman can alter so much. I wonder what she's doing. Wonder if she's in bed dreaming of me, or of him. The thought makes me press a little too hard on my skin. Fuck. I take a break for a second, and wipe off the excess before I continue. When I finish an hour later, I have a high that I only get from ink. I bandage myself up, close shop, then head back home. Before I get into bed, I text Rain. Me. Night. I go take a piss and brush my teeth, unbandage my arm, and gently clean it. By the time I get back, she sent me a reply. Rain. Night. Heart emoji. Rain. The flowers smell amazing, by the way. I have them in my bedroom. Good. Hopefully she'll go to sleep with the thought of the man who gave them to her. Me. Sleep deep, baby. Rain. XO. I could reply again, but I've already handed her my balls tonight, no need to add a silver platter into the mix. I crawl under my covers and finally rest my head. I toss and turn all night, dreaming of Rain in a beautiful field of flowers. She stands there, looking so peaceful and beautiful when suddenly she clutches her chest. Blood trails down, changing the white daisies to blood-red roses. I wake up at 4 a.m. from that nightmare and know I won't be able to sleep anymore, so I get up and go for a run. When I get back, I exhaust my body, hoping it will turn my mind off by doing hundreds of push-ups. While it's normally too early for me to go into the shop, I head there anyway. I have nothing else to do, and if I sit here I'll drive myself crazy. I end up cleaning and decided to hang a few more photos and magazine articles I still had packed away. I might not be proud of much, but my talent is something nobody could ever take away from me. It's the only consistent thing in my life. When 11:15 rolls around, I flip on the sound system and sit at the front desk, waiting for my appointment to arrive. I kick back in the chair and mess around on my phone. I hear the door crack open a split second before the beep, and look up to see Rain walking in. Hey, darling. I get up, but she rushes around the desk and launches herself at me before I get a chance to balance my weight. The chair catches my ass when I fall back. Whoa, what's wrong? She clings tighter but doesn't say anything. I want to pry, but give her this instead and just wait. It's my turn to be the strong one for her. I should have never been so weak around her in the first place, and I surely don't plan to do it ever again. The man I know I am, the one who's loyal to a fault, and the one who prides himself on the lengths he'd go for someone he loves is back. And he fucking loves this girl in his arms. Sorry, she murmurs. It's okay, I know I'm irresistible. She giggles and sits up, the most beautiful smile gracing her face. A smile I wasn't sure I'd see so quickly after yesterday. A smile that I'll work to the bone to make sure stays. That you are. She kisses my lips hard and fast before getting up. I just wanted to see you before I started the day. Do you have a break at all? At 3 for an hour. I never changed that, darling. I stand up as well. Cool. I'll bring you some food, okay? Holding my hands in surrender, I shake my head. No argument from me. See you later. She starts walking away, but I reach for her arm and pull her back. You're pretty irresistible too, you know. My hands span her waist, and I pull her close enough to caress her lips with mine. Enough to keep me satisfied, but still leave me wanting more. Although I don't think it'll ever be enough. I give her hips a little squeeze at the same time I nip at her bottom lip. See you later. My eyes zero in on her hardened nipples. She gives me a little shove and laughs. That wasn't fair. My next client walks in, and I can only shrug at Rain. Sorry, baby. She waves over her shoulder, and I watch her walk out before I shake hands with my 11 o'clock. Hey, man.
Vaughn.
He gives me a chin lift. You ready? I think we'll be able to finish up today.
Fuck yeah.
He laughs.
I'm dying to be able to show it off.
Well, then let's get started. He follows me back and removes his shirt, then lies on his stomach. The full back piece has taken a little longer to do than I initially anticipated, but I added more detail than was in the original drawing.
You cool if I put my headphones on?
As I'm putting my gloves on, I answer, Of course. Just holler if you need me to stop.
Yeah.
He puts them over his ears.
I know the drill.
My hand is sore by the time I take my break. 4 hours of straight tattooing will do that. I'm cleaning up when my girl walks in. I meet her up front and can tell something's happened in the time since I'd seen her earlier. The light in her eyes is dim, and her smile is forced. You all right? She holds out a paper bag for me.
I brought you food, but I can't stay. I have to go to the funeral home.
Okay. I take the bag and set it on the counter.
His parents want me to be there to help them with the arrangements. They say I'd know what he'd want.
Is that what you want? Her attempt at a shrug is pitiful.
It's the right thing to do.
For who?
All of them, I guess.
She sighs and twirls her hair before tossing it over her shoulder. You don't have to, Rain. I get that he was a part of your life and you guys had something, but planning a funeral is not the job of a girlfriend.
A parent should never have to bury their child, Vaughn.
I pause, not wanting my anger for his parents to project on her. I know that. But it's not fair for them to pass their grief over to you when you're already feeling enough of it on your own. She nibbles on her lip for a moment.
I don't think they are. I think they just want me to feel like I'm involved.
If that's what you want.
It is.
She sighs.
I mean, it's hard, but I know if I don't, I'll regret it.
Don't want you having any regrets.
No.
She looks at the phone in her hand.
I'd better go. They're waiting.
Okay. I walk with her to the door and open it for her. I'll walk you to your car. When she reaches for my hand, a relief instantly floods me that she's not pulling away. We reach her car far too soon, and when she hits the key fob, I hold her door shut instead of opening it, waiting for her to look at me. Call me later, okay?
Okay.
Rain, look at me. Her head slowly rises.
I'll call you.
This isn't what she wants to do. I desperately want to throw her over my shoulder and take her home with me until everything is over, but I know that can't happen. Right now, I can only be here for her. Nodding, I open the door and lean in to kiss her again after she sits.
I love you, Vaughn.
Love you too. I kiss her cheek one more time. Call me.
I will.
Watching her drive away sucks so bad, but by the time I get back to the shop, she's already out of sight. It's not my place to tell her what she can or can't do, as much as I'd like to. Unlike this morning, the afternoon drags. I'm checking my phone constantly, and each time there's no message from her, it worries me. By the time it reaches 7:30, and I still haven't heard from her, I send her a text and get no response. My truck takes me straight to her place. I'm out and at her door before I can give it a second thought. I gently knock on her door and call her name. You in there? When she answers, it fucking hits me in the gut.
Hey,
she whispers. I walk in and pull her into my arms, then kick the door shut behind me. She grips my jacket and her breath hitches as I carry her to her living room. When I get there, another punch hits me, but this time it's a little higher up than my gut, more like the area where my heart is located. Sitting on the couch, I'm able to get a good view of Rain's life with Brian. She has pictures scattered all over her coffee table. Movie stubs, dried flowers, jewelry.
I wasn't going to look at it all, but they couldn't find a picture from their anniversary party, and they asked me to look.
Just the thought of her with him is enough to drive me mad. I don't care if he's dead or alive. Nobody wants to imagine the person they're in love with being with someone else, let alone seeing photographic evidence. It's not about me. It's not about me. This must be really hard for you to see. Her head bobs against my shoulder.
I didn't mean for you to see this. That's why I didn't call you.
It's okay.
It's really not. But I appreciate you being so understanding about it.
She crawls off my lap and sits next to me. I don't know what else to say to her, but the longer I sit here, the longer I stare at pictures of her and him, laughing, being happy, young and in love, at a carnival, eating ice cream, bowling, a few school dances for good measure. Not only a reminder I didn't get that with her, but also that I didn't get any of those things at all. When I was supposed to be in high school, I was getting my GED from the County Juvenile Detention Center. When the carnival was in town, I was taping my broken fingers together. When kids were eating ice cream, I was sneaking out of my window to dig through the neighbor's trash.
Let me clean this up.
She sits on the floor and begins to gather everything up. Don't do that on my account.
It's okay. I'm done. I found what they needed.
She sets the remote on my leg, and I welcome the distraction of flipping through the channels. I settle on an old Rocky movie. Watching people get punched in the face is just what I need right now.
Are you hungry?
I didn't realize she'd finished, but thankfully, not one memento remained. I'm always hungry.
I am too. What sounds good? I'll make something real quick.
Let's just order something. You don't need to cook.
I want to,
she insists.
Really, cooking is therapeutic for me.
That's right. Cooking to her is like tattooing to me. What do you have? I'm really not picky.
I can whip up a pasta dish pretty quick.
Sounds good.
Okay, want something to drink?
Got any beer? She rolls her eyes.
We're in Wisconsin. Does anybody ever not have beer?
True. Then I'll take a beer.
I'll just get the water boiling, then I'll bring it to you.
I start to get up. I'll just get it. You don't have to serve me.
I want to, Vaughn.
Chapter 17. Rain. After setting the water to boil and bringing Vaughn a beer, I take out some chicken, spinach, and tomatoes. As I prep the ingredients, I begin to get lost in my love of cooking. My mother always told me, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I may not be the best at this whole relationship thing, but if I can win Vaughn over with carbs, I won't be mad about it. He came over at the exact right time because I was just about to go crazy. All I needed was one picture, just one. And when Kristen asked me, I almost said no. But this afternoon was difficult for her, and I didn't want to disappoint her. The few hours I was with her and Aaron were awkward. The couple I'd seen just days prior, insistent that everyone needed to move on with their lives, were nothing but a wreck today. It was as if being inside a funeral home transformed them into different people. It reminded me of how they used to treat me when Brian was alive. Aaron sat in a chair, not speaking a word much of the time. When he did talk, it was short and mean. Kristen just cried and told me to make the decisions because she couldn't bear to do it. While I understood their sorrow, I didn't think it was my place. I loved Brian, I did. He was a good boyfriend and a great son. But truth be told, we were together the same amount of time he was missing. If I'm discovering anything about myself through being with Vaughn, it's that I was truly in love with the idea of what I wanted Brian and me to have. My guilt for wanting to move on was a shackle. But the chain breaks away more every day, and eventually I'll be free of the hold it once had on me. The water almost boils over, but I quickly blow on the bubbles before they spill over the edge. I timed it perfectly, so everything finished at the same time, and begin plating the food. Can you set up the TV trays? I walk into the living room with a plate in each hand, but come to a halt when I see Vaughn sleeping. I backtrack, set the dishes on the countertop in the kitchen, and then tiptoe to the hallway closet to get a blanket. I look down at him and smile. He looks so peaceful. I take in the faint wrinkles around his eyes and the tattoo on his forearm. Holy shit, he got a new tattoo. Leaning over to get a closer view, I realize how fresh it must be. I study the characters and wonder what they mean. My feet slip on a magazine sticking out, and I try to catch myself but end up landing on top of Vaughn. He grunts and cages me in with his quick reflexes. Sorry, I whisper, and try to push up. He bands his arms tighter.
Best way to wake up ever.
Unable to resist anymore, I lower my head and kiss him. His mouth works against mine, and I twine my hands through his thick head of hair, holding him where I want him. I slide my tongue down his neck and suck on it, before gently nipping, and then sitting up. He looks so damn good, and his rumpled hair reminds me of what he looked like after we had sex. Phenomenal sex. I'm sorry, it's just... I trail off and glance over at the box I packed up less than an hour ago. His focus shifts from me to the box, then back to me, and his lips, his soft, kissable lips, flatten in a hard line before he sits up.
It's all good.
Food's ready. I get up and grab 2 TV trays. While he sets them up, I bring the food in. As we eat dinner together, I find myself stupidly excited that this is what my future might look like. We've decided to have a memorial service for Brian. I picked out the urn, the flowers, and the music. I made the menu for the buffet where everyone would go after the service. Much to the disappointment of Aaron and Kristen, I didn't make the food on my own. But after I explained several times that I didn't have the time, they finally just told me to do whatever the hell I wanted. I didn't ask Vaughn to come. Not only would it have been awkward for me, but it would have also been uncomfortable for him. When I told that to Vaughn, he said,
I don't give a shit how uncomfortable it would make me. If you wanted me there, I'd be there.
I sat next to Kristen and stared at the floor the entire time. Friends from high school I hadn't seen in years hugged me and acted as if they gave a shit. My parents sat next to Kennedy and Brad 2 rows behind me. His parents each got up and spoke a few words about him, and when they finished, I felt eyes on me. As much as I wanted to get up and talk about him, I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? I couldn't think of anything that wasn't already said or everyone didn't know about him. When everyone begins walking out of the funeral home, I head in the opposite direction and make my way to the back. The red exit sign shines like a beacon of light, and I push the door open. Cold November air hits me in the face and burns when it hits my lungs. I just need a minute. I lean against the wall and close my eyes. I've been dreading this day for 2 years, but I've been looking forward to it as well. The unknown is what tore me up so badly. But now, I know. And now I can finally move on. I can breathe. My hair snags against the brick wall, but it doesn't even hurt. I send a text to my mom and to Kristen telling them I'm not going to eat. I'm done. This part of my life is over, and I can't anymore. I just can't. Since I was here early, my car is parked right by the front door. I walk around the building and see a bunch of people still standing around. Even though I'm outside in the fresh air, the need to get out of this place is suffocating. I get my keys in my hand, put my head down, and hurry to my car. As I'm unlocking it, someone calls my name, but I ignore them as I get in and slam my door shut. I start the engine and reverse out of my spot. I park on the street and I'm out and walking to Vaughn's door in a matter of seconds. Just as I'm about to close the door leading to the sidewalk, yelling makes me pause. Vaughn is arguing with someone, and he sounds really, really pissed off. Not sure if I should be listening, but also worried about him, I decide to stay still. I can't make out the words, but he's definitely pissed. The sound of glass breaking makes me jump, and without thinking, I rush up the stairs. His door is cracked open, and I stand outside of it listening.
What the hell do you want me to do with this shit?
Vaughn asks.
I'm just putting you on notice, brother. I ain't got a dog in this fight, but since you're back in town, I thought I'd share. Fuck. Fuck.
I step fully inside. The door creaks and an arm wraps around my neck.
Jesus. Vaughn rushes toward me. That's my girl. Let her go.
I've never been so scared that I actually stopped breathing. But much like when I had the wind knocked out of me as a kid in the playground, when I suck in a breath, it burns my chest. The arm releases me, and I put a hand to my heart as if it'll stop the pounding.
Abbott, sorry,
the voice says behind me. Vaughn takes my hand and tugs me toward him.
Sorry, babe. Bedtime to show up.
Sorry, babe? That's all he has to say?
I'll be out of your way,
the voice I heard from the hallway says. I turn around and am met with a very large, very intimidating man. His gold tooth shines against his darker skin, and tattoos decorate him up to his chin. Then it hits me that I've seen him before at the tattoo shop. The other man, who is now to my left, has long dreadlocks that are tucked under a baseball hat. He has tattoos on his face as well.
I wish I could say I appreciate you stopping by.
Vaughn's voice drips with sarcasm. The man with dreadlocks walks out, and the other one, Lenny, stops in front of us. He tilts his head and eyes me up and down before he directs his attention to Vaughn again.
Collateral. I fucking know that dirt. Get a lock on it.
When he walks out and closes the door behind him, I sag against Vaughn. He steps away from me and punches the wall.
God fucking damn it!
He hits it again so hard a hole forms, and when he pulls his hand away, blood trickles down his arm. Stop! Oh my God, Vaughn! Stop! I grab his arm, and he rips it out of my hold. With his fists clenched and defeat written all over his face, he shakes his head.
Now's not a good time, Rain. You should probably go.
No. He thinks he's loyal? He's met his match with me. He walks through the hallway and enters the bathroom. The faucet turns on for a second, and I go to the open doorway to see if he needs help. He applies a square bandage to the top of his hand, and when he looks up, he catches my reflection in the mirror. What's wrong? I ask.
Aren't you supposed to be at a funeral?
I know what he's doing. It's what I've been doing for years. He's trying to push me away, but I won't let him. No, I'm supposed to be here.
You don't want to be here right now.
Why? His body becomes a blur when he moves so fast and pushes me against the wall. He pants through his nose and inches closer.
Because if you stay, I'm either going to say something I'll regret, or do something you'll regret.
The rumble of his voice glides through me like a knife through butter. What would you do that I'd regret? His hand flexes on my shoulder, then he slides it down and over so it's around my neck. My heart hammers against my chest from excitement. This side of him. A side that I need just as badly as he does.
I'd step away from you and watch as you took your clothes off.
He thrusts against me.
See what happens to me just thinking about you.
His teeth sink lightly into my shoulder.
After you were completely naked, I'd have you drop to your knees, Rainey, and I'd love every damn minute of it. I'd love seeing my cock disappear down your throat. I'd love it so much that I'd have to lift you up and fuck you against this wall. I'd slide into you already so wet from sucking my dick that you'd take all of me at once.
Then he takes a small step back.
But then you'd feel how messed up I really am when I fuck you so hard.
I wouldn't regret that. If he thinks this is a bad thing, then we're not on the same page. We're on a completely different book.
You deserve better, darling.
Without giving him a chance to protest, I grab my dress from the hem and lift it over my head. He sucks in a breath, and I kick off the black pumps I'm wearing when I unclip my bra. With my fingers resting on the waistband of my thong, I close the distance between us and slide it down my legs as I lower myself. The wood floor is rough on my knees, but I'm too busy focusing on his belt buckle to worry about it.
Rain.
He tries to push me away, but I slap at his hands and undo the buckle, then lower his zipper. I don't think you understand how badly I want exactly what you just said. How much I need to just feel right now. I need to feel you, Vaughn. With my eyes locked on his, I push his jeans and boxers to his ankles. I lower my head and kiss the skin on his upper thigh and trail my mouth over, then lick him all the way up. My nails dig into the back of one thigh while I use the other hand to angle his cock. My tongue darts out and licks the tip. Then I suck him in as far as I can. A whoosh of air leaves him as he grabs my hair.
Christ, baby.
He holds me still as he fucks my mouth. I moan around him, getting more turned on from this than I thought I would. Then he pulls my head back, lifts me up, and does what he said I'd regret. He fucks me, hard and fast,
So beautiful I have to hold back tears when he looks into my eyes and I see him. I see what he's been trying to hide, what he was afraid to show me. I've wanted this so badly. I want him to show me how he feels. I want to be able to take away some of that pain. And if I'm getting the most exquisite pleasure out of it, then it's a win-win. I scream his name and he empties himself inside me. Even though he just did me against the wall, I have never felt more loved in my entire life.
Chapter 18. Vaughn. Her sated body becomes heavier, and I hold her tighter. Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
I kick off my jeans and walk to the bathroom where I set her on the counter, and then turn the water in the shower on. When it warms, I open the curtain and step in. Coming. Rain's lips tilt up in a smile, and she hops down off the counter and then joins me. As soon as she steps into the tub, she shrieks. "Holy shit, that's cold!" I turn us around so the water is hitting me. Sorry. I turn the knob to make it hotter. There, better? She sticks her hand under the stream.
No way. That's not even warm yet.
How damn hot do you want it?
Hot.
She leans past me and cranks it farther than I ever have. It goes from lukewarm to boiling, and I hiss as it belts my back. Jesus, woman. She shuffles us so she's the one under the water now.
Oh, that's perfect.
Perfect. It's scalding. Her laughter fills the small space, and she turns the knob a fraction of a centimeter.
There. Is that better?
It doesn't make a lick of a difference, but if she's comfortable, then I'll just have to endure. Sure. She doesn't buy it, because she adjusts it even more.
That's as good as it's gonna get.
You're wrong. I wrap my arms around her, kiss her smiling lips, bury my head between her breasts, and then hold on for dear life. This is as good as it gets. I flex my arms to emphasize my point. Her, this, us together, my arms around her. This is the best thing in the world. As steam begins to fill the bathroom, her weight against me becomes even heavier as she relaxes. I don't want to bring it up, but I have to know. Was I too rough?
No,
she answers immediately. Not at all. The tension that was in my shoulders releases, and I kiss the top of her head. We finally do what the shower is intended for, and wash. I step out first and then hand her a towel.
Can I wear a shirt?
I'd prefer you to walk around naked. She shoves me as she walks out and heads to my room. Second drawer. She grabs a shirt and walks out while I dress. By the time I'm done, she's already sitting on the couch.
What did that guy want?
How did everything go today?
It went. I didn't go to eat, I just left.
Because I wanted to be here for her when this was over, I rescheduled my appointments today. Why? I thought she got here too early.
I wanted to see you.
She shrugs.
When I'm with you, it's like everything else just goes away.
Leaning against the archway, I nod in agreement. Same with you.
Who was that guy?
Fuck. I was hoping she'd forget about that. Though when a man puts you in a headlock, I suppose that's not something easily forgotten. We grew up across the street from each other, in the valley. Her eyes widened just as I knew they would. She didn't know the man she declared her love to was valley trash. As you can imagine, I didn't have the best upbringing.
I had no idea, Vaughn. I mean, just because you grew up down there doesn't mean you automatically had a crappy upbringing.
I love that she's so naive. Yeah, it does, baby.
You were yelling at him.
Not at him, at the situation.
What situation?
This is it. This is where it all ends. This is where she finds out the ugly truth. I don't want to tell her because I can't fucking live without this girl. She says she loves me, but I need her to be so in love with me that she'll stay when she finds out. She can't leave me. So I do what I have to. I lie. Just about money. I don't give her a chance to question it. You want to order a pizza? I'm sure you're hungry since you didn't eat earlier. Her eyes narrow and she twirls some wet hair around her finger. After she lets out an exasperated sigh, she agrees.
I'm pretty hungry.
Cool. What do you want on it?
Whatever.
Sausage and mushroom?
Gross. No mushrooms.
Okay, sausage and pepperoni.
That's too much meat.
That's not what you were saying earlier. I raise an eyebrow and she tries to stifle a laugh.
Oh my God, you're such a guy.
I ask again, what do you want on your pizza?
Cheese and pepperoni.
I shake my head as I grab my phone. Damn woman. Make a mental note of the kind of pizza she likes so I don't have to do this again. I order from the place just down the street and grab some drinks for us from the fridge. We fire up a movie, and when the pizza comes, I get up to get it. I love that she doesn't care that we eat it right out of the box. The rest of the night, we just hang out. She makes me watch a chick flick, and when that's over, I can't stand to sit anymore. You want to get out of here? Go grab a drink or something?
I don't have any clean clothes.
She fingers the hem of my t-shirt. We can stop and get you clothes.
Okay, let's go.
No way am I letting her out of here with just a shirt on, so I grab an old pair of sweats for her. Since she drove here, I follow her back to her apartment. After she tosses her purse on the kitchen table, she goes down the hall to change. I hop up on a stool and play a game on my phone while I'm waiting. Her bag vibrates over and over. I grab her cell since it's halfway out of her purse to see Kristen flashes across the screen. A few minutes later, Kenny's name comes up, then the parentals. Kristen, and then Kenny again. I swipe the screen to unlock it and answer for Kenny. What's up, Ken?
Vaughn?
Yeah. Why the hell is everyone calling her?
She fucking disappeared. Jesus, he sighs. Where are you guys? I tried calling you too.
Right now I'm at her place, but we were at mine earlier. Once she was with me, I didn't even think to grab my phone after I ordered the pizza. I don't have the desire to speak to anyone but her.
I stopped by there and she wasn't there. Brad is on his way to your place now.
Well, we're both here.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's good.
Who are you talking to?
Rain's voice comes from behind me and I turn and lean against the counter. Kenny, apparently everyone was worried because you disappeared. She shakes her head and holds her hand out for her phone. When I hand it to her, she clicks the speaker button and continues brushing her hair.
Hey, Kenny.
Fuck, Rain, don't you ever do that shit to me again, he screams. I know they're best friends or whatever, but he's not going to talk to her that way. You fucking yell at her like that again and you'll have to get through me until you chill the hell out. Rain's eyes lift to mine, and she doesn't blink. I don't give a shit if she thinks I overstepped. What? I question. He was just worried, she whispers. I don't care. He ain't got the right. Nobody has the right to raise their voice to you like that. We stand just a few feet apart, but she couldn't be further away from me right now. A vacancy shadows her and confuses the hell out of me.
Sorry, Rainey, I was just worried about you.
Ken's voice comes through the speaker, and Rain shakes her head.
It's fine, Kenny.
She glances at me.
You don't need to apologize.
I raise a brow at her attitude and cross my arms.
I sent a text.
Her attention shifts from me back down to her phone as she slides her fingers across her screen.
Shit. It didn't go through. Sorry, I'll call my mom.
She takes it off speaker and puts the phone to her ear.
Yeah. No, I know. He is.
Her voice fades away as she heads back down the hallway. What the fuck? How is she going to give me attitude for sticking up for her? Deciding that she's probably going to be a while, I go to her living room and kick my feet up on the coffee table. I grab the remote and flick through the channels and settle on the news. The mayor is being interviewed about the crime in the valley and what he's doing to stop it. I huff. Nothing can stop it, unless you kill off the thugs and druggies. It's never going to get better.
Kenny has never once done anything but love me and be there for me.
I didn't hear her footsteps. She stands at the threshold of the room, not coming all the way in.
He has never hurt me or treated me badly. His anger was out of a place of worry.
I set my feet on the floor and rest my elbows on my thighs. Doesn't matter, Rain. Nobody should scream at you like he did.
He loves me.
Don't doubt that.
People who care about each other sometimes get mad and say things they don't mean. They yell and throw stuff, but that doesn't mean he doesn't love me.
My ears perk up at the robotic tone of her voice.
Just because he yelled doesn't mean he doesn't care. If anything, it means he cares the most.
Rain, what's going on? She presses her lips together and then squeezes the pressure point between her eyes.
I've got a headache. Can we reschedule?
Reschedule?
Yeah. I think I'm going to go to bed early.
I get off the couch and stand in front of her. What aren't you saying? After a moment of hesitation, she turns around and flips her hand in the air at me.
Nothing. I'm just tired, Vaughn.
Bullshit. I reach for her arm, but she yanks it away from me.
Just go.
Not until you tell me what's going on.
Oh, just like you told me about those guys who were in your apartment?
She twirls around.
And like how you've told me about the stack of unopened return-to-sender envelopes on your desk?
Damn. I didn't think about putting them away. Don't try to deflect this onto me.
Who is she, Vaughn? Who's Rose?
Just hearing her name makes my blood boil. I don't want to taint the good between Rain and me with my shit. I don't want my dirty to ruin her clean.
Why were those men with guns in your apartment, huh? You expect me to fucking tell you everything, yet you give me nothing in return.
Nothing? You think I give you nothing? I run a hand through my hair and take a deep-ass breath. You have everything, Rain. You have absolutely everything I can give. It's not much, and I know that. I know I'm not enough for you. I swallow the lump in my throat and continue.
This is me,
I shrug.
This is who I am.
I love hard, baby. I love so goddamned hard, and I love you. I'm sorry if that's nothing to you, but to me, it's everything. It's all I've got. She whimpers and then throws herself at me, squeezing so hard I find it hard to breathe.
I'm sorry.
Her shoulders shake as she cries against my chest, and I wrap her up as much as I can. I don't know what the hell just happened, but I'm going to figure it out. I have a feeling, a guess, but I don't want to make assumptions. You don't need to apologize. I press my lips against her forehead and then lean back, so her face is in my line of sight. I don't give a shit about much in my life, but when I find something that matters, I guard it fiercely. She nods and wipes her face.
Well, there goes the night.
I smile. It's all good.
I really am tired. Kind of a rough day.
Yeah, I bet it was. And here I am, once again throwing my shit on her. Probably would just be better if I take off. Well, I'll head home then. Let you get some rest. Her face falls.
Oh, I thought... Never mind.
What?
I thought maybe you'd want to stay.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I do.
Then I'll stay. She walks around and shuts off the lights while I use the bathroom. When I get to her bedroom, I do a double take at the bed. Fuck. It's going to be so difficult for me to be there with her where another man has been. As I unlace my boots, I look around. It surprises me that I don't find more pictures or anything with her and Brian. I strip down to my boxer briefs and sit on the end of the bed. She walks in a few minutes later and stops right in front of me. I raise my head and feel my dick doing the same. Her fingers work at the buttons on her jeans. She slips them off right along with her panties she had on. I reach out and slide my hands up her bare thighs until the material of her shirt is in them, and then I stand as I remove it. The very tips of my fingers slide down her arms, and when I reach her waist, one of them slides across her lower back. She shivers, and I do the same when she pushes my underwear down my legs.
Sit down,
she whispers, as she gently shoves at my chest. I comply and lean back on my arms as she crawls into my lap. Wordlessly, she reaches between us and slides my cock between her wetness and centers herself over me before holding my shoulders. My eyelids become heavy with lust, and I fight to keep them open. Her heat begins to engulf me, but she stops just as her nails bite into my skin. The question is on the tip of my tongue, but when I finally look away from where we're joined and at her face, I get it. I'm yours, darling. Do whatever you need. Her mouth parts as she slides all the way down, and I have to fight from pounding into her as she surrounds me. She rides me slow, takes what she needs. I grit my teeth so hard my jaw aches. Her thighs begin to shake around me, and every time she takes me all the way, she grinds erratically.
Shit, she pants.
You almost there?
Yes.
Just when I almost can't take it anymore, she screams my name and takes us both over the edge. She falls forward, and I go all the way flat on the bed with her.
Do you want to come to my parents for Christmas?
Babe, my dick is still inside you, and that's what you're thinking about? I'm hoping she drops it because I really don't want to talk about Christmas. She slides up, and we both groan at the loss.
There. Now you can think.
You're still naked. She runs her fingers over my shoulders and kisses my collarbone.
I've been meaning to ask you. I felt bad enough that we didn't do anything for Thanksgiving.
I had to work over Thanksgiving. Holidays are actually a busy time for me, so I declined her invitation to go to her parents then. I've never celebrated a holiday or even a birthday. Normally, I don't give a shit about anyone else or what they think about me, but the thought of sitting around a table with her family is a version of hell to me. When I was younger, I didn't realize what I was missing. I remember going to school and feeling a different feeling in my stomach. The teachers were always so nice, and when they'd ask how things were at home, I lied. I don't think they believed me because sometimes they would sneak me food at lunch or accidentally leave a pair of gloves in my cubby. I think I was about 9 or so, and it was the day before Christmas break. All the kids were talking about Santa coming and how they tried to be good that year so he'd bring presents. They said if you were bad, he'd bring you coal. It hit me at that moment, as I was sitting at the lunch table, picking the mold off a piece of bread I found in the cupboard before I got myself ready and on the bus, that I realized how different I was, how bad things were. And when Christmas came, and I didn't even get coal, I figured my mom must have been right when she told me that I was so rotten Santa didn't even waste a trip coming to our house. The hair on the top of her head flutters when I release a breath. If you want me to come, I'll come. She raises a brow.
I thought you just did that.
I flip her over and tickle her. Stop! Stop! She pushes my hands away. I swear I will pee. Please stop. Her eyes well with tears, and her voice is shaky and my hands freeze. Sorry, baby. I didn't know you were that ticklish. The fear in her face doesn't settle well with me. Something else wrong?
No, I'm just super ticklish and I hate when people don't stop when I tell them to.
Did somebody do that to you? A shadow crosses her face before she masks it.
No, I just really hate it, so...
She wraps her legs around me and lifts her hips a few times to rub against me. And just like that, I'm ready to go again.
You're going to come?
I slide home in one slow thrust of my hips and hold still. Yeah, baby. I'll come.
Chapter 19. Rain. I can't sleep. The argument that Vaughn and I had earlier is pounding me in the head. Hell, this entire day is hitting me over the head over and over and over. The service, the men at Vaughn's, the yelling, the sex. The sex is so good. Twice today and it's still not enough. It makes everything else go away, like the reminder of what I tried to forget. Ugh, I flip to my back.
If you're not going to sleep, then why don't you tell me what's wrong?
Vaughn's voice startles me. I thought you were sleeping, sorry.
How do you expect someone to sleep when they're lying next to the Tasmanian devil?
He chuckles and tosses an arm over my stomach and scoots closer. With the tips of his fingers, he gently slides them up and down my exposed arm. He yelled at me all the time. Vaughn's hand freezes before it continues its movements. The gentleness is a little rougher now, as I can imagine him trying to hold back his anger. I absolutely love how he's so protective of me. If it's wrong, or if it makes me less of a woman because I want a man to take care of me like that, then I don't care. I can be independent and needy at the same damn time. Like, even in the beginning, he yelled. But he was always loud, was always the life of the party. The same adrenaline that coursed through him when he'd jump off cliffs or ski down a mountain. That adrenaline flowed through him always. He was loud and aggressive and used that energy on me all the time. My focus zeroes in on a crack in the ceiling. He never hit me, it wasn't like that. And I don't doubt he loved me. But I wasn't as happy as I knew we could be. I think he had an undiagnosed mental condition, honestly, because one minute he could be so sweet, and the next he would just flip out about something. He threatened to kill himself the one time I said I was going to break up with him. So I didn't. I took him back, and he got better for a while, but then the random behavior started again. More times than I can count, I took it. I sat there and let him because I knew it would end. I knew it really wasn't him. He did actually make me pee my pants one time from tickling me so hard. I've never told anybody about that, and I never will. It's so embarrassing. But that was the kind of thing he did. Everything was funny to him. Until you said that tonight about nobody should yell at me like that, I never realized just how bad it really was.
I'm sorry, Rain.
The entire time we were together, he always made me promise I wouldn't leave him. At first it was cute. We got into an argument once and he retaliated by riding his snowmobile on the highway. God, it was so dangerous. But when he came back, he was normal again. So I tried harder than I guess I should have to make him happy.
That wasn't your responsibility.
I felt like it was, though. His parents, they knew how he was, but never did anything about it. I always felt like they were glad not to have the weight of him on their shoulders. Always kind of pushed him off on me as soon as we started dating. Like really encouraging us to be together and pressuring us to get married. I knew I didn't fucking like them. Before he left, I decided that when he got back, I would make him go to a doctor. Because the absolute truth is that I did love him. When he was good, everything was great. He was so caring and did so much for me. He will always hold a special place in my heart. But when he was bad, everything was so different. I don't even want to say it was bad. But it wasn't good, I guess. I could still see the real him behind the trouble in his eyes. But I wasn't sure I was strong enough to be everything he needed me to be. I tried.
Did you ever talk to anyone else about this?
No. I mean, I'd mentioned his erratic behavior to his mom, and she acknowledged it, but that was about it. I think I was almost embarrassed about it or something. I felt like maybe I was the problem, and I tried to be everything I thought he wanted me to be. I went to the restaurants he wanted, I saw the movies he liked, I even went skydiving because he begged me. The nauseated feeling rises in my gut just thinking about it. I'm deathly afraid of heights, Vaughn. But I did it for him.
You should never have to do something you don't want to do. Especially if it's just to make someone happy.
I wasn't unhappy, though. At least at the time, I didn't think I was. I roll over to my side, so we're facing each other. I'm happy now. You make me happy.
You make me happy too, Rain.
I close my eyes and smile. The weight of the day bears down on me, and it's not long before sleep pulls me under. When I woke up the first morning after Vaughn had spent the night, he wasn't there. I panicked, but then saw the note on his pillow. In not so many words, he'd written that he thought I could use some time alone. And he was right. I called my mom and talked to her, explained many things. I moped around the house, I cleaned the oven, and most importantly, I went to visit Brian. I sat on the bench in the columbarium and stared at the little square on the wall with his name on it. For 2 years, I left him messages. For 2 years, I talked to him and told him I loved him. I convinced myself I was a horrible person because many of the words I said weren't from the heart. They were out of obligation. Still, I had made him a promise that I intended to keep. So I guess this is it, isn't it? I looked around and made sure nobody was around to hear me talk to him. When I promised I'd wait for you, I never thought this is the way it would be. I didn't imagine I'd be talking to a wall. Although, that was how I felt half the time whenever I tried to talk to you. I chuckle, because it was kind of a joke between us. Brian was always on the go, and to get him to sit still for an actual conversation was difficult. And then when I did talk, something else usually distracted him. I was so used to it that it didn't bother me. But when I talk now, and Vaughn listens, it's just another thing to add to my list of things that make him so different. I do love you. I did love you. And I know you loved me. When I walk out of here, I want the guilt gone, Brian. I've tried to move on recently, and I wish I knew I had your blessing. But even without it, I hope you understand. I waited for you. I really did. I miss you, but I can't live the rest of my life in our memories. I stand up and trace his name with my fingers. My head falls forward and rests on the marble plaque etched with his name. Tears fall out of my eyes and land on the tips of my shoes. What we had will always be so special to me. I'll cherish it, and I'll miss you. But I have to say goodbye. I take a step back. This has to be goodbye.
Wait, don't move. I take a picture. I didn't think you were this mean, Rain. I mean, really? Polly waves her hands at the outfit she's wearing. We're finally going out because of the bet we'd made about who would rent out the empty space in the strip. And since I won, she's now wearing a pair of leopard print leggings, red high heels, and a sparkly black crop top. Her hair is in a side pony, and she's wearing bright blue eyeshadow. Trust me, girl, you'll fit right in. I stifle a laugh as I lock the door behind me. She came over to my apartment so I could get us ready. Where are we going? Complexity. She heaves a huge sigh of relief and mumbles something under her breath about hoping it's drag night. We get into my car and I drive us there and walk right in. Brad looks up from the booth where he's doing paperwork. Doing a double take, he drops his head as his shoulders shake from laughter. I really don't like you right now. Polly hip checks me. You love me, don't lie. We get our drinks from the bar and have a seat at the booth. After taking a few sips, Polly clears her throat. So, what's up with you and Vaughn? Man, I laugh. Well, we're together now. It was kind of touch and go for a bit. You think? She raises a brow. I know, but have you ever been with somebody who you knew wasn't the one, but you stayed with them for the wrong reasons? I've never really had a girlfriend to talk to about this stuff before, but I find it easy to open up to her now that we're out of the work setting. A shadow passes over her face, and she bites her lip. Yeah, actually I have. That was kind of the situation I was in before Vaughn came into the picture. You know about Brian, right? Her head wobbles back and forth. Kind of. I mean, I've heard you guys talk about him before, but I didn't want to be nosy and ask since I could tell it was a hot-button topic. Well then, let me start from the beginning. I begin to tell her about how I met Brian when I was 18. I gloss over some of the details, but give her enough information to understand where I'm coming from. Brad brings us over another drink, and before I know it, a few hours have passed with us talking. She tells me a bit about her past, and a couple of times we dab our eyes with napkins listening to the other's stories. We switch gears and decide to dance. Polly's embarrassed at first, but when she sees what some of the other guys are wearing, she loosens up and has fun. By the time I get home, I practically pass out, but not before realizing things in my life are finally looking up. I've been missing out on so much, and I can't wait for the future. The doorbell to my parents' house rings, and I excitedly answer it. Merry Christmas! I throw myself at Vaughn, and he doesn't even need to take a step back to catch me. Merry Christmas. He sets me down, and I hold the door open for him to enter. When he takes off his coat, I lean against the wall for support. He raises a brow and asks what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. His hair is styled, so it looks like I just ran my hands through it, and he's wearing a hunter green Henley. His jeans don't have holes in them, but they hug his ass perfectly. You look so hot right now. He chuckles and sets down a bag and tosses his jacket on a bench in the hallway. He looks behind him before he presses his body against mine. You always look hot. So fuckable. He kisses me softer than I'd like, and I try to pull him closer. Don't tempt me, baby. I missed the hell out of you the past 2 days, and I'm so hard I could pound nails right now. Unless you want me to drag your ass upstairs and There you are. I'm so glad I get to finally meet you. My grandmother's voice makes me jolt. Shit. Fuck.
he whispers, his lips still feather-light against my ear.
Get in front of me and cover my dick, please.
Laughter rolls out of me, and Vaughn snickers, which makes me laugh even more. We'll be right there, Grandma. I try to sound normal, but it's pointless. She's totally going to tell my mom, too. She warned me that she didn't want us necking like teenagers in front of the rest of the family. I slide out from between the door and Vaughn, and he turns around on the ball of his foot and grabs me by the hips to hold me in front of him. My face hurts from trying not to laugh. He coughs and pulls me closer. The laughter dies when I feel him hard against my lower back. Grandma, Vaughn. Vaughn, Grandma. Vaughn clears his throat.
It's so nice to meet you.
You too, young man.
She comes over with her arms raised to give him a hug, and his fingers dig into my hips. I stay rooted even though she shoos me out of the way.
What are you doing, Rain?
Nothing. I just missed him and didn't want to share. I'm a horrible liar.
I just wanted to give him a hug. I don't know why you have to make it so hard.
Vaughn chokes on a laugh, and my shoulders shake uncontrollably as I look away. This is not happening right now.
Well, she's going to have to release you sometime. The rest of the family wants to meet you. I'm going in the kitchen. Time to stuff the bird.
She begins to walk back to the kitchen but turns around.
Are you coming?
That breaks the dam, and Vaughn finally loses it. I've fallen forward and can barely breathe. I can feel my makeup sliding down my cheeks and try to wipe it off. When I finally stand and face Vaughn, he uses his thumbs to wipe under my eyes as he composes himself as well.
Needless to say, hearing your grandma ask me if I was coming made it go away.
I take his hand and introduce him to everyone. He already met my Grandma Edith, but then there's my Aunt Sally and Uncle Tom. Great Aunt Fern, my dad's sister, is here as well. My dad's cousin Ned, who I only ever see on Christmas, brought his girlfriend this year. Vaughn fits right in with the guys, and I bring him a beer and kiss his cheek before going into the kitchen with the rest of the women. We finish cooking, and when everything is ready, everyone sits around the table. Dinner is delicious, as always, and Vaughn keeps a hand on my leg under the table the entire time. I'm not sure if it's for comfort or what. When we're finished, everyone pitches in to help get the dishes done and leftovers packaged up when we gather in the living room where my dad passes out the presents. Vaughn hands me a couple and gives my mom and dad each a package as well. You didn't have to get them anything, or me either.
Shut up, Rain.
He elbows me and sneaks a kiss. I didn't even think about the fact that this may be uncomfortable for him, but when a pile of presents appears in front of him, I notice his eyes widen. His knee bobs up and down, and he wipes his forehead. Shit, I'm such an idiot. Are you okay? I whisper. Yup. He almost snaps, but I know it's not from anger. He's not mad right now. I don't know what he is, honestly.
Okay, dig in!
Dad shouts, and everyone starts opening their gifts. You don't have to do this, Vaughn. I'm so sorry, I didn't think. We can leave. He swallows and wipes his forehead again.
It's all good.
Sweetie, I didn't even...
What are you two doing over there?
My dad asks. When I look up, I'm hit in the head with a wad of wrapping paper. Vaughn smirks when he's hit with one, too. Dad! I chastise him.
It's fine, baby,
Vaughn says. I watch him for a second, looking for any signs that he's lying. When he leans down to grab a present, I get one of mine. He opens a replica of his truck from my parents.
Thank you.
Vaughn holds it up. While their attention is on the truck, Vaughn tosses wrapping paper and hits my dad square in the face. My dad laughs, and my mom just shakes her head with a smile on her face.
You're welcome, son.
Dad says it like it's nothing, but I watch Vaughn's physical reaction. His body tenses, and he blinks his eyelids really fast. He's trying so hard to act as if he's not uncomfortable. Or maybe it's comfort. I just want to get this over with as fast as possible, so I rip through mine. I get up and walk around the room, hugging and thanking my family. When I get to Vaughn, he has his things in a pile and a relieved look on his face. My parents got him a few little things just so he'd have something to open. I haven't given him my present yet. Here.
I reach behind the couch and hand him 2 boxes, one larger and one smaller one. He reaches behind him and hands me 2 boxes. I smile and sit next to him on the couch.
Go first.
He points at the big box. I get nervous for some reason, but tear the paper away anyway. When I open the box, an envelope is inside. I pull it out and carefully open the seal. I can tell from the back of them that they're tickets, but when I pull them out and see that they're Reason to Ruin tickets, I scream. Oh my God, how'd you get tickets? I look at them again and see the seats are really good, like 3rd row good. These must have cost a fortune. And it's in Chicago? Next weekend? Oh my God. I grab his face with the ticket still in my hand and kiss him hard and fast. Thank you. This is awesome. I can't wait to go. After I admire them for another few seconds, I hand them to Vaughn. I don't want to lose them. He takes them and pulls out his wallet, puts the tickets in by his cash, and then shoves the wallet back in his jeans. The smaller box feels heavier than the bigger one, which would make sense since it was just paper. I peel the wrapping off and know immediately it's jewelry. And not from one of those stands in the mall. This is from the actual jeweler who is extremely expensive because of their handcrafted diamonds. I know because I went with my dad to pick out something for my parents' anniversary a couple of years ago. My mouth drops open, and I look up at him. Vaughn.
What? His brows pull together. What's wrong?
I open the box while my eyes are still on him, then drop my gaze. When the necklace comes into view, I gasp. Oh my God. I'm afraid to touch it. It's beautiful. And ironically perfect, and filled with more diamonds than I own combined. Diamonds cover the infinity design, not just the front, but the entire piece. It's so pretty. I brave a glance up at him, and he's acting like it's nothing. Thank you.
Welcome, baby.
I'm scared to wear it. His shoulders come up in a small shrug.
You can put it on later. Doesn't matter.
No. I shake my head. I'm scared to, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to. I pull the chain carefully out of the box and set the pendant on my palm to admire it for a moment. When I try to clasp the chain around my neck, I struggle, and Vaughn reaches over and does it for me. Once it's clasped, he pulls my hair out from under the chain and kisses my cheek.
It's infinite, Rain.
I give him a gentle shove. Open mine. He chews on his bottom lip and reaches for a box. No, do the big one first. I hand it to him. When he opens it, a huge smile spreads across his face.
You didn't have to do that.
Yes, I did. I puked on your other one. He holds up the black leather jacket and turns it around.
It's awesome. Thanks, darling.
I sit up on the couch so I'm on my knees and can barely contain my excitement. He sets the jacket on the back of the couch and tears open the paper on the small box. When he lifts the lid, his brows pull together, and he lifts the leather bracelet. When he sees it, he presses his lips together, then looks at me.
Come here, baby. Now.
I sit on his lap and wrap my arms around his neck, and he shoves his face into my hair as he holds me so tight.
I love you so much, Rain.
Does it fit? I ask him. He removes his arms from the vice they're in around me, and I sit back to see. With one hand, he slides the band onto the wrist he has his other bracelets on. Mine is the fattest, but in order to get one with the infinity symbol, it had to be. Once it's on all the way, he holds it up to show me. Infinite, I whisper. The time he told me how much he loved me has never left my mind. And I wanted to get him something to show him just how much he means to me, too. I'm overjoyed that we are not only on the same page, but writing the same story at the same time.
Infinite,
he says just as quietly. He kisses me, and I put my hands in his hair. Clapping begins, and I hear my dad's booming voice.
I forgot we weren't alone,
Vaughn says against my lips. Me too. I smile and pull away, then get up to show my necklace to my mom. The day couldn't have gone any better, and I can't wait to show Vaughn the Christmas present I'm wearing later tonight.
Chapter 20. Vaughn. Slow down, baby. I don't want to come yet. My girl ignores me and continues to ride me hard and fast. My balls tighten, and I push my heels against the mattress to flip us over. She squeals and pulls my head down, so her mouth is on mine before I even have a chance to breathe. Her legs tighten around my lower back, and from beneath me, she presses her clit against me and grinds herself as I slowly pump in and out. Faster, Vaughn. Look at me, Rain. She opens her eyes, and the lust in them makes my cock jerk inside her. I don't pick up my pace at all, but after I pull out to the tip, I thrust into her harder and deeper than I ever have. I could do this forever. There's nothing more satisfying than being with her. Any preconceived notion of what I thought love was has been completely obliterated. This, with her, this is love. This is what it feels like to love somebody more than you love yourself, to know you'd do anything, be anybody, and risk everything just to see her smile. She moves her head to get some air. I can't wait. Then don't. My mouth hovers over hers because I want all of her when she comes around me. I want her gasps, her nails. I want to drown in her. When her walls constrict around me so tight it takes me over, too, and we come at the same time, I memorize how it feels, how her heart pounds against mine, the way her eyes fill with unshed tears. I listen when her mouth parts and sounds of pleasure rush out, saying more than words ever could. My weight collapses on top of her, and she runs her fingers up and down my back. Fuck. I roll over and kick off the comforter tangled up in our legs. Merry Christmas. I laugh and lean over the bed to pick up the scrap of red lace she had on under her clothes and fling it at her. Don't ever throw those out. Her laughter is fucking beautiful. I have them in black, too. You're amazing, baby. I'm not. She turns and props her head up with a pillow. You are. I don't know how I got so lucky to have you love me. I'm the lucky one, darling. I'm not going to argue with you about which one of us is luckier because it's me by far. What I am going to do is close my eyes and go to sleep because I'm exhausted. I hop out of bed and get a towel from the bathroom, then come back and clean her up before shutting off the light and holding her until she falls asleep. Once I know she's out for the night, I slide my arm away and quietly get out of bed. I pull on a pair of basketball shorts and flick on the hallway light as I walk out of the bedroom. My steps don't falter as I make my way to the table by the window. I sit down and turn the dial for my overhead light to come on. The stack of envelopes stares at me, and I pick them up. As I run my fingers along the corners of them, I nod to myself and get up to toss them in the kitchen garbage. As soon as the lid closes, I go back to the table. With a fresh piece of paper and a pencil, I draw an oval. I close my eyes as I picture Rain's face and meticulously sketch every beautiful freckle, every laugh line, and the pure love that radiates from her eyes. When she invited me over for Christmas, I wasn't sure I wanted to go. I'd never celebrated a holiday before, but I knew enough to know it's a big deal for many families. Everything was fine until we sat down to open presents. I got her parents each a small gift. Her dad a collection of rare whiskeys, and her mom a handmade vase from the art studio downstairs. I didn't expect anything from them. As the pile grew bigger, I got anxious. I don't ever get nervous, and I was freaking out. It was almost too much, and I could tell Rain knew. But I didn't want her to feel bad, so I pushed through. When her dad called me son, which I know isn't a big deal to most people, I almost lost my shit. I've never had anything like that happen in my life. I've never had someone care about getting me a gift or even sitting down at a table for a family dinner. And then Rain, God. Then she goes and gets me a damn bracelet with the same symbol of the necklace I got her. It's kismet. She's my destiny. I knew the moment I got home that I was going to toss those cards, the memories. I have something special now, something good and real. Someone who is just as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. I have an angel in my bed, and there is no way in hell that I will let the devil ruin any more of my time, my energy, or my life. What I'm devoting myself to, the person who's getting absolutely everything I can offer, is the woman who gave me the one thing I never had,
but always dreamed of. Someone to love me.
If you take any longer, we're going to miss it, I tell her again, and this time she comes running out of the bathroom with clothes on. The last time she only had on a bra and panties. Now she's wearing skin-tight leather pants and a reason-to-ruin t-shirt that has holes in it, making her stomach peek through. What finishes it off is the damn chucks that make her look like a teenager.
Sorry, I'm ready.
She grabs her coat, and I do the same before I shut the door behind us. We're staying in a hotel in Chicago since the drive is just too far to do in a day. When we get into the elevator, she looks at her reflection and messes with her hair. Stop fussing, baby. You're driving me nuts. You look great.
Sorry.
She blows out a breath.
I don't know why I'm nervous.
I honestly don't either. It's just a concert.
I know. I guess because I've wanted to see them forever.
She taps her fingers against her leg, and when the door slides open, she rushes out. The entire way there, I make sure to always have a hand on her. I'm afraid she's going to run off or something. The last thing I want to do is lose her in a crowd at a rock concert. We hop in a cab and get out a block from the venue. It's cold and windy in Chicago, so I try to keep Rain warm and hold her close. When we finally get inside, her excitement is starting to rub off on me, and we rush to our seats. Before we sit down, I wave a beer guy over, and we each get one. As the lights dim, the crowd becomes deafening. The opening act comes out, and since she apparently doesn't care about them, she just angles her head toward mine and slides her fingers through my hair. Her nails bite into my scalp, and I cup her face in my hands. We make out for the entire set, only separating because the lights come on to switch the stage. We've both downed our drinks, so I look around for the beer guy again, but can't find him. I'll go grab us more drinks. You want anything else?
No, beer's good. Thanks, babe.
I hurry out and stand in line for a few minutes before I get to the counter. After paying a ridiculous amount of money, I grab the cups and head back. The moment I notice a man in my seat, I swear under my breath. I stand next to him, and he doesn't even notice me. But I notice him. He has a damn mullet. How am I supposed to kick this guy's ass when I'm too busy laughing at him? I also notice his arm across the back of her seat. He's leaning into her space, and I crouch down and set the beers down. I'm giving you 5 seconds to get your ass out of my seat and away from my girl before I slam your face into my knee and break your fucking nose. His neck wobbles as he turns to face me.
What you say, boy?
5, 4. He doesn't make a move to get up, but the arm around her chair drops, so he's touching her. 1. I grab him by his hair on the back of his head, which isn't hard to do because mullet, and bring my knee up the same time I slam his head down. He howls in pain, and I don't relax my hand as I pull him out of my seat. His drunken slurs of protest don't make a lick of sense. Bastard can barely walk. I march his ass down by the security and shove him at them.
Whoa, what happened?
He fell. I turn around and walk back up to my seat, grab the beers and hand Rain hers. Cheers, baby. I hold my plastic cup out, and she clinks hers to mine.
Cheers.
She scowls at me and slams half of it before setting it down as the lights lower again.
He was harmless, you know.
Nope.
He was wasted.
I shrug. I gave him a chance to leave. I wasn't going to hurt him until he touched you. I finish off my beer and toss the empty cup on the ground. You're mine, Rain. I fight for what's mine.
I don't belong to you, Vaughn. I love you, but I'm not your property.
I turn in my seat and contemplate how to word this. I used to dig through the trash for food. People would try to steal the food, the scraps I had just got from a trash can. I'd get my ass kicked for a French fry. They'd try to steal the fucking cardboard box I slept on, and the single glove I had to switch from hand to hand. I figured out really fast that the only way I got to keep anything was if I fought for it. It's all I fucking know. I roll my shoulders to try to get some of the tension out. I respect the hell out of you, Rain. I know you're not my property, but you are mine to love, mine to keep, and mine to protect. So if I see some motherfucker with his hands on you, or if somebody is threatening you, I'm going to fight them. It's who I am, so sorry, but you're just going to have to deal with it. Her anger had faded away, and in its place is sadness.
You had to steal food.
It was a long time ago.
I had no idea. I don't know.
You ready to be ruined, Chicago?
The lead singer's distinct voice comes through the speakers, and everyone screams as the bright lights from the stage circle around the arena. Don't worry about it, all right? I lean in closer. Are we good? She puts her hands on the side of my face and gets so close to me that when she breathes out of her nose, I can feel it on mine. Without any words, she kisses my forehead and then links our fingers together and stands. She moves in front of me, and I wrap my arms around her, crossing them over her chest. The music is fast and loud, and the whole arena vibrates, but the one thing that's the loudest is the steady beat of her heart under my hand.
Chapter 21. Rain. It's been a month since I gave myself the permission to be free, to love, to live. 2 weeks since Christmas, and 1 week since the concert. Vaughn and I have gotten into a routine. He stops into the restaurant and eats lunch before going next door to work. He and my dad have really gotten along well, shooting the shit with each other daily. After the restaurant closes, I head next door and either hang out with Vaughn until his next appointment comes or just say hi if he's tattooing. Depending on the day, we sleep at each other's places. I have a drawer in his apartment, and he has one in mine. I got sick of smelling like a man, and going to work smelling like sweet pea embarrassed him, so we now have our own bath stuff at the other one's place, too. I'm waiting for him right now in the vestibule of complexity. He dropped me off, since it's snowing, and I'm wearing a short skirt with knee-high boots. Kenny and Brad are hanging with me, and I give them another warning. Now seriously, don't give him shit for being here again, I scold him.
I can't promise anything,
Brad says. Kenny snickers, and I roll my eyes at them. I'd been trying to get Vaughn to come back here with me, but he usually works Friday nights late, and wasn't really keen on going back to a gay club. He said the only reason he did it last time was for the engagement party. I want to dance with him again. We haven't gone out much, and when we do, it's usually just a dinner and maybe a movie. I've truly enjoyed spending time with him alone, and I like that when I have gone to the club without him, he worries but still gives me my space.
Damn.
Vaughn comes in and stomps some snow off his black boots.
It's like 15 below. What's the matter? Forget what a Wisconsin winter feels like?
Brad jokes.
I did, actually.
He puts his hand on the small of my back, and we follow Brad and Kenny inside. I've learned a lot about Vaughn the past 4 weeks. When he confessed at the concert that he used to have to steal food, I didn't even know what to say. What do you say to that? Sorry? I haven't brought it up again, and neither has he, but I'm hoping with more time he'll let me in even more. I've also learned that his parents aren't in his life, and when he turned 18, he moved down to Tennessee with a friend. He was there for almost 8 years before he moved back here in the spring, and is now experiencing his first winter since he's been back. I've discovered he's amazingly sweet, without even knowing it. I mean, I knew that from the start, but he surprises me more every day. He works his ass off and lives well within his means. I feel so guilty for wearing such an expensive necklace. I don't want him to think he has to spend money on me. Right now, it's not my place, but when things progress, because they will, and we eventually move in together, we're going to have the money talk. But not tonight. Tonight, I'm dancing. Brad pushes through the door, and flashing strobe lights and head-pounding bass immediately surround us.
What do you want to drink?
Vaughn asks me as I slide into a booth. Long Island! He and Brad walk to the bar while Kenny catches me up on the wedding plans. We decided we're going with the old brewery for both the ceremony and the reception. I'm relieved. Finding a venue they both agreed on was like pulling teeth. Oh, good. That'll be nice. Did you get your deposit back on the gazebo? Only half, but that's okay. It was worth losing the money to know we had options this close. Yeah, I'm sure. Are you getting excited?
Yes. I can't wait. Only a couple of weeks away.
Yay! I clap like a little schoolgirl, barely able to contain my excitement. Kenny shakes his head as he tries to stifle a laugh. He leans in closer, and the wrinkles around his eyes fade slightly.
I'm so glad you're back.
I reach out and grab his hands, which are resting on top of the table. Me too. The guys get back with our drinks, and Vaughn sits next to me, resting his arm on the back of the booth. You didn't get anything? I ask after I take a sip of my drink. His fingers play with my hair and he shakes his head.
Gotta be good to drive you home.
I can drive if you want a drink.
It's all good. Have fun.
I lean up and kiss his cheek. The four of us chat for about a half an hour before Kenny and I dance. I'd wanted to dance with Vaughn, but Brad was actually the one who insisted because he's not a fan of dancing. But when I look back at them, their heads are lowered, and Brad is saying something to Vaughn as he nods his head. What are they talking about? Kenny turns so his back is to them.
I think Wyatt is stirring shit up again. Brad ran into him at the gym and got in his face. I wasn't there, and Brad only gave me vague details, but I'm guessing there's more.
That sucks. Let me know if you need anything from me, okay? He grabs my arm and twirls me before pulling me back against his chest.
Last thing I want is for you to get involved with him.
He slides his hand down the side of my hips.
Let's see how long it takes for your man to break.
After about a song and a half, Vaughn comes over and cuts in. We dance and laugh and make out in the middle of the crowded room. It might as well just be the two of us, though, because I don't even notice my surroundings anymore. I take a bathroom break and realize it's almost 1 a.m. I don't have to work tomorrow, but Vaughn does, so when I get out, I tell him I'm ready to go.
You sure? We can stay until last call.
I'm sure. If I don't get us going, he'd stay forever just because he thought it'd make me happy. The three of us stand in the vestibule again while Vaughn gets his truck. When he pulls up, he gets out and opens my door for me, then helps me inside. The heat is already on, and I rub my hands together in front of the heater.
Damn it, it's so fucking cold.
Vaughn slams his door and cranks the heat up. Why did you come back to this ice bucket? Without missing a beat, he says,
To find you.
Damn one-liners. I'm glad you did.
Me too, baby.
His chilled fingers trace the side of my face. I turn my head and kiss his finger. I love you. He smiles and cups my chin before gently kissing me. I sit back, and he carefully drives us back to his place, since it's closer. Even though it stopped snowing a couple of hours ago, the roads are really slick, and neither one of us wants to be driving longer than we have to. After he parks in his space, he walks around to get me, using both of his hands to steady me on the ice. And then he unlocks the door leading to the stairs. He hands me the key that opens the door to his place.
I'm just going to throw some more salt down real quick.
Okay. I hear the door slam and rush up to his warm apartment. I get the key in and turn the lock. Before I even get the door pushed open all the way, déjà vu strikes. But this time, instead of an arm around my throat, it's a knife. I swallow, and the blade presses even tighter against my skin. I don't even try to fight. Vaughn will be right up. I keep telling myself that over and over in my head in order to stay calm.
If you know what's good for your man, you'll leave that pretty little mouth of yours closed.
My attention momentarily strays from the fact a knife is to my throat and moves to the man whose words are sending a chill down my spine. He remains seated on Vaughn's couch. His pale skin and thin frame remind me of someone fighting a terminal illness. The only thing that makes me realize he's not sick, well, physically at least, is because his bright blue eyes are sparkling with evil. He doesn't say anything else, and I don't move a millimeter. He flicks a toothpick around in his mouth, and when footsteps pound up the stairs, I suck in a breath as a drip of blood slides down my neck.
I don't want you tipping off my old pal that he's got visitors, and then him doing something stupid.
He smirks.
Just hang in there. I'm not gonna hurt you unless you ask.
Chapter 22. Vaughn. As I jog up the stairs, I'm itching with the need to be with Rain. I need to remember to talk to the owners of this building because whoever they have plowing does a shit-ass job. They never throw any salt down, and I've almost busted my ass more than once. When I reach the door, it's cracked and the key is still in it. I only have a brief second to wonder what happened before the blood in my veins turns colder than the Arctic temperatures outside. Join us, please. Petey doesn't get his ass off my couch, and I slam the door closed behind me, only to see a knife at my girl's throat, and some motherfucker's hands on her. Call your fucking dog off, or I swear to God neither one of you will walk out of here alive. I clench my jaw and wait for him to do what I say. He nods at the bastard who has Rain, then he slides the knife into the case on his hip. After he loosens the arm around her waist, he shoves her at me. I use one hand to put her behind me and then fly at him and bash his jaw with my fist. He swings his right arm at me and I use my left to grab the knife, then kick his feet out so he lands on his back. Without so much as a breath, I land on him and press the blade against his throat. You ever, I scream, touch her again, and I will take this knife and cut your dick off before feeding it to you through your ass.
Damn it, Vaughn! Get off him!
Petey orders from the couch. Do you hear me? I ask this dickwad, ignoring Petey's commands. He nods, but that's not good enough for me. You a fucking mute? Answer me! I hear you. He gasps and grabs at my arm. I stab the knife into my wood floor a centimeter from his head and dig my knee into his stomach before I stand up. He crawls away, and I hold my hand out behind me for Rain. She grabs it. I pull her behind me and she takes hold of the back of my jacket. I try to reassure her everything will be okay by giving her thigh a squeeze. I know why Petey's here, and I know what he wants. Heard Dirt paid you a visit. I don't confirm or deny, but continue to stare at him. I'm trying my best to rein in my temper because I want them gone so I can try to explain this shit to Rain. You know what happens if I don't get my money. And you know I couldn't care less. That's cold, V. That's retribution. Petey stands up and motions for his guy to leave. Once he's in the hallway, Petey comes closer, and Rain's body tightens behind me. His features relax momentarily. It's only $15K, man. I know you got it. I don't owe you or her shit. My stomach bottoms out saying it, but it's the truth. It's taken me over 2 decades to come to the realization, but still. Fuck, Vaughn. Don't make me do it. I'm not making you do shit. He takes the toothpick out of his mouth and shakes his head. 2 weeks. It's already been a month since Dirt was here. I'm surprised it took Petey this long to come. Don't extend her deadline on my account. I'm not paying you shit. With his hand on the knob, he releases a humorless laugh. You really are a stone-cold bastard, aren't you? Instead of dignifying his question with a response, I squint my eyes at him. He tosses a peace sign in the air and walks out. As soon as I hear the street-level door shut, I turn and grab Rain's face with both of my hands. You okay?
I think so.
My throat dries up and I pull her into my arms. I'm so sorry. Fuck, I'm sorry, baby. This shouldn't ever fucking touch you. A small tremor runs through her body, and she holds on for dear life. I wait for her to ask, and I debate on what I should answer.
What's going on, Vaughn?
She doesn't give me much time to construct a thought, so I just spill it. My mother owes Petey money. Petey doesn't take kindly to people stiffing him, as in if you don't pay up, you end up dead.
What does she owe him money for?
Drugs. Probably meth. I hear the gasp before she tries to cover it with clearing her throat. She lifts her head up and rests a hand on my cheek.
I have some money saved up. Not all of it, but I'm sure I could get more from my parents.
My jaw unhinges, partly to reply, but mostly because I'm amazed by this selfless woman who has given me more in the months I've known her than I ever realized was even possible. I love you. And I love that that's the first thing you think, but no.
Well, do you have it?
What, the money?
I don't want to pry, but I kind of assumed since you lived... I'm sorry, that was rude.
She thinks I'm broke. I don't know if I should be insulted or touched that she's still with me thinking I'm poor. You're adorable. I grab her hand and lead her to the kitchen where she sits at the table, and I grab a beer and then lean on the fridge. You want one?
No.
For a woman who just had a knife to her throat, she's surprisingly calm. I grew up in that world, but I've been removed from it intentionally since I was 18. She's never seen it, but manages to remain level-headed. Impressive. I've got more money than I know what to do with, darling. Her eyes widen. and then the skin between them scrunches. The confusion is to be expected since I live in a shithole and I drive an old-ass truck, but I don't see the need to get a new truck when the one I have still works fine. In this place, it's only temporary. I don't need much, so I don't see a reason to get a bigger house. People pay a lot of money for me to tattoo them. I haven't had anything to spend the majority of that money on. Plus, I always swore to myself I'd never be in the position to be hungry or without a home, so I tend to be more frugal than most people are.
Oh, okay, so you can give him the money.
I can, but I'm not going to.
What?
She raises her voice.
But you just said she'd end up dead.
Before I tell her more, I ask her a question. Have you ever thought about how I knew people like the guys who were here earlier? Or the guys who were here last month? Or why I had to steal food?
I'm not trying to be judgmental, but you said you grew up in the valley, so I just assumed...
You're right. We all grew up on the same block. Dirt, or Lenny, is his real name. Petey and me. We understood what it was like to fight to survive and to be hungry. We helped the other when we had to sleep on the streets because prostitutes were in your bed. As I talk, her face pales, and her eyes become moist. They both had their hands in the proverbial drug pot since they were about 12. I stayed away from that shit because even though I knew I was trash, I knew I wanted to get out of there. Plus, I was too busy scraping for food to waste any time on drugs. My mother is not a nice person, Rain. She's a vile, unsympathetic, cold, and cruel woman.
I'm so sorry.
I take a swallow of beer and start peeling the label off. Hell, babe, she sat back and watched every time my stepdad beat the shit out of me. Not one time did she try to stop it. She was the one who would lock me in my closet so she wouldn't have to hear me crying after he'd break another one of my fingers.
No, Vaughn.
She whispers so quietly I can barely hear it. I don't know how I survived, but I did. I wanted to get out of there, and I wanted something better. Every damn morning I woke up and said a prayer that that day would be the one my mom would tell me she loved me. That maybe she'd stick up for me. I tried everything. When my stepdad would turn his anger on her, I fought for her. I fought for her! I scream the last sentence and throw my beer bottle across the room. Fuck! I press my fists into my eyes.
Vaughn.
Rain's shaky voice makes me drop my hands. My mom was passed out and I swallow the fucking lump in my throat. I watched as he stuck a needle in his arm. It was nothing new for me to witness, but I was waiting for him to pass out too, so I could see if anything was in the pantry. I was starving. It only took a few seconds after he injected whatever the fuck it was before he started convulsing. She stands and grabs my arms.
Oh my God.
I walked into the living room and stood over him and watched it. My heart pumps and my hands shake. The memories, the fucking nightmares, they begin to wrap around my throat as tight as my stepdad used to choke me, along with the blood from his nose and the foam from his mouth. I watched the life drain out of him. I didn't even call the cops. I just went to my room and crawled under the sheet on my bed and waited. Pretended I was sleeping.
That had to have been awful for you.
The laugh that comes out of me sounds more like a cry. That wasn't awful. What was awful was having my mom blame me and kick me out of the house because she thought I could have prevented it. She didn't even know where I was more than half the time, nor did she care. So the fact that she blamed me was preposterous. Actually, no, I take it back. It wasn't awful. It was probably the best thing she could have done for me. I was homeless for about 7 months before I was arrested for underage drinking, trespassing, vandalism, and curfew violation, and then spent the next 3 years in juvie, until I turned 18 and they shoved me out with no more than the clothes on my back.
You were just a child, Vaughn. My God, I can't believe nobody stepped up to help.
I don't reply to her statement. I may have been young, but I knew right from wrong. Maybe if I had saved him, she would have loved me even a little. She hates me. I don't know what I did, but no matter how hard I tried, she never did. She never loved me, Rain. All I ever wanted was for her to care, and she never did. She never fucking did. All I wanted was her to love me. Rain wraps her arms around me and squeezes me harder than I thought possible for such a little thing. Shh. She grabs my face and presses her lips against mine. I'm sorry, Vaughn. I'm so fucking sorry. I can't even say anything as the emotions I've been avoiding pummel me harder than I've ever been hit in my life. I've never said those words out loud to anyone, and hearing them come through my lips scares the shit out of me. No matter how much I try to hate her, and no matter how many times I try to forget about her, I fucking can't. She's why I came back. When my stepdad died that night, I not only lost him, but I also lost the little bit of hope I had about my mom ever loving me. She never once visited me in jail, never once tried to call. And every fucking year, when I send her a birthday card, she sends it back. You are a wonderful man, Vaughn. You are kind and compassionate. You're incredibly thoughtful and fun and so caring. I love you. I love you so goddamned much. I know it's not the same, but I don't want you for 1 second to think you aren't deserving of it. I kiss the top of her head and inhale her soothing scent. I'm not deserving, Rain. I'll never be deserving of your love. But since you're willing to give it, I'm taking it, and I'm never letting go.
Chapter 23. Rain. Let me ask you something. I separate myself from Vaughn, but hold his hands. If the roles were reversed, would she help you? When I ask him, I'm still struggling to comprehend all of this.
No.
He answers immediately and without question.
She wouldn't.
My gut is telling me that you're doing the right thing, Vaughn. I feel disgusted on his behalf. What kind of mother kicks her kid out on the streets and sits by and watches while he is beaten? And would your paying these people get you into trouble? I mean, I can't imagine you'd want to have anything to do with them.
I've managed to keep myself pretty neutral, and as much as I'd like to say that Petey would just let me give him the cash and walk away, I don't trust him. We were cool as kids, but things changed over the years. He and Dirt each have their territory and their specialty. They've managed to remain cordial somehow, but money is the root of all evil, and I've been witness to the ramifications of what happens when you don't pay up one too many times, or when they figure out you actually have something they want, which is money 99% of the time.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm just naive to all of this. What do you mean? I feel like he's a different person than the one I've come to love. The things he's talking about and how he grew up, it seems impossible that he'd end up the kind of man he is. The way he took down that guy was something I never thought he was capable of, but I guess if you grew up the way he did, it's not an option.
When you grow up in poverty and are forced to spend time on the streets, it opens your eyes to the truly fucked up world we live in.
He drops my hands and tucks his into the back pocket of his jeans.
I have to tell you something, but you cannot ever tell Kenny.
My heart speeds up, and a trillion scenarios pop into my head in a matter of seconds. Oh my God, what?
Baby, promise me. You have to promise.
Just tell me. He shakes his head, and the right side of his mouth lifts.
I'm not telling you unless you promise.
Damn it. My word is my bond, and he knows that. I'll promise as long as it's not something that can hurt him.
It's not. Brad and I aren't related.
What? Why in the hell would he lie about something like that?
I met him in juvie.
Okay. I rub my throbbing temples with the tips of my fingers. What?
We were cellmates for about 8 months. He had my back, and I had his. I was there before him and after. He left 2 months before me. When I got out, I wasn't planning to see him again. Somehow I ran into him like a week after I got out.
What did he get in trouble for?
Intent to sell. He really doesn't want Kennedy to know. He's ashamed of it.
I almost can't believe it. I won't say anything.
So when I ran into him, he told me he was leaving soon to go down south to work for his uncle's construction company. We both went, and he moved back just 2 years later. When I told him I was coming back last year, he asked if I'd tell Kenny I was his cousin. So I did.
What does this have to do with anything?
Brad was dealing for Petey.
No. I shake my head. No way. He's not a drug dealer.
Not now, but he was. That's what he got arrested doing, babe. The point to all this is that even after getting caught and being thrown in detention, when Brad got out, Petey was still waiting for his money from the supply the police had confiscated from Brad. It wasn't even a large amount.
Jesus, Vaughn.
That scar on Brad's neck?
Yeah? He has a straight line parallel with his jugular.
It's Petey's warning that he's been crossed once. If Brad hadn't paid him before he went to Tennessee, he would have slashed the vertical line with the horizontal one. That's his symbol.
That's something you see in a damn movie, my God. How did he pay him? Vaughn looks up at the ceiling and huffs out a breath. Vaughn.
I don't. He sold a gold necklace, and then I, helped him rob a place for the other $875. We took off after Petey's debt was paid.
Oh my God. You helped him rob somewhere and got away with it? Why would you do that?
I was 18. I'm not proud of it, Rain, but we had to get out of here. If I didn't help him get the money to pay off his debt, the only other option I would have had for myself would have been to work for Dirt or Petey, and I knew if that happened, I'd never get out of the fucking valley. I'd end up like everyone else down there.
I sympathize with him, I do, and I understand his struggle. Not that it makes it right, but I ask him, where did you rob? He crosses his arms and glances at me before avoiding my eyes. As I'm waiting for him to tell me, I blow a lock of hair off my face. All of a sudden, it hits me. No, it wasn't him. Please tell me it wasn't you. Instead of answering, his shoulder sags in defeat. No.
I'm so sorry.
Vaughn, no.
It's been killing me to keep it from you, but Brad,
That's why you were so insistent on locking me out. You knew how fucking easy it was for someone to rob the restaurant. I take a step back from him when he pushes off the counter. Don't.
Damn it, Rain. It was fucked up, I know that.
My throat dries up, and I press my lips together to stop myself from crying. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe you. And Brad. My God, you two were the ones who robbed us. More words of anger die on my tongue as he comes toward me. I remember it. I remember seeing how much it affected my parents. When he grabs my hand to pull me close, I jerk my arm away. Don't fucking touch me.
Rain, baby. Please.
My brain feels like when you run so fast you lose your footing, and you know you're going to fall, but you can't do anything about it. It can't keep up. I can't keep up. When he reaches for me again, I stumble to get away from him. Is that why you're with me? You feel bad for something you did years ago?
Fuck no. Jesus, how can you think that?
Because you just told me you and my best friend's fiancé were responsible for robbing my parents' restaurant. Oh my God. Kenny. I have to tell him. I rush to the living room and grab my purse, and when my fingers graze the strap, Vaughn wraps his arms around me from behind.
You can't tell him.
Let me go! I struggle to get out of his hold, but he just lifts me off my feet. When he begins to carry me down the hallway, I kick at his shins.
Damn it, stop.
No, let me go! He brings me into his bedroom and lays me on the bed, then crawls over me. My arms stretch but don't hurt as he holds them above my head. Before he has a chance to cage my legs in, I try to knee him, but he dodges my attempt. I'm so upset right now that I swear I would hurt him if he let me go.
Look at me.
His voice is softer than before. It lacks the strength, but is definitely filled with regret. I close my eyes and twist my neck, so I'm facing the wall. He wants cooperation, and he's not going to get it.
Fine.
His weight gets heavier as he presses his upper body against mine. The stubble on his jaw tickles my cheek as he puts his lips next to my ear.
I can't lose you over something stupid I did when I was fighting for my damn life. Could I have left Brad to do it on his own? To abandon the only fucking person who had my back? Yeah, I could have. But what did I say my biggest fault was?
I'm too loyal.
If I didn't do that, if I didn't help him out, I'd probably be dead right now. Brad would probably be dead too. We did what we had to survive.
I don't even want to think about what they went through, much less if they weren't here. Brad makes Kenny so happy, and Vaughn makes me forget what sadness even feels like.
I'm sorry.
He kisses my cheek, and even though I'm pissed at him, a shudder courses through me.
So sorry, Rainey. I plan on us being together for a really long time, and I don't want this to be something I hide from you. I don't want to hide anything from you. And I know it's asking for a lot for you to forgive me for it, but I'll beg you if I have to. I can't fucking lose you. I love you too damn much, and part of my loving you means I will never lie to you.
He rubs the side of his face against mine.
But if this is too much for you, it'll kill me, but I can't expect you to stay if you hate me for it. I won't force you to love me.
I turn my head when his weight disappears, and watch him walk out of the room with tense shoulders and hands fisted at his side. Instead of moving, I stare at his shitty popcorn ceiling. When my parents' restaurant was robbed, I remember it like it was yesterday. I got pulled out of school early, and my dad didn't tell me what was wrong until I got home. 2 masked men had walked into the restaurant with guns. One pointed it at my mom, and the other made my dad give him the money. They only took $875. One of them actually dropped some money on the floor after they counted it. My mother was traumatized. She was scared to go to work, scared to be alone. They never caught the guys who did it. Now I know why. Shit. So much makes sense, though. The reason Brad left such large tips then just stopped coming in. I thought it was just because he met Kenny. Now I know why Vaughn was so damn worried about me walking to my car with the money envelope. But this was a huge mistake. Not like when I accidentally put a lip gloss in my pocket instead of paying for it at the store. But they were doing it to save themselves, to have a chance at an actual future. Vaughn was, at least. I've met Brad's family. They're not poor at all. So I get Vaughn, but don't quite understand Brad. I guess he wanted a fresh start, to get away from the drugs and stuff. I guess I can understand that. I get it. I'm not cool with it, but I get it. When I get out of the bed, it creaks, and I expect Vaughn to come in, but he doesn't. I make my way down the hall and find him staring out of the window with his back to me.
If you're going to leave, just do it. I don't want to watch you walk out.
Just to be a bitch, I go to the door and open it, then slam it shut. His head falls.
God fucking damn it.
He hits the wall next to the window and lets out a groan, a growl almost. I should say something, but I'm kind of mesmerized by him. After a few minutes, he hits the wall again, then straightens out. When he turns around and sees me, his body actually jerks, and the color that drained from his face comes back. I kind of love you, you know?
Jesus,
he breathes. I get it. I'm not happy about it, but I get it. He still hasn't moved a muscle as I make my way to him. When I stop inches from him, he opens his arms and wraps them around me as soon as I step into him. He doesn't say anything, but I can feel the emotion coming from him. Relief, regret, passion. You do realize Kennedy needs to know, right? I mumble against his chest.
It's not our place.
How is it not? Kenny's my best friend.
You're not in his bed every night, darling. It's up to Brad when and if he wants to share that with him. Besides,
he runs his hands up my back, and when he reaches my shoulders, he slides them around and up my neck to hold my face.
This, right here, is your place.
Chapter 24. Vaughn. Rain falls asleep after I took my time to show her how damn sorry I was. I might not be the most deserving of her, but I'm damn sure never taking her for granted. It's been absolutely killing me that I didn't tell her earlier about Brad, but much like how he's kept my shit to himself, I felt it was only right to do the same for him. The robbery was, out of all the things I've done in my life, the thing I regret the most. I might have had shit and have been shit, but I never laid it on anyone else. I never hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. I never stole from anyone unless it was already in their garbage. I've worked hard to get to where I am, and I'm proud I've done it the right way. I never took advantage of anyone except for the robbery, and I try to forget about it as much as possible. I've definitely never told anybody about it. She's lying next to me, and I can't resist running my fingers over her lips, across her forehead, down her cheek. Once I know she's out, I get out of bed and cringe when it squeaks. I really need to get a better place, and she's going to be living with me. We haven't actually discussed it, but it's going to happen. I grab my phone off the kitchen table and dial Brad. Hey. The loud music from the club almost drowns his voice out. Got a minute? Yeah. Let me go to my office. I wait as I hear him shuffling around, and then the background noise goes away. What's up? She knows. Fuck, he yells. I had to tell her, since Petey paid me a visit. What the fuck? He growls the words, and I can picture the vein in his forehead pulsing. Came to let me know he was giving me a 2-week extension on my mom's $15K. You're bailing her out, after everything she fucking did. I sit down on the couch and rest my neck on the back cushion. I wasn't going to. I don't need that shit back in my life, but fuck, man, if I don't, I'm signing her death certificate. She wouldn't think twice about handing you over to fucking Petey, Vaughn. Don't give in. She might have given birth to you, but she was no mother. He preaches to me the same thing I know. The harsh truth that still crushes me every time I hear it. I know. I swallow, and the acid burning in my throat slides down and sinks to my gut. I don't know if I can have her blood on my hands, too. He died from an overdose. That's not on you. And with Rose, it's not your hands, it's Petey's. She threw you out of the house when you were 12, so she could use your bedroom to have a train run on her. When it was 15 degrees outside, she made you— I know. I fucking know, because I was there, I lived it. Then you know she's not worth it. I'm sorry, Vaughn. I really am, but you cannot ruin what you have going with Rain by handing over 15 G's to Petey. And you and I both know that if you hand that over, you'll not only be on his radar, but word will spread, too. Use that money to put a down payment on a house. Get a new truck. Go on a cruise. Just don't waste it on a woman who wished you were never born. Because the woman who loves you is the only one who should matter. I know, I bark. She is. Then you know what to do. Yeah. Later. He hangs up, and I crawl back into bed and hold Rain, the only one who's ever actually cared, and the only one who's worth more than I can ever give her. The sound of glass breaking wakes me up, and I reach for Rain but come up empty. My adrenaline forces me out of bed and into the hallway in a matter of seconds. When I reach the kitchen, I skid to a stop. Are you okay? Rain whips her head up from her crouched position.
Yes. I dropped the stupid plate because the stupid grease from the stupid bacon got all over my fingers.
The erratic beat of my heart slows down, and in its place, a slow and steady rhythm takes over. Jesus. Just the thought of something bad happening to her nearly gives me a heart attack. I bend down and help her clean up the mess, then grab her hand. Let's go. I'll take you out to breakfast. She washes her hands and tosses the paper towel on the counter. Fine. As long as I get bacon. You can have all the bacon you want. Her hips sway as she walks closer. Good, 'cause I'm starving. She reaches up on her toes and kisses my cheek. Hurry up and shower. Bossy. Hungry, she counters. I rush through a quick shower and drive us to the best pancake house in town. What are your plans for the day? I ask her. I was going to run some wedding errands with Kenny. My bridesmaid dress is supposed to be done, and he needs to pick up some party favors. Cool. You're going, right? I can't believe we haven't talked about it sooner. I toss my napkin on the table and hand some cash to the waitress. Yeah, of course. I wouldn't miss my own cousin's wedding. She rolls her eyes. Jerk. Did you take next Sunday off? The wedding is 1 week from today. Yep. I plan on being hungover and sleeping the day away. Want company?
as long as it's you.
I lean across the table to kiss her, and when she's finished eating, we head out. I drop her off at her place, and after walking her inside, I drive straight to the shop. My first appointment is going to be here right away, so I get everything set up and sit on the couch in the waiting room and wait for her to arrive. Luckily, I had a cancellation right before she called a couple of days ago. She sounded really frantic about getting in today. The door whips open and I look up. Hey, are you Melly?
Yes. Vaughn?
Yep. If you're ready, we can start right away.
As ready as I'll ever be.
I lead her back and gesture for her to put her purse on a chair. Where did you say you wanted it?
I think on my hip.
A chuckle and her eyes light up a bit, some of the nerves going away. You think?
No, I know. I know I want it on my hip. I'm sorry.
She wrings her fingers together.
I'm nervous.
It's obvious she's a virgin at this. It's okay. I pat the black vinyl seat. Hop up and lie down. She does as I say and flinches when the cold material touches the back of her legs. Can you roll the top of your shorts down and pull your shirt up a bit? After a deep breath, she does what I ask. You didn't change your mind about the font or anything, did you?
No.
When I rub her skin with green soap, she flinches and apologizes.
Sorry.
No worries. I put on a pair of black gloves and grab the transfer paper from the small desk. Before setting it on her skin, I meticulously position it, press it down, and then peel it away. I tilt my head back and forth a few times before handing her a mirror. That look okay? With a shaky hand, she takes the mirror and studies the single word. Yours. Sometimes clients tell me why they're being tatted, sometimes not. I never pry.
You're going to add to the background, right?
Yeah, I'm just freehanding that. It'll look like you asked. A broken heart pieced back together.
Okay. Let's do this.
I smile at her and she blushes, then drops her head. When I press my foot on the pedal and the first vibration hits her skin, she jumps.
Sorry.
No biggie. Take a breath. Tell me if you need a break, okay?
Yep.
She closes her eyes, and I submerge myself into my work, my art. A lot of times I get so immersed I don't even have a concept of time, but since I've been with Rain, the minutes away from her add up and I find myself getting antsy. Okay, you're done.
What? Really?
She couldn't sound more surprised than if she woke up with horns growing out of her head. Yeah, it's been an hour, babe. I hand her the mirror. Take a look. She stands, and when the full image reflects in the glass, she almost drops the handle.
Wow, it's beautiful. Thank you.
No problem. I'm glad you like it. I cover it with plastic and tape and go over the care instructions before she pays me.
Thank you so much. I really do love it.
I nod toward the hallway. I'll walk you out. Just as we step out of the room, my phone rings. I pull it out and look to see Petey's name and hesitate to answer it. I don't know what the fuck he could want.
I'll just walk myself out. It's okay.
My client interrupts my internal battle. You sure?
Yeah. Thanks again.
I turn around and answer Petey's call. What? He's not on my list of people I want to talk to. Not just because he had the nerve to come to my place and try to push my mom's debt onto me, but because he used his crony to put a knife to Rain's throat. My sweet, innocent girl. My shit should never touch her. You might want to take a drive, homie. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop by your mom's. Was gonna let her know she had 13 more days. Never got to extend my favor since she was passed out on the couch. OD'd, man. I sag against the wall. My palms sweat, and my stomach turns. Vaughn. Don't care. I hang up and drop my phone on the ground. You all right? Dirt is my next appointment. We're doing a touch-up on his piece, and he obviously took it upon himself to come back here. My throat feels like cotton balls are shoved down in it, but somehow I manage to answer. Yeah. I bend down to grab my phone, but my legs are too wobbly, and I fall forward. Whoa! Dirt reaches for me and helps me slide to the floor. What's up, man? He slaps the side of my face to get my attention. She's dead. Who? Petey called. Fuck. Said he went to pay her a visit and found her OD'd. As I tell him, I begin to regain my bearings. Lenny and I were always friends. Petey went off the beaten path, but Lenny and I always confided in each other and knew we could trust the other. I'm thankful he's the one here right now.
You want to head out?
No. I shake my head and stand. I'm good. Just wasn't prepared. Let's get you touched up. Without giving him a chance to reply, I walk away and start prepping my station. I need this distraction. I need to escape to a different place. It takes less time than I would have liked, but I close shop after I finish up with Lenny. Unfortunately, reality has to come back sometimes. And as I stand on the sidewalk in front of the house I grew up in, that's when it hits me. But I don't feel remorse or sadness. I actually smile. When Rain said she felt relief after Brian's funeral, I told her it was okay. I'm taking my own advice right now. The last thing I need to say to my mom is a note in my wallet. I wrote it the day I decided she was dead to me, and held on to it because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with it. I knew if I sent it to her, she wouldn't read it, so I carried it around, and every time I pulled out my wallet, I saw it as a reminder. I pull out the piece of paper and read the words out loud. Rot in hell, bitch. Love me.
Chapter 25. Rain. Shopping with Kennedy all day was just what I needed.
I had to bite my tongue a gazillion times, though. I hate feeling like I'm lying to him, but Vaughn's right. It's not my place to tell him, and especially not a week before they get married. Kennedy absolutely adores Brad, and I know deep in my gut that nothing would change if he did know. We're eating a late dinner right now, and I keep checking my phone, expecting a call or text from Vaughn to let me know he's through with his appointments. I've sent him a couple, and even called, with no response. Chill out, he'll call when he's done. Kenny tosses a piece of bread at me. I know, but he usually texts me throughout the day. He's probably busy. Maybe, but something just feels off. My intuition's been tapping on my head all day, but it's now a heavy knock. I need to go. Okay, I'll drive you. He pays for our bill at the register, and we rush to his car. Each minute that passes causes me to worry more and more. Kennedy walks with me up to the door, and I don't even knock. I use the key Vaughn gave me and walk in, then I turn and wave off Kenny. He's sleeping. Okay, he whispers. Call me tomorrow. I lock the door behind him and set my purse on the ground. When I approach Vaughn, I sit on the couch where there's a little room and run my fingers through his hair. Faint lines of stress mar his handsome face. His eyes flutter open, and when they lock on mine, I know something is different. Hey, baby. Hi. I was worried about you. Sorry, I fell asleep. I see that. I hold my one hand to his cheek and rub my thumb against his prickly skin. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything is perfect. Are you sure? Yeah. He turns his head to kiss my hand. What time is it? 9? He groans in that sleepy, sexy way usually reserved for the morning. I'm kind of beat, darling. Are you sure you're not sick or something? You never go to bed this early. I'm not sick. His lids become heavy as he talks. Go to sleep, then. He reaches out and pulls me down next to him. I kick my shoes off and cuddle into him, not realizing how tired I am until I rest my eyes. Normally, he runs his fingers through my hair or up and down my arm, so when he just holds me, I really know something is wrong. The situation with his mom has to be difficult for him. I can't imagine. My parents have always been supportive and loving. If they weren't, I don't know how I would have survived. Sure, we've had our ups and downs, but I never felt like I wasn't wanted or that they didn't love me. He falls asleep before me, and I watch the numbers on the cable box change every 60 seconds. I'm tired, but my brain won't shut off because I'm worried about him. When the clock finally reads 10:42, I drift off. My heart jumps in my chest as I begin falling, but Vaughn assures me I'm okay, and his arms flex around me. I've got you. Through the dimly lit hallway, I can see the stress marks still on his face.
I want to push. I want to pry. I want him to need me. He's been there for me, and if it weren't for him, I don't know how I would have survived the past couple of months. But he was patient with me, so I'm going to show him the same respect. He sets me down on the bed and reaches for the hem of my shirt. I lift my hands up, and he pulls it off and tosses it on the floor, then does the same to his tea. Before he crawls in next to me, he takes off his jeans. I undo my button and zipper while he tugs my jeans off as well. When he crawls over me to get to his side, he pauses to kiss me.
Love you, Rain.
I love you, too. He crawls under the covers, and I do the same, then curl up against him. The steady beat of his heart begins to pull me under when the rumble of his chest shocks me wide awake.
My mom is dead.
I'm so stunned I can't even speak, but he doesn't seem to notice the absence of my response.
Petey called me while I was in the shop. He found her OD'd and I told him I didn't care. For the next few hours I just tried to block it out, but it kept picking at me, like tapping at my fucking brain. I stopped by after I got off and said a few words to her. To the house. I don't know if she was even in there, rotting away, or if Petey called an ambulance, or what the hell he did. And you know what I kept thinking about?
He waits for a response, and I'm finally able to form a word. What?
How shitty it was of me that I didn't care. I came back here and stared at the ceiling and thought that I was the worst person for walking away and not even looking to see if her body was still there. So I caved. I called 911, and then I shut my phone off and lay on the couch. I didn't realize how tired I was until I closed my eyes. I was really tired, baby.
The sad thing is, I can relate to how he feels. I was exhausted when everything was happening with Brian. Mental and emotional exhaustion is more draining than any kind of physical fatigue I've felt in my life. I'm sure you were.
I need you to tell me it's okay. Tell me it's okay for me to feel comforted in the fact that I don't have to deal with her anymore. I don't have to get my hopes up that she might change her mind and give a shit. I no longer have to worry about feeling like a failure, and the relief from that has finally given me a chance to breathe. I didn't realize how hard it was to breathe.
My heart breaks for the man who has proven time and again that he's the most deserving person of someone's love. It's okay. It's okay to feel like that, Vaughn. She doesn't deserve you, your time, your thoughts, and certainly not your guilt. You have nothing to feel guilty for, nothing to feel remorse about, and most definitely nothing to feel bad about that you're relieved she's dead. I sit up and cross my legs so I can see him with the moonlight shining through his bedroom window. You can choose your friends. The people who you surround yourself with, those who you let in, they are your family. But you can't choose who you're related to. She's not your family, sweetheart. Brad and Kennedy are your family. My family loves you. They're your family. I'm your family. And more importantly, I want a family with you. He squeezes his eyes shut and nods his head. The normal steady rise and fall of his chest are uneven, and as a result it makes mine erratic. I've never seen him like this, and frankly, I don't know what to do. I'm not sure how to comfort someone who just found out their mother, who used, abused, and neglected them, is dead. Going on what I would want, I lie back down and put my arm over his stomach and pull myself as close as I can. I rest my head on his chest, and without words, I let him know I'm here. Sometimes talking just makes things worse, so I'm going to wait it out. His heartbeat under my ear is still so strong, but almost sounds different somehow. My eyes well with tears, but I fight to push them away because this isn't about me. He finally wraps an arm around me and kisses the top of my head. As the minutes slide by, exhaustion must take over his body because he goes slack and falls asleep. I try to go into dreamland with him, but my brain won't shut off. When I told him I wanted a family with him, I was hoping for a better response. I wanted him to tell me that he wants that too, that he can't wait to start a real future with me. A future with a house and a family and an ugly minivan. I get that it's not on the top list of his priorities right now, but I hope that in 9 months it will be. I'm supposed to be paying attention to the ceremony, but I can't help staring at my man, at the most wonderful gift ever given to me. The past week has been rough. He's been closed off, much like he was when I first met him. I've given him space, and he's taken it. He took care of arrangements for his mother's cremation, but insisted he wanted to do it himself. Said he didn't want to taint me by being in her vicinity, dead or alive. I wanted to try to fight him on it and force myself to be there for him, but Vaughn isn't the kind of man who will take too kindly to being ignored. So as much as it killed me, I've just been waiting for him to come around. And last night he did. After everything was done with his mom, he completely returned to the man I know he truly is. I couldn't be happier, but I have to decide if it's too soon to give him the news that he's going to be a father. We're now at Brad and Kennedy's wedding, watching each other instead of paying attention to the ceremony. He smirks at me, and I smile back. It only takes a moment, but his playful gaze vanishes. "What?" I mouth. He raises an eyebrow and tilts his head. I watch his eyes watch me. They move over my face like a ping-pong ball and roll down my body before they slide back up. An elbow nudging me makes me curse. "Need the ring, Rainy girl," Kenny whispers to me with laughter in his voice. I untie the bow from my flowers and catch the platinum band in my hand, then pass it over to him. Since I got caught not paying attention, I avoid looking at Vaughn again. Kenny says his vows, and Brad reaches his hand out for Vaughn to pass him Kenny's ring. Brad takes it, but then jerks to a stop. "This isn't mine." Vaughn's face pales, and my heart races. I can feel my eyes widening over the confusion, and risk a glance over at Kenny, only to find him with a grin on his lips.
"I gave you the wrong one?"
Vaughn pats at his pockets frantically, and finally reaches into the breast pocket of his suit.
"Here, sorry."
Vaughn hands Brad the correct ring, but Brad still holds on to the other one.
"What is this one?"
I can't see it, and attempt to peer around Brad's massive shoulders to get a view.
"It's the engagement ring I bought for Rain."
The gasps from the small and intimate crowd drown out my own.
"You thought it'd be a good idea to, propose to your girlfriend on Kennedy's and my wedding day?" "Yeah, I did. Is that okay with you?"
What the hell? I mumble to myself as my knees begin to wobble.
"It's fine with me. Kennedy, you okay with it?"
He lets out a clearly exasperated sigh. "I suppose."
"What about you, Mr. Garner?" Brad asks. "Are you okay with Vaughn proposing to your daughter right now?"
My head whips so fast my neck cracks, and my dad smiles at me.
"Yes, I am."
What is going on?
"I'm about to ask you to marry me, darling."
I swallow the cotton in my throat and direct my attention to Vaughn, who is currently walking toward me. "You're what?" He stops about a foot in front of me and takes the bouquet out of my hand. He passes it to Kenny before clasping my hands in his. I'm not sure when I last blinked, so I rapidly flutter my lashes.
"I tried to prepare this big speech and write this amazing proposal, but any words I read on paper didn't do what I feel for you any justice. I can tell you that I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and that I'll do everything in my power to make you happy. And although I don't deserve you, I'll selfishly take whatever you're willing to offer me and fiercely cherish it and protect it for as long as I have breath left in me."
He closes his eyes for a moment before opening them and finding mine.
"I could tell you nobody else on earth can love you like I do. And nobody is good enough for you, which your father reminded me of."
I giggle and glance over at my parents, who have their heads resting on each other's. My dad gives me a thumbs up and winks at me.
"But I'm going to try, if you'll have me."
When I return my vision to Vaughn, it's behind blurry eyes when I notice him on one knee before me. I gasp and cover my mouth as he holds out a beautiful and simple, yet stunning, gorgeous silver band with a very large diamond in the center.
"Rain, I love you So much. And because no words I say will be good enough, I want to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much you mean to me.
He closes his eyes and presses his lips together before blowing out a breath.
Will you marry me?
I can't form a thought, or a sentence, let alone a damn word. So I nod and stop holding in the tears. He slides the ring on my finger and stands up, pulling me to him. Everyone around us claps and Kenny whistles. I'd recognize the high-pitched noise anywhere.
So will you?
Vaughn asks me again. Yes. I pull back so I can see his handsome face. Of course I will. I can't believe you did this during their ceremony.
It was their idea, Rain.
I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him to my, fusing my mouth to his. He kisses me back, and when my dad hollers for Vaughn to get his paws off me, everyone laughs, and I reluctantly pull back.
Love you, baby.
I love you more.
Not possible.
He kisses my nose, and we both step back into our places. Then Kenny hands me my flowers. We're having a talk later, I whisper-shout to him. I have no clue how he kept this a secret. For the rest of the ceremony, all I can think about is the man who just pulled off the sweetest marriage proposal in the history of marriage proposals. Little does he know I have a little surprise of my own for him, and I can't wait to turn the tables and one-up him. The rest of the ceremony goes off without a hitch. It makes me so unbelievably happy to see my best friend so happy. Since everything with the wedding is happening in the same place, we all congregate to our assigned table. Vaughn and I were the only ones in the wedding party, and since it's not really a formal wedding, we sit next to each other instead of on either side of the newlyweds. Before dinner is served, I'm swarmed with people congratulating Vaughn and me. I feel guilty taking the attention away from Brad and Kenny, but they're too lost in their own world to notice anyone but each other. After we eat, Kenny comes over to me.
Come talk to me.
My brows draw together, but I nod and take another sip of my water, then kiss Vaughn before I take Kenny's hand and follow him outside. It's pretty chilly, and I rub my hands up and down my arms when the wind hits them.
Shit, sorry.
Kenny takes off his suit coat and drapes it over my shoulders. What's up, married man? I smile.
Brad told me.
Told you what?
About how he met Vaughn and what they did.
My stomach drops, worried what he's going to say next. But if he was mad, he wouldn't have married Brad.
I'm so mad he never told me earlier. I couldn't care less that he got messed up with some bad shit in high school. What bugs me is that he didn't think I could handle it.
I'm not sure that's the exact reason. Like Vaughn said to me, it embarrassed him, you know? And he didn't want you to look at him any differently. He leans against the old brick wall and releases a breath that is visible in the cold temperature.
I know. He told me last night, said he couldn't marry me without my knowing who he really was. I don't think he could have done anything that would make me love him any less. And his telling me that makes me love him even more.
Good, I'm glad.
What I called you out here for, though, was to make sure you're okay with the whole robbery thing. I can't imagine how it must have made you feel to hear that.
I love my best friend. Who takes time away from their wedding day to make sure his friend is okay? Yes, I'm fine. I was shocked and hurt at first, but when he explained things and when he told me how Brad went back to the restaurant and repaid everything, I couldn't stay upset. I mean, the way he grew up and how his mom just abandoned him. It still hurts my heart even thinking about him as a child. They did what they had to in order to survive. I can't be mad at that.
Okay, good. He pushes himself off the wall and tosses an arm around my shoulder. Let's go get our drink on.
Not so fast, mister. I push the soles of my stilettos into the concrete. Don't think you're getting away without telling me how long you knew Vaughn was totally proposal bombing your wedding. Kenny chuckles.
He told me a few weeks ago and asked if we'd care if he did it today. He had a few different ideas, but Brad and I thought this would be really cool. We wanted you to have that because we knew you'd think it was special. We thought it was the best idea ever, and I don't care if you think it's stupid. We liked it and thought it was genius.
You guys are amazing. Thank you. This day has been amazing, and I can't wait to make it perfect.
Chapter 26. Vaughn. You pulled that off flawlessly. Brad gives me a one-armed hug and I pat him on the back as we stand at the bar, waiting for our drinks. Thanks again, man. I appreciate it and I know it meant a lot to her. He nods and looks around, then leans in closer to me. I told Kennedy last night. Couldn't go through with this wedding without laying it all out for him. I get it. How'd it go? He was shocked, but ultimately fine with it. I felt so much better throwing it all out there. He stops talking when the bartender slides our beers toward us. I take a swig, but Brad contemplates something. I set the bottle on the bar top and raise a brow. What's up? I heard about your mom. I know it's a shitty time to bring it up, but I just wanted to let you know I'm here for you if you need anything. I've done a good job of pretending as if I didn't care the past week. My mind was on other things, trying to finalize the details of the proposal, and I refused to let thoughts of her ruin that. I took care of what I needed to, and have left her safely behind. Petey assured me I'm free and clear of him and his debt. He's now after my mom's boyfriend since they borrowed the money together, I guess. I didn't pay much attention. I just needed to make sure his ass wasn't going to try to hold me to her fucking standards. My focus is now on Rain. All my focus. I'm going to spend the rest of my life with her. I know I'm lucky to be where I am today, so holding on to the past isn't an option anymore. I'm actually really good. Washed my hands knowing I did what I could. He huffs in agreement. You ever hear from your brother? Brad's parents are in attendance, and though they appear a little nervous, they really seem to be enjoying themselves. Wyatt has been quiet, and that scares Brad. Nope. He's been radio silent. I think he's just given up being angry about me being gay and decided that he'd rather not have any type of relationship with me at all. He nods his head toward the entrance. See that guy over there? The big dude. I look over my shoulder and find who he's talking about. That's Eric. He's the new head of security hired at Complexity. Paid him to come and keep an eye out for Wyatt. Smart. I didn't want to have to be looking over my shoulder the entire time. I don't blame you. Laughter. Beautiful laughter that's like music floats over to me. And I watch as my fiancée walks over to me. If I had my way, we'd have gotten married right alongside Brad and Kenny today, but I didn't think she'd appreciate me springing that on her. Hey. She settles into the crook of my arm. What are you two up to over here? Nothing. Just shooting the shit. Brad's name is called and he lifts his beer at me. I'm being summoned. Oh, I hope it's to cut the cake, Rain says. I'll see what I can do. Brad winks at her before he steps away. Are you having a good time? I ask her. Yes, are you? I'm with you, aren't I? She taps the end of my nose with her finger. You, Von Morris, are a smooth talker. Where do you come up with these one-liners? Come up with them? Yeah, like do you surf the web between clients looking for them, or do you keep a notebook with... Baby, anything I say to you comes straight from my heart. I don't rehearse or research ways to tell you how I feel. Good answer. Rain got her wish, and we're called over to watch them cut the cake. She takes her plate and begins shoveling into her mouth while she's standing. We make our way back to the table, and when we sit, I set my plate aside. Beer and cake don't really go well together. This is so good. She talks through a mouthful, and I can't help but laugh at her. Aren't you eating yours? No. Why, do you want it? Yes, please. I slide it over to her and watch dumbfounded as she devours that piece, too. She's usually not this aggressive of an eater. Damn, baby. It's like you're eating for two or something. I laugh, but she doesn't. Her eyes widen, and she slowly finishes chewing. Rain? She holds up a finger telling me to wait a second. Her face has paled a little, and her knee begins to bounce up and down. Her eyes dart around the room, and when they land back on mine, it hits me. Holy shit. Are you pregnant? She bites her lower lip and nods. Oh my God. My damn heart is about to burst. You're pregnant? I say it a little too loud because a collective gasp sounds from around me, and before I have a chance to say anything, Rain's mother rushes over and places herself between us. I'm going to be a grandma? She practically yanks Rain out of the chair and starts jumping up and down with her. I stand, preparing myself to catch them when they topple over. Kennedy comes over next, then Brad. Her father stands next to me and clasps me on the shoulder.
Congratulations, son.
I had no clue.
Neither did we.
He chuckles and we take a step back when the bouncing begins to shift in our direction. I'm impatiently waiting for everyone to move their asses so I can get to my girl, and when they don't clear the way after a minute, I finally wedge myself between them. Sorry, guys, gotta steal her. I put my arm around her waist and lead her away from the crowd into the hallway leading to the coat room. She leans against the wall and shrugs.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to find out this way. I was on the pill. I think with the stress of everything going on, I've skipped a couple.
Don't apologize, Rain. Are you happy about it? I know we haven't really talked about having kids much. The only time she mentioned it was when she said she wanted to have a family with me last week. Shit. Did you know last weekend?
I missed my period by only a week, but I was feeling kind of off. I think it's still early. I have an appointment in a couple of weeks. Anyway, I found out the morning that Kenny and I went shopping, and I didn't even tell him. I wanted you to be the first to know.
She hasn't answered my question. Are you happy about this? She tries to fight a smile, but ultimately loses the battle.
Yes.
After taking a deep breath, she asks,
Are you?
Hell yes, I'm happy. I cup her face in my hands and kiss her. I'm so damn happy. But there's only one problem.
What's that?
You only have, 8 months to plan a wedding. The light in her eyes is absolutely beautiful, just like everything else about her. Inside and out, she's perfection.
No freaking way. I am not getting married with a huge belly. It's not happening. So either we go to the courthouse and do this now,
she waggles her engagement finger at me,
or we wait until the baby is born.
Fine. We'll go Monday. She moves her head so fast it slams against the wall. Ouch. Damn, Rain, you okay?
I'm fine.
She rubs the sore spot.
Did you seriously say you'd get married in 2 days?
To you? Yes.
Again with the one-liners?
They're not lines, baby.
Do you remember the first one you said to me?
Vividly. I remember the first moment I laid eyes on her. Tell me.
You asked if I was kicking you out, and when I said you looked like you were in a hurry, you said, and I quote, I was. Then I asked, now you're not? And here's the line, ready for it? Now I'm not.
I crowd her against the wall and put my forearms on either side of her head. And to think, you didn't even want to be friends with me at one point. She licks her lips and quirks a brow.
Only because I wanted to be more than friends.
Touché. I rest my forehead against hers. Her eyes sparkle.
You're the best friend I never wanted.
And you're the love I didn't know I needed. Epilogue. Vaughn. She's fine, baby, I promise. I open the door for Rain and she walks in before me. Before I'm even all the way inside, she's lifting the blanket to check on our daughter, Adeline. A hostess comes over and motions for us to follow her. She points at a booth in the far corner, brings over a high chair and flips it upside down so I can rest the car seat on it.
Make sure it's not uneven.
After I make sure the seat is secure, I sit down, then reach for my wife's hands. Baby, I love you. You know I do. But I promise you nobody will make sure our daughter is safe more than I will, okay? You've barely been out of the house since you've been home from the hospital except for the doctor appointments, and when I forced you to go shopping. It's been 6 months, Rain. We brought her with because you refused to leave her with your parents.
They don't know her cries and if she's hungry or tired. I realize it seems irrational, but she's only this age once, you know? I don't want to miss anything.
I know. That's why she's here. I just want you to eat a good breakfast and enjoy being out of the house. It's a half an hour, darling, and then we can go back home. It's not like she doesn't trust her parents. She's just not ready to leave Adeline alone yet, which is also why she hasn't gone back to work and probably won't for a long time. I'm completely fine with whatever makes her happiest. Mothering comes completely natural to Rain, and I count my blessings 100 times a day that somehow I got lucky enough to have them in my life. Somehow I was blessed enough to be the one to make sure they're happy. She rubs her thumb on the top of my hand and nods. You're right. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I know you've been exhausted, and I just want you to sit back and enjoy your favorite pancakes, okay? How did I get so lucky? And don't say you're the lucky one either. That's so lame. The waitress comes over and takes our order before I get a chance to reply. Hey, isn't that Polly? I point out the window behind Rain's head. She turns around and pushes herself up a bit so she can see the gravel pathway that's on the side of the restaurant. Yeah, that's her. A few seconds later, she walks into the restaurant, closely followed by a very familiar face. That's the guy from Complexity, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. They settle in a booth on the opposite side of the restaurant, and when he slides into the same seat as her, she rolls her eyes and scoots as far away as she can. He leans in and says something that has her shaking her head. Oh, my God. Should I go over there? Rain asks.
Here you go.
The waitress delivers our food, and I pull my attention away from them. As soon as she walks away, Rain gasps. I've never seen her mad before. Look. I turn around again and watch as Polly pushes this guy, this really large man, out of the booth, and then storms out. The guy has a smile on his face as he walks out, and if it wasn't for the fact that I know Brad trusts him and has said he's been beneficial to keeping the waitresses safe, I'd follow Polly out to make sure she's okay. Damn, he must have really pissed her off. I guess so. Adeline fusses, and any and all thoughts about the lover's spat we just witnessed are long gone. Rain tries to rock the seat a little, and it works because Adeline settles down. Rain and I scarf down our pancakes and are out of there in less than 20 minutes. On the way home, she reaches over and holds my hand. Can I ask you something? Anything. No, nothing. Never mind. Nope, none of that shit. Ask me. Well, she clears her throat. I was just kind of thinking it'd be neat if we got tattoos. That spikes my interest. What do you want to get? I don't know. Something matching, something that would tie you to me forever. I'm already bound to you, baby. Ugh. Oh my God, stop. That's not what you were saying last night. She shakes her head. Such a perv. Only for you. I swear I will smack you if you keep it up with this one-liner shit. I suppress a laugh and cough instead, then drive to our house. The first thing we did after we found out she was pregnant was meet with a realtor and buy a house. It's perfect for us. Lots of yard, no neighbors on one side, and 4 bedrooms. The second thing we did was get married at the courthouse. We're planning a larger wedding on our 2-year anniversary. Rain didn't want to have to rush after the baby was born to plan a wedding, so she pushed it back. I couldn't care less. As long as she's mine, I don't need anything more. I pull into the driveway, and Rain starts to get out, but I grab her arm. She turns to me expectantly. We'll get whatever tattoo you want. I'll get Rain's property pointing at my dick if it'll make you happy. That's an idea. She taps her finger on her lip. I like that a lot, actually. But know this. I hold her face between my hands and run my thumb across her lips. Tattoos can be removed, but my love for you, for our family, is permanent and forever. It's infinite, baby. I'm not sure I can top that line. Probably not. She nods very slowly and gets a really smug look on her face. No, actually, I think I can. You think so, huh? I do. She mimics my move and holds my face. Then a smile pulls at her lips, and a twinkle shines in her eyes. I'm pregnant. My mouth falls open, and she pushes it closed. Yep, I think I got you. If I could talk right now, I'd say, you have every part of me, baby. Mind, body, and soul. But even that line couldn't top what she just told me. Nothing on this earth can top the way this woman makes me feel, or the pride in my heart for the beautiful family we've created. Now she's telling me that she's blessing me with even more. Yeah, there's not a one-liner or even a fucking novel that can top the fact that we're going to have another baby. She kisses me hard and fast, then pulls away. Our hands fall down, and she opens the door and steps outside, then leans in the car. Oh yeah, they're twins. This has been an Audible Studios production of Love, Me, a Pleasant Valley novel, written by Anna Brooks, Performed by Bunny Warren and J.F. Harding. Executive producers Laura Gachko and Mike Charzik. Producer Neil Basic. Copyright 2017 by Anna Brooks. Sound recording copyright 2017 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.